So is anyone playing in this team that was in the Chester team? No, not in this particular game.
Guerrilla cricket.
Oh, the back! Hey! You can see it, aren't you? Yeah, but I can't get past it, haven't I?
You could have moved it then.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sankara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
If it's Thursday, it must be Antigua. The gravy train of international cricket continues on its ever lengthening tracks. One moment we're in Pakistan watching Test cricket, the next moment we're in the West Indies watching ODI internationals. It's West Indies v England, 3 one-day internationals and 5, I think, T20s to come over the next few couple of weeks, I suppose you'd say, although I haven't checked it exactly. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo. Delighted to be here hosting yet more cricket. You know, people will complain that there's too much cricket, but to be honest, I can never get too much cricket. Although I do prefer it when it's played at a reasonable time of day, which is not always the case in the English winter. Alongside me to start things off this evening, I have none other than the Bear.
G'day, peeps.
The Bear, we've already had a little beer accident.
Yeah.
Which means that basically my big bottle of beer is now half empty. The Bear knocked it over, and it's seeping into my shoes.
Well, oh, fuck off.
But there you go. There you go. You see, the Bear, he's unapologetic.
He is.
On my left, he's about to become a granny.
A granny?
He's about to become a grandpa.
An old granny?
Old Tony Bishop is about to, he thought it might be here now, but he's being kept...
Still in the pavilion, Hendo. Still in the pavilion.
Won't
come down the steps and make its way to the middle.
ready to make his or her debut, because we don't know. Anyway, the news is that the West Indies have won the toss and have put England into bat, which is fun. I'll give you the teams. England line up like this, of course, with a new captain. Yet another. How many captains have England had this year in various forms of cricket? Stokes, Pope, Brooke. There are others. I can't think of them offhand, but you'll tell me on YouTube or Twitter. Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Jordan Cox, Jacob Bethel in at 4, Liam Livingston, Sam Curran, Dan Mosley, I think, is going to get a debut. Jamie Overton, who always just seems a bit of an outlier. No one seems to mention Jamie Overton, and then suddenly he's in a team. Jofra Archer back in his, well, not exactly in his homeland. He's a Barbadian. Adil Rashid and John Turner is going to bowl as well. The West Indies line up like this. Evan Lewis back and on fire. He got 100 on his return to one-day international cricket in a reduced overs game in Sri Lanka just a few days ago. He'll be opening with Brandon King, Casey Carty, Shai Hope, who is the captain and wicketkeeper, Shafane Rutherford, Shimron Hetmeyer, Roston Chase, Gudigash Moti, Alzari Joseph, Matthew Ford and Jaden Seals. Well, chaps, what do we think? A really new England lineup, isn't it? I mean,
well, I'm quite excited by a New England line. I'm looking forward to seeing Jordan Cox. Well, we saw a bit of Jacob Bethel, didn't we, at the end of the summer? I thought he was good. Jordan Cox didn't really come off. I'm hoping he does. I want to see him do something. The rest, well, who else is there? Dan Mosley, never seen anything of him. And John Turner, I'm not really a big fan of John Turner, I have to say. Didn't we try him out in New Zealand or in the New Zealand series about 2 or 3 years ago? I wasn't really that impressed. Or was that T20? You seem to get a bit of tap, I seem to remember.
I mean, I was told he was very quick.
Yeah,
when
well,
I've
that
seen
was
him,
it.
I don't think he's that quick.
Exactly that. I fucking hate it. I was we're going to pick him because he's a bit quick. And he turns out he's not very quick. And he gets injured a lot, doesn't he? Another one.
Well, there you go. He's an England
he's an English fast bowler, yeah.
But there you go. Tony, your thoughts on this newfangled England team?
Well, it's experimental. I think it's quite heavy on all-rounders. If you look at the balance of the West Indian side, they've got more recognised batsmen. England start with all-rounders pretty much from 3 onwards, or 2 onwards, really, if you count Jacks. So, if they get into a bit of a pickle, where's the rock or the solidity that can bat out 50 overs? It's got more of a T20 look to it, to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sam, I'm just putting the jingles in. Sam Curran at 6?
I thought he's down at 7, isn't he? Oh, no, maybe he's 6.
Down
No,
at
he's 6. Well, it's going to be really confusing if he bats with Jacob Bethel, because I think they are one and the same person. No one's seen them in the same room. They look exactly the same when they bat. They're both blonde. They're both of the same sort of build, and
they both have helmets on, though.
They've got helmets, and they're
So
both left-handed. But you know what I mean. Anyway, Matthew Ford is going to open for the West Indies with the ball, but out there for England, ready to face them, are these men.
I presume it's these two.
Get up on there. So salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Skulls runs around the park. There's nowhere you can hide. Push it. So salt, yeah, Phil is here.
Maybe it's Will Jacks. It's probably Will Jacks. Yeah, it's Will Jacks. When he forgets the results of.
Here he is, right arm over the wicket, and brings that back into Salt a little bit. He's got a funny action, hasn't he? It was a real slingy action. It did seem to come back in off the seam, defended into the offside by Salt, and there is no run.
I see Shimron still's enjoying his food.
Oh, a little bit of swing actually, wasn't there?
Yeah, slingy in swing.
Slingy swing from Ford. Hopefully some of you will be joining us on social media. If you can find room between the rants about the budget and of course the American elections. In comes Ford again a bit of swing, but starts a little too straight. and it's just tucked away to mid-wicket by Salt, and there is no run. Of course, it's only about a year ago that Salt was smashing the West Indies all over the Caribbean in that T20 series.
Yeah, he seems to like batting in the Caribbean. I'll give him that.
He likes batting in the Caribbean, and I think he likes T20 a lot better than he does ODIs, because it doesn't test technique, does it? Even an ODI can test technique, as we saw when Josh Hazlewood was bowling to him in the summer. Ring of 3 on the offside, ring of 3 on the on. There's just the one slip. He's in again, and this one is driven by Salt. It was nothing like a half volley. He's hit that well on the up, and it's raced away to the boundary for the first one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Anyone joined us, Tony, that you
Lots
wish to
of people.
name check?
Leah saying hello everyone. Kieran Roseblade, good evening Gorillas. Great to have some commentary with booze. Philip Shaw, let's agree to all do some positive drinking. Good morning from Craig Jacobs from Melbourne. Have a great call.
Do our best.
We'll do our best, Craig.
So Ford is coming in again. The slip's gone wider, and this one is tucked off his pads, angled into the leg stump. Once again, straight to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Remember, smash that like button.
Oh, yes.
And subscribe.
Smash that like button. When you were first saying that, I thought you were saying smash that light button, and I couldn't understand what you were talking about.
Turn the lights on.
We got plenty of lights on in here, has to be said. Salt settles down, and Ford is in once more, and he defends. Ball swinging into him gently up to mid-off. Nice timing, but didn't try to really go after it. There is no run. Not a big crowd so far, but of course we know now that the Vivian Richards Stadium is way out of St John's. It's about a 30-minute drive or so from there, and of course it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon there. Maybe it will fill up. Maybe that's why they're batting second, West Indies, so that their fans, or the majority of their fans, will get to see them. Down the leg side, swinging down the leg side, and Salt tries to whip it on its way, won't make contact, will get a wide. First of those, England go to 5 for no wicket. It's not a blazingly sunny day in Antigua at the moment, or in this part of Antigua anyway. It's a little bit of mottled cloud. I mean, it doesn't look threatening. There's no big black clouds, although they can come over quite quickly. And looking at the weather earlier, there are chances, 20% chances most of the evening of getting a little bit of precipitation. Forward in again, bowls, and it's defended on the front foot by Salt, who seems to have realised that you can bat sensibly in this format. That's the end of the over. England 5 for none. Tony.
Philip Shaw says Soundlike's had something too much, I think. That's probably the spilling of the drink. Sherry J wants pitch report. Well, we can tell you it's as much as we can tell you.
There is one.
It's very central, which means you've got 4 very long boundaries, and also there's likely to be a bit of wind, isn't there, at Antigua? So
oh God, yes,
if
absolutely.
You've got to catch the big ones, especially if they're into the wind. Other than that, we've seen a little bit of swing for Matthew Ford early doors, just a couple, nothing too prodigious and nothing excessive in terms of bounce, so it looks fairly placid, but possibly a bit of swing, I think you can say.
I think we're going to lose.
Oh, that's a good start. Where did this new pessimistic bear come from?
I don't like. Well, I suppose, maybe I get some surprise. I just don't think with Sam Curran at 6, if a couple of accidents happen, we're not really able to put the accelerator down.
That may be why Phil Salt started quite circumspectly in that first over. It's going to be Will Jacks to face. Going to be facing Jayden Seales, who, despite his prodigious wicket taking in Test cricket, averages 90 in ODIs, but he's going to get the new ball. Shall we jingle him up, Jayden?
We can do that.
He's got a middle name. He's got a middle name of Nigel. Which I think is very good.
Nigel Tristan.
Wherever you are, Seals Jayden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow flow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jayden wants you for dead.
quite ominous, that, isn't it? In comes Seals. He's got a slip as well. Bowls to Jacks. Dead straight. Good length. Or maybe a little on the full side, but defended up to mid-on by Jacks. And of course, Jacks, I thought, played a couple of really mature innings towards the end of that England summer in the ODIs against Australia. It hadn't been the best of summers for him. He did really need to do something.
Yeah, it was very interesting to hear Jacob Bethel chatting as well earlier. He was saying, England feel they should have won that series. It is a side in transition. There is younger players, perhaps with a more T20 leaning. Again, they just massively back themselves.
Seals in again. This one rises a little bit, short back of a length. He turns it to mid-wicket.
And you do feel that a bit against, and in the Caribbean, on a track like this, you do feel it could be pretty even. Wasn't it 3-2 in both the T20s and the ODIs in 2023? Remember, after England had come out the back of a horrible World Cup, that series could have gone either way. You kind of feel this one could be quite close. Maybe a little bit of extra experience in the West Indies side.
In comes Seals again. Bowls to Jacks, who comes on to the front foot, steers it up to mid-on. Again, a nicely timed defensive shot, but shows that he's finding the middle of the bat anyway, at the very least. You do feel as if England have had a little think. I'm going to say this and he'll go for a big wahoo in a minute.
Yeah.
But you do feel as if perhaps England are thinking, yeah, we can allow ourselves to get in. And play a little bit more sensibly.
The average first inning score, and not that means much in 22 ODIs here, it's about 250. 200, and I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Seals in again,
241.
Full on the legs, and he manages to get bad on that and turns it down to long leg. He will take his first run, just a single.
Which is pretty low, of course. 241 doesn't sound very high at all these days, does it?
No, that's very true. If you're hearing some sort of public announcement over the airwaves, it's the bear being rung by his missus, probably. It's not his missus. Okay, fair enough. So Salt down to face Seals for the first time. And, there's a little bit of a delay.
And that one boundary, it has been quite sedate, hasn't it?
It's been
by
very sedate.
England standards.
Seals in. Bowls onto the legs again. That's a beautiful on drive, really, from Salt, and he kind of held the pose a little bit. I think he enjoyed that one, but he picked out mid on, sped to him quickly, but couldn't beat him. I know, a couple of yards either side, and that would have been away. It does seem as if the ball's coming on quite nicely to the bat. How long that will last, whether that's just because of the shine and the hardness of the ball. Sometimes we see, once that wears off, it can be quite hard to get runs. Anyway, here comes Seals to complete his first over. He bowls onto the legs of Salt, and he's worked this one wide of mid-on this time. I don't think he'll get more than one as Carty chases after it. No, he will come back for two. Good running from Jacks. And at the end of the over, England have moved after 2 to 8 for no wicket. Tony.
Well, Sherry J says the West Indies look really good on paper. Well, Sherry, to quote Brian Clough back at you, the game, Sherry, is not played on paper. But they do, I agree with you. Warren Davis, afternoon all, Rich Turner music. Good evening. Things can only get bitter, cider or injured pale ale. Or if you prefer, good luck to my imaginary son, brackets, Johannesburg chapter. Not sure what that means at all. Can't believe we haven't picked Matt Fleming or Dougie Brown, says Dave Wood. Brian in Brisbane, evening all. Shame the beer is treating the beer so badly.
Well,
Yeah, I know. It's most out of character for him, to be honest.
Well,
he doesn't like to see
never waste it.
He doesn't like to see it wasted. No.
Hattie the Batty. Good evening. Just back from London after a headbanging concert last night. Now very dazed. So this mad old bat is happy to lie on the sofa with your commentary.
Did you perhaps bang the madness out of you? And now you're just completely normal. Forward Bowles gets a little bit of in-swing onto the thigh pad of Jacks as he tries to turn it away, makes no contact. It's interesting that I think it was Dave Wood saying about Matthew Fleming. Surprised Matthew Fleming's not in the team. When Tony did say to me earlier about how many all-rounders there were, and I said, yeah, it's about 11 Matthew Flemings.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Got it. I understand the Fleming reference now.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, Salt has 6. Jacks just the single. It's Jacks receiving from Ford. He's in wide of the off stump. Cuts back a little bit. Lovely shot from Jacks on the up, but hit square and fielded well. And there is no run.
Ruston Chase still there after all these years.
He's still crazy. Still
crazy
Ruston after all these years. But that was a terrific bit of fielding.
Really good. He's, when he's good, he's really good, Ruston Chase, isn't he?
Yeah.
Other times he sort of goes missing a little bit. I think he's been in and out of teams too much. You could probably say that about lots of players in the West Indies. Ford in again, down the leg side, and helped on its way. Very fine indeed by Jacks. It's run away for 4.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
He's getting swing, but it's starting too straight, isn't it?
Yeah, that's literally what I was about to say. It was just easy meat for Will Jacks.
Yeah, absolute gift. 12 for no wicket. Don't forget. Oh, what about the GPL? Have we having the GPL tonight?
Yes, I have.
How much is in the pot?
Ooh, now that's a good point.
Here is Ford again. Oh, that's very wide indeed. And Jacks was tempted by it. Was that a little bit slower, I wonder? I just felt that there was a bit of pace taken off that. He hit all round it, to be honest. Outside it. And it went through to the keeper.
£94 in the GPL.
94
Not a bad little pot.
If you don't know what the GPL is, I will tell you. It's the Guerrilla Prediction League. It's better than the IPL, I can tell you that. But not quite as much money.
Not far off though.
Not far
it's getting there.
Not far off. Here is Ford again down the leg side. That's difficult to take for poor old Shy Hope. And now the umpire is signalling that. Oh no, I thought he was going to signal a leg by because he was tapping his leg. Hadn't lifted it, but he does belatedly signal a wide.
It's Rob Tucker doing the Christ the Redeemer pose.
Indeed. England moved to 13 for none. The GPL is when you try to guess how many runs will be scored in the entire match in an ODI. Come back to that in a moment. Ford ambling up again, bowls well wide of the off stump,
nice
looking for the swing, but Jacks has really laid into that. It's a long hard volley and he's put it away for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was the kind of ball that the cliche "he needed no second invitation"
Yeah,
was meant for.
That's been the conundrum really for Ford. If he gets the swing from a too central a position, it's easy to tickle around the corner. There, he clearly looked to go that bit wider, and it just ended up as the most drivable ball you'll ever get in your life.
Absolutely.
Lovely half volley right in the slot.
Juicy. That's a better ball.
That is.
And quite rightly head over the line, defended up to mid-off by Jacks, who has moved to 9. Salt has 6. And after 3 overs, it's 17 for no wicket. I'll come back to the tweets in a moment, but just to clear up on the GPL Guerrilla Prediction League, you can guess how many runs will be scored in the day. You pay us £1 for every guess, and if you get it on the nose, you get everything that's in the pot. Pot starting at 94 quid. Go to our website. Go to our website anyway, but guerrillacricket.com, competitions, and you will find the instructions as to how to add your name to the list. Let's try and get it up over 100 quid. That would be fun. And then the more the people that take part, the more fun it is. Tony.
Hi all from Dara Azizi, Pirate Badshah, Evening Old Salts, and presumably including Phil, and Sea Dogs. Abdul Wahid wants to know 10 over score. We haven't got to 10 overs yet. You want the prediction of the 10 over score?
Seals in, bowls to Salt, who gets it away through mid-wicket. Quite a full delivery. He's going to get a couple. Carty fields.
So far, it doesnn't feel like a 8, 9, 10 and over approach from England. What do you reckon, about 80 odd after 10? 80, 90?
80 might be a bit
low?
Bit high.
Bit high, I would say. I mean,
they're going at 6 or 7 at the moment,
but
aren't
they're not really going to go up much more than that, I wouldn't have thought, unless they get a really big over.
Power play's the first 10, isn't it? Which is
Yeah.
why that's.
I'm going to say 67. That's my guess.
I think they'll accelerate, but they'll lose a wicket on the way.
Seals in again. Bowls. Nice drive on the up by Salt, but it's clutched above his head by the man at cover as it bounces quite high. Is that Rutherford? I think it might be.
No, that's...
Oh, who's that?
That's Hetmeyer.
Sorry, Hetmeyer. I always get those two mixed up. Hetmeyer it is, with the old West Indies maroon sun hat on. Looking very good.
Doesn't
indeed.
look very sunny there, actually.
Well, no, it isn't, is it?
It's quite overcast.
It's very overcast.
And that's why we fear there might be some interruption at some point.
You go all the way to Antigua and
Yeah.
then you don't get the sun. That is really annoying. Seals in bowls and into the pads once more and just turned to mid-wicket by Salt.
Liquid sunshine instead. That's what I was always told it was.
That's the thing about going, if you go to the Caribbean or anywhere like that, you need to go for 2 weeks, just in case you get a bad week, don't
Yeah.
you? You know? I mean, if you go all the way to the Caribbean, I mean, it's not so bad if you go to somewhere like Spain or Italy or France or whatever, but if you go to the Caribbean, or anywhere like that, Maldives, anywhere that's distant
And expensive.
and expensive, you really want
I'm paying for the sun.
you want to
goddammit.
see it at its best, don't you? Seals is running in again. Bowls onto the leg stump. Ooh, good piece of fielding there at mid-wicket. They were setting off for a run or two, but Evan Lewis, back in the side, as I mentioned earlier, coming back after 3 years and scoring a century in a winning cause for the West Indies in a reduced overs match.
Was that in Sri Lanka?
That was Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it was the last game, wasn't it?
Yeah, they lost both series 2-1.
I think they were all played in Pallekele, weren't they?
Actually,
The
I don't
ODIs.
know.
I think they were. I think they played them all in the same place.
Didn't notice that. Here comes Seals again, in and driven. Though perhaps without the flourish from Salt, it goes straight to extra cover. And there is no run. The current run rate has just slipped below 5. 19 for no wicket. 1 ball remaining in the 4th over. Salt 8, Jacks 9. And as I say, it's quite a sedate start by England standards. England much more sedate in the first 10 overs of ODI cricket than they are in the countless overs of Test cricket. But there you go. It's strange, isn't it? Here is Seals again into Salt, and he defends. Good length ball to extra cover. End of the over. England 19 for none. Tony.
Yep, Crawley says Dar Azizi is more suited to this format. I think you're probably right. Leah's reminding us that she's covering the last test between India and New Zealand, doing the evening sessions of that. I think she's got an Indo dialing in from the ground to give updates. So we've got our Johnny or our Anindo on the spot via Leah for that. She's also got an interview with Mr. Rumble Pants, the famous bearded man of Surrey who looks a bit like W.G. Grace.
I did see her mentioning about an interview with Rumble.
Yeah.
I thought, who the heck's Rumble?
Well, we've had him.
No, I know who he is.
In the old Bishop and Bear.
I regularly correspond with him on Twitter or reply to his tweets.
Kept
anyway.
getting peanuts stuck in his beard. That's
Did
what
he?
happened. Yeah, in the Bishop and Bear. That was the problem. It was very distracting when we
Yeah.
were trying to talk to him. When you've got a beard like that, you know, you've got to be really careful with your beer and your comestibles.
Did he come into the studio or was he on?
No, I was making all of that up. Hendo.
Oh, right.
Thanks for playing along.
Okay. What do I know?
I was trying to remember him.
The slipper's gone for the beginning of Ford's third over. It's outside the off stump. Not much swing there. Jacks lets it go through to the keeper.
Has the swing gone already after 2
Well, this is what we certainly say about it in T20 cricket, don't we? I mean, you have 2 new balls in this game, don't you? You have from
One at
different
each
ends.
end. Yeah, you do.
That must be hard to keep track of as an umpire. It just seems another thing for the poor old ump.
Not really.
to deal
You
with.
just get thrown the ball at the end of the over.
In he comes again. There is a bit of swing there, and it ends up probing around about Jacks's middle stump, and he comes forward and eases it towards mid-wicket. There is no run. So
Is it me? I mean, we're in the power play, and it's got a sort of a BMO feel, boring middle overs feel to it.
I think it's just a sort of, maybe it's a realisation that it is a, not to say it's a weak team, but it is an experimental team.
I think experimental.
And you know, there isn't necessarily the depth. Well, he's driven that in the air, and it's only just dropped short of the man at mid-off.
Bump ball, I think.
I don't think it was.
No, it wasn't a bump ball.
I don't think it
He
was.
mishit it. I don't understand why the fielder wasn't making more of an effort to get to that, because
Do
it
you know-
wasn't that far short of it.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Maybe it actually came off the bat more slowly than he thought. Because he didn't really time it, did he?
No, the toe ended it.
Yeah.
If he'd have dived forward, it was a toothbreaker if he hadn't. got to
Well,
there.
if he'd have taken a couple of steps forward as soon as he hit it, it might have been a decent
Salzari,
chance.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Here comes forward again. Bowles defended into the offside. They're looking for a quick single, and they're going to get it. That's good running. If you're not going to pick up the fours, keep the strike rotating. Jack's into double figures. He goes to 10, 20
I
for
think we'll
no
be lucky
wicket.
to get to 60 after 10 at this rate.
Don't forget the GPL. I mean, we've gone on what we think are in the first 10 overs.
It's open till 7:15, an hour and a quarter.
So that is, well, an hour and a quarter from the start of this match, basically.
Yeah, so
Wherever. I
we
mean,
try to time it for about 20 overs, basically,
Yeah.
just shy of.
remember, of course, we're now back on GMT. If you're in another part of the world, Salt waits for this one, lets it do its thing, which is move back into him slightly, and then he just defends firmly into the offside. Just feel as if they're timing the ball so well, generally, that they might go through with a few of these shots. It's kind of a bit unlike Salt. I think Salt's, thinking about his role in this team a little bit.
Nothing has beaten the bat
No.
as of yet, and we're nearly 5 overs in.
Forward in again, and again Salt waits for it and just drops it into the offside. Fielder from cover is in. It's the end of the over. Ford has bowled 3. He's conceded 15. England after 5 are 20 for none. Tony. what's going
Hattie, the batty says, Hendo, nah, just even more insane. You said, is she saying? She's saying no. Pirate Bachar, Roston Chase is like Andy McBride. You'd never want to leave him out, as that day might be the one for the ages. You're right. Orsa Walker. Have I said that right? Osra Walker, I'm so sorry.
Another Walker.
Your starting time is so late, it's not in the Caribbean. No, it's late for us, you're absolutely right. Earlier
It's 2 in the
Caribbean,
afternoon
of
in the
course.
Caribbean, I imagine, but it's
Indeed.
come up to 6:30 in the UK.
Somebody wants to saying, brother, show me the live video. Sadly, we can't. We are primarily an audio service, but you do get to see us, and you get to join the chat with our fantastic
Smash that
listeners.
like button and subscribe.
Get on it.
And
Get on it.
someone super chat us for crying out loud as well.
Yeah, come on. What's the matter with you people? Can you become Patreons too?
Yeah.
If you're not already.
We offer titles for
money.
For
Yeah,
money.
cheap titles at this place. I'm telling you.
Seals defended on the front foot by Jax, who hairs up the other end, and he really had to get a motor on because Carty wasn't that far back at mid-on, and could have been interesting, but he's made it quite safely. He moves to 11. It was a sort of afterthought to go for the single, wasn't it? He looked at it for a while and they thought, oh yes, I'll go for that.
Just as well, they're fairly lively between the wickets, most of them.
Indeed.
Some would have struggled.
Would indeed. Seals has only conceded 6 runs. He's into a 3rd over now. And he's bowling to Salt. Again, the slip for Seals has gone as well. This is chopped into the offside by Salt. Straight to cover, straight to that man, Hetmeyer. And again, seems strange to be saying this. England in white ball cricket. No run. 21 for no wicket. Mark Butcher is out there for Sky. He gets around. What a good life he's got. Either singing songs or...
Well, do you remember when he was doing Words for Wickets and he gave up cricket? I think he tried to leave the cricket establishment.
But they lured him back in.
I think it sucked him back in.
He did. Seals in again, full, and a lot of bottom hand in that drive from Salt, but it goes straight back to the bowler. Jax was alarmed for a moment.
Well, I'm not sure what Will Jacks thought he saw. Because, I mean, the ball was coming nowhere near him. It was literally straight back to the bowler, and Jack suddenly decided to fall over and said he was ducking out the way.
Oh, do you think he was ducking?
Or did he think he was worried that the ball was going to be tipped
Deflected.
onto the stumps and therefore he needed to...
I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was more likely. It still looked a bit peculiar from behind the wicket.
The current run rate is now down below 4, 3.82. Seals in again to Salt, and Salt guides this to backward point. Did they get through for a single? They were certainly looking for it, but no, they don't.
We do have a super chat now, by the way.
Hooray!
10 Aussie dollars.
Good
10 Aussie
God.
dollars.
And who is that
Deserves a
man?
jingle.
Use your mind, super chat.
It's a Mr. Jeremy Henderson.
Who's he?
Well, he says, seeing as you asked so nicely, GPL done, off to bed, have fun. We were talking about doing the rotors in the car, Messers, and saying you're always the first name on the team sheet, and it's always a bit weird when
you're
starting
not
to
here.
write them when you're not on them.
We feel lonely when you're not here.
There's a big sort of column
Yeah.
that's normally got Messers written all over
Big
it.
gap. Defended. No big gap on the offside here as Salt tries to work it through that area. Again, no run. He got 8 from 20. What's happened to Phil? Has someone inhabited the body of Phil Salt?
It's mad. He's going to flick one to mid-wicket now as well.
Has Dom Sibley
Dom Sibley's trim these days.
taken
though.
over his body?
No, Dom Sibley's quite lean and mean these days.
Yeah, and he actually played a couple of really good innings in the 100. Was it the 100? Yes, I think it was. He played one incredible reverse scoop for 6.
And
at
he's
the
found
Oval.
that there's two sides to a pitch and not just a leg side.
Yes, that's true. Chopped into the offside. They should get a run this time as it goes to the left of cover, and they do. Salt goes to 9. It's the end of Seal's third over. He's only gone for 7. He'll be very happy with that. England after 6 are 22 for none.
Right, I've got some catching up to do. Steve Bruce, not that Steve Bruce, says, Hendo Bear and the Bishop, this is the Champions League panel if ever I saw it.
Absolutely.
The three goats. How many beers has my friend the Bear had today? Don't know, we've not been
I've
counting.
had one so far.
One, just one continuous one,
But
Steve.
Jason, and there are 2 beers in the fridge. Or Jason and Fred, could you bring one in when you come in for the next over?
Oh God! If there's only 2 beers left, I bet I need to go and get one of the other ones.
No, there's some in the cupboard. Just put
Oh, there's
some
some
more
in the cupboard.
fridge.
Oh right, I need to transfer. Tony.
Will we be seeing our good friend Mashal St. Louis? I think he means Mashal St. Patrick this series. No, we won't. We will have David Brooke though.
I do believe that MASH is on
Another channel.
another channel. Yeah.
Diana Patterson's demonstrating her excellent knowledge of Sanskrit, replying to our friend who probably isn't Sanskrit, I may have got that wrong, but explaining, just like I was, that we're an audio channel primarily.
There's a ring of 5 on the offside, and fortunately for Salt, he's found a gap between backward point and cover, and that has raced away, rather surprisingly and out of character in this particular game, for 4. I don't think he meant it to go there either. He rather sliced it. Have we got to change of bowling here? Is this is no longer forward, is it? It's is it Alzari Joseph?
I believe it was.
I think it was. It didn't look like forward. I certainly escaped my notice to start with. Oh,
No,
it
it
is
is
forward.
forward.
Okay, sorry, my mistake. Here
Very
it comes
high
again.
forehead, hasn't he? Must be an
Very high
intelligent
forehead.
man.
Indeed. Oh, he brings that one back in off the pitch, if anything, and surprised Salt a little bit, who dabs it down into the offside, mainly with his top hand.
Well, that's the best ball he's bowled, I think. He was struggling for direction and range a little bit. But there, that is his perfect ball. We managed to get the swing just right and a little bit of movement off the pitch. Perfect length, hurried Phil Salt a bit. Yeah, he just needs to repeat that ball time and again. The question is, can he?
Let's see if he's canny.
Canny.
In comes forward again. This is angled into the legs, turned to the mid wicket again. No run. Salt has 13 off 23. Jack's 11 off 15. The England score is 26 for no wicket. Their current run rate is exactly 4 and over.
There's Mr. Grover's joined us.
Hooray!
Happy Halloween.
Oh,
I'm
no.
just loading my gift bags. I need to put the Reese's in quickly before I eat them. Are you lifting them to give to children, or are you going out demanding sweets with menaces from your neighbours?
Forward in again, bowls. Foolish on off stump, defended to extra cover. That reminds me, 31 years ago today, I was circling round Denver at about 1,000 feet for an hour and a half after my plane didn't take off properly. And someone, I've told this story before, someone had, just before we took off, because it was Halloween, someone had put a plastic skeleton dangling from one of the overhead lockers. I thought I was going to die. Ford in.
I thought that
Bowles,
was coming.
Driven, but not with any power or timing, up to mid-off, and there is no run. So we had emergency. We had to do a little. We had a little fly past of the tower at about 50 feet to make sure that that the undercarriage looked okay, and then it was all sort of brace.
Oh Lord!
It's a bit scary, I have to
Yeah.
say.
Did the undercarriage not there then? You had crash landing?
We were worried about it, that it wasn't there, but apparently it was.
Okay.
But it then took 2 hours to get us off the runway. Driven, good shot from Salt, again on the up. Not much of a gap there because it is a well-populated offside. That'll run away for 4. And Salt moves on to 17, 30 for no wicket at the end of the 7th over.
I'm definitely rethinking that 70 or 80. With 3 overs left and 30 on the board. Right, yes, that was Jay. Spangly Sai, what ho, chaps. International cricket's a non-stop thing these days, isn't it? Yes, it is. You are right. Jay Grover, whilst the 3 of you are definitely a gorilla dream team, you're a trio for the purists. Okay, well,
I'm not sure what
possibly.
that means. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Hattie the Batty says, ooh, Jay Grover, what else is in the goodie bag? Got
Well,
my
I
hoodie
was-
with bat wings on in case I can be asked to fly around and eat a few insects.
Oh no, we're doing overs, aren't we? I keep thinking it's time.
No, it's overs.
We
it's
switched
overs.
format there.
Well, now,
format.
I was a little bit ahead of myself because Alzari Joseph is
Ahead of your time. You're
ahead
the
of my
Martin
time.
Peters of commentary trios.
Are you always going on about Martin Peters? Have you got a problem with him?
Yeah.
No, because he was always 10 years ahead of his time.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
Not quite as an emphasised forehead as Matthew Ford, I would say.
Super
That's
chat, super chat.
Okay.
Coming up.
very exciting 4 on the offside. As Jax is going to get a ball. He hasn't had one for a while. And he works it to mid-wicket. He's going to have to hurry. Throw comes in. In fact, he didn't run in the end. And then the throw
That was
is
sloppy,
going to
sloppy.
yield
He's got 4.
plenty of overthrows. 4 of them, in fact.
Ooh.
So that is a massive bonus. Alzari Joseph will be quite cross. So Jax gets 4 when he might have only got 1.
Who was that with the wild throw?
Well, it
There's
wasn't
nobody
that
backing
wild,
up,
though.
really.
It wasn't that
There's nobody
wild.
backing up.
Nobody backing up, and the bowler. Well, I suppose you can't blame the bowler. He's struggled to get back that quickly to the stumps. But yeah, hands on hips all round.
Well, that was. I'm trying to figure out who that is who threw it. To be honest, it probably he had every right to expect someone would be backing up, and
indeed.
they weren't.
This is nicely played by Jax, but I think it's only going to bring a single. No, they raced back for 2. I'm guessing that there's now a man taken out of the ring and is back at deep backward point. It's a no ball, so it's all going horribly wrong for Joseph.
It's
We're
one
going
of
to get a
these
free
then, isn't
hit. Yeah, absolutely. Now, poor Alzari Joseph, before his free hit, has bowled only 1 ball effectively and gone for 7. So he'll bowl 1 ball after this delivery. And if he gets hold of it, he'll have gone for 13. Is that the most expensive ball in history? Might be up there.
Oh, that's a good thought. Yeah, it must be close to it.
I'm
Anyway.
sure there's probably other balls that have gone for 13.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't have had free hits, would you? How could you, if you without a free hit, how could you ever have a ball go for 13? Anyway, I'll come back to that. Joseph in full, and he's only going to get 1. That's very disappointing. It was right up there in the block hole. He tried to crash it, but only crashed it into the ground. It went away slightly behind square on the leg side, and they got through for the single. Jax goes to 18, 38 for no wicket.
Shall I do that super chat? Have I got
Yeah,
time?
shall I give it a quick jingle?
Go on then.
One of these.
Use your Brian Super Chat.
Well, it's from the fantastic Brian in Brisbane, who's paid money to actually pay more money to send us something.
Wow. Joseph in and just eased into the offside. He took the pace off that, did Salt really, with the bat, and that enables them to come through for a single.
I'll just finish his message, which was to replace the spilt beer. He's given us the door code, which is 0037 for when the man arrives. Keep it safe, beer.
Oh, they
is
might
the
ask,
message for you.
Oh God, they might ask for your fucking date of birth again.
Whose date of birth?
Oh, well, sometimes they ask for date of birth, and I got one guy who was really officious and said no. The guy who ordered it's date of birth.
Oh God.
most of the time, they just took mine. But then there was one time this guy was really officious.
Other times they don't even ask. Joseph in bowls to Jax, who defends into the offside straight to Hetmeyer.
That's utterly ridiculous because clearly you're not going to be he's not going to be the one drinking it.
I know.
Obviously they don't know he's not here, do they? I suppose. Well,
No.
they should do. Maybe you have to give your name and address when you order, Brian. Maybe they think we've got you hostage here, and therefore, therefore
there are worse places to be kept.
So you keep kindly ordering us beer. Not sure why we have to give your age though. Weird.
Yeah, it was weird.
In again to Jax. Jax waits for this and plays it backward as square. Salt has come down from the non-striker's end, anticipating a single. Jax is not interested, so he has to turn around and scamper back. Both batsmen on 18. England 39 for no wicket. One ball of the 8th over. Of course, a reminder that the power play lasts for the first 10, and then more fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
It's all right. I have his date of birth anyway because this happened in the summer.
Oh,
just in case.
Well done. Well done.
Joseph in bowls, defended. Good ball, probing around the top of off or even above it, and defended into the offside. Run rate has risen back up to 4.88, 9 runs effectively off that over, and England are 39 for none.
It's funny how you can not remember where jingles might be when they've been emailed, but if it involves an old email to get a date of birth for beer to be delivered, it incredibly comes to your
because
memory.
Frankly, Brian has my phone number and he WhatsApps me the messages, so I only have to go back a few messages.
Oh well, that's all
and
right.
weirdly enough, we had all the jingles for everyone who was playing today.
Yes, I know we did. Right, Kieran Roseblade, Jay. Whilst I understand the dream team, it does look wrong without Messi's window.
I know.
Yeah, we do understand that. True dat, says Jay Grover himself. Can Bear sort out his alcohol intake? Go harder, says Kieran. Jay Grover, I'll take up the slack, lad, don't fret. Philip Shaw, wine. Some of the wines spelt with WH and some without.
Seals, I think, has changed ends. And the first ball is lifted over mid-off, and it's going to be caught. Well, I say over mid-off, it's going to be caught. Brilliant catch by Joseph running back. And Salt, for the first time, going aerial. And unfortunately, has brought about his downfall. England are 39 for 1.
The crowd says,
I didn't think he was going to get anywhere near that, to be honest.
He's got long arms.
His arms just extended.
Extended out and caught it.
Very good catch.
I want to know if Jay is lacing the sweetie bags with something nefarious.
Well, we were going to see a replay of that dismissal, but immediately it went to an advert about golf. Strangely enough. Don't know what that's all about, but there you go.
Book your golfing holiday.
Got to pay the bills, I suppose. Did you see how much money Sky are hemorrhaging? It's a huge amount. Actually, this isn't on Sky, is it? Of course, it's on TNT.
Oh, so we can talk about it. Anyway, we can talk about it. Tell me, that's good news.
Yeah, I think 240 million or something in a year.
Well, it's not good altogether because if they don't commentate,
they go
someone
out,
else will. Yeah.
Well, yeah. To be honest, though, someone will come in, won't they? Someone will come in. Jordan Cox is coming to the middle, I think, for the first time in an ODI. He's played a couple of T20s, but
he has a jingle that goes like this.
well, he's a kitty man with a kitty plan. If he were in a band, it would not be bland. It's Jordan Cox. It's Jordan Cox. It's Jordan Cox. Jordan
think that leaves you in no doubt as to who it is. And you know, he's been around for a few years, but would you believe, and I suppose it's reflective of what goes on in English cricket these days, he's only played 4 List A innings. He's only played 4 50-over matches in his life at professional level. Anyway, Seals is in. He's got a wide slip, and he drives first ball, but didn't time it. Got it quite low on the bat, I think. Went straight to extra cover. There is no run.
So this is interesting. So why is Sky hemorrhaging so much money?
Various reasons, I think. There was a piece in The Guardian the other day.
Paying too much for sport, probably.
Well, possibly, yeah. Actually, I'm trying to work out whether I think that was the whole of Sky, or whether that was Sky Sports only. I'd have to double check on the article, to be honest.
Well, I might go and search it out when I'm off. Always interesting. Well, no, because I was reading the other day, someone put up on our WhatsApp, didn't they? I mean, Sky paid, what, 250 million for the next set of rights for the cricket or something?
Defended back to the bowler. There is no run.
I mean, what do they pay for the Premier League? Crikey.
Oh, God.
Well, it's billions. It's like 2 billion, isn't it, for the rights or something stupid like that for a 5-year cycle? But it was interesting, wasn't it? Because I think Gary put it up. BBC weren't prepared to pay enough for any international live cricket.
Yeah, that's appalling, really. I mean, when you, I mean, I've been listening to. I don't like podcasts, but I've started listening to them to help me get to sleep. So I've been listening to a lot on BBC Sounds. I'll come back to that after this ball. Seals is in. Oh, that's a good one.
That's the first one to beat the bat tonight.
Yep.
Genuine ball. And
Cox gives that a little nod of appreciation. I never used to nod when someone bowled a good ball to me. He didn't applaud when I hit a good shot. So
probably swore at you.
Probably did. Probably gave me a big send-off or something, you know. Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of podcasts, but the BBC is just churning them out, almost like something like hundreds a day. How much is that costing? And especially when they give a podcast to bloody Michael fucking Gove. Seals in bowls, and it's come off. Well, it's come off the edge. I thought for a moment it was going to go for 4. It went quite fine, but there is a man at third man. So it's just a 1. Cox is off the mark. 40 for 1. You know, the man who wouldn't even stand up and try and reclaim his seat in the general election.
This is really upsetting because we'd have all loved to have seen him booted out.
Exactly. So he cries off that, and then he gets a job as editor of The Spectator, and he gets his own little How I Survived in Politics.
Bullshit. Snorted loads of coke, didn't you?
Robbie Gibb is the man I blame. Onto the front foot goes Jax. Let's not get too political. Defended into the offside. Some people get very upset when we get political, don't they? But you know.
I used to like. Did you read John Crace? His sketches?
I do, indeed.
And how he always had Gove up in his little pigeon loft, taking crack in his crack den.
I need to try and do some catching up, boys.
Do it.
Jay Grover says, I leave them for my adult neighbours. He's talking about his sweetie gift bags. I also decorate the communal areas of my flat. Sadly, due to the election, I've not been feeling it this year. Brian in Brisbane deserves all the Halloween bags, says Jay. We go along with that. Kieran Roseblade, I'm keeping on the soft beer until the election.
What? Soft beer? What is soft beer?
Then bets are off either way. Which election? Oh, I know.
Which
election? The US election, of course.
I think
the US election.
We're going to be on air the day after it happens, aren't we?
Oh, God.
We're on the 6th.
Frank Rockefeller, Gorillas in my time zone, more or less. Well done. We're delighted. Maybe they think the bear looks under 18, bracket Stone. That's harsh.
Joseph Bowles down the leg side. I don't know whether he got bat on that.
I think he did.
No, it's gone off the pad, and it's gone fine. And it's gone for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
However, we're all going to be massively short in regards, or massively long in regards to our estimates for how many runs we scored in the first power play. Because England are only 44 for 1. They've only got 5 balls left. I said 67. What did you say, Tony?
I was edging towards 70 or 80. But
yeah, exactly. So they're going to be well short of that.
It's not the quickest pitch in the world. You've got big boundaries.
Got a long way to go as well.
I think it's a good enough pitch. This ball seems to be coming onto the bat. Okay, I think. Defended. This one was slammed into the wicket, hitting the deck hard, as they used to say. Just back of a length. defended into the offside. Cox has 1 from 6. Jacks has 18 from 22.
Jay Grover also says, I had an officious clerk demanding ID when I ordered he's written eye fryer. I think you meant air fryer.
Yeah, probably. Or it could be Yorkshire, you know.
Well, that's why I was wondering if
an A-up fryer.
If you'd ordered like sort of somebody from the local monastery come round.
Glorious cover drive by Jordan Cox, but half stopped by the man at extra cover. Did escape from him a little bit, didn't go too far, but it allowed Cox to come through for a single. He would have preferred the 4.
Ooh, that was a nice table.
But the Bear's doing some shopping. He's doing some domestic shopping.
It's 24. Yeah, that's why it's a nice table. 25 grand. Fuck.
What? Who would spend that sort of money? Michael Gove, I suppose.
Yeah.
on a
snort his big fat line off that glass
shush
bit in the middle.
now. Shush. Allegedly. Not that helps. In comes Joseph. Bowls. Good ball. Good length. Dead straight. Defended by Jacks. Straight back to him. Jacks has had a rather severe haircut. He took off his helmet a few moments ago.
Buzz cut.
It really is quite a little bit scary, I suppose, for Halloween. 2 for Cox, 18 for Jacks, 45
do Halloween
for 1.
in West Indies? Probably not.
Well, it's not that far from America, is it?
I
Antigua.
don't understand fucking Halloween. I hate it.
I know, me too. I just don't understand why it's become so popular. Onto the back foot he goes, and then just drops us down square. They'll run through for the easiest.
Can you grab me a beer from the
singles.
fridge? Thank you.
Talking of Halloween, here's not Fred.
Yeah.
He's refusing. He's refusing to get it.
No. Jason's getting it.
Right, okay.
Jason's a gentleman.
Yeah.
No, it's because there's money in it for fucking big corporations. And
indeed. It's a bit like Father's Day. Never used to have Father's Day in my
exactly.
time. Every day is Father's Day.
If only.
Joseph in says a man with 3 kids. Defended to mid-wicket. That's the end of my spell for now. Jordan Cox is on 2. Jacks is on 19. 10 overs bowled. Power play finished. 46 for 1. Bear is going to take over. He's going to be joined by Jason on
doing
social.
And Jason,
not Fred on the unsocial.
I can tell you that Philip Shaw about Inspector Gadget is your next YouTube message.
Well, 10 overs gone. Only a paltry 46 for 1 for England. Phil Salt once again not doing really a great deal in this experimental England side with Sammy Curran batting at fucking 6. It's ridiculous. No, you can't do it. No, you can't do it with that one. Oh, okay. There. You're being a pain, aren't you? Just because you like being a pain. You're dropping the wrong end. You're saving me what? You're not saving me anything, Fred.
We're saving it being replaced.
Well,
saving you use of your microphone.
Well, you know, that's what they're there for. That's driven out to cover. As Jaden Sills starts his 5th over, bowling at Will Jacks.
He's bowled really well, hasn't he?
Yeah, they have. England haven't been that aggressive, have they? Really?
No, Matthew Ford didn't bowl particularly well. He went for 4 overs for 23, but Jaden Seals has bowled, 1 for 8 off.
I don't know what to make of this wicket. It doesn't look particularly pacey. Outfield doesn't look particularly quick.
Salt looked a bit out of form.
Yeah, well, it looks like they didn't want to take any chances, doesn't it? Old school ODI nonsense. I thought we were supposed to just be blasé about the whole thing. Driven out to cover and there's no run. Just go for it from the word go. We're more aggressive
in test matches.
Yeah, well, exactly. We're more aggressive in test matches than we are in this bloody shit. But hey.
Well, I thought during the summer they worked out a plan for Salt and Jacks, which Salt would go off like a train and Jacks would build an innings at the other end.
Yeah, but Salt rarely went off like a train, did he?
Well, he did, but he then gets stopped at derailed at about 25.
Yeah, sometimes a lot less than that. Jacks facing up. Jack's got a couple of 80s, didn't he, or something like that? Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. I don't think he's going to last much longer. In fact, nearly dropped by Moti. But he's trying to work that into the leg side. Realised he wasn't going to work it over there. Straightened his bat, but it was all too late, and he's just Q-ended it straight up in the air, just over the bowler's head. Been caught mid-on by Moti. And that is the end of World Jacks, having just given him the bigging up. We have to say goodbye.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, I don't think England will get many runs. And I'm normally an optimist, but I just don't see it.
19 off 27.
Well, I just don't think this batting's deep. And you got fucking Sammy Curran batting at 6.
We've got Bethel at 4.
I know. It's mad.
I mean, I know he's a prospect, but even so.
Well, I do, but I mean, this side is not big on batting, is it, really? I mean, what's Dan Mosley like? Is he better than Sam Curran? I thought he was more of a batsman.
Not.
Don't ask me, I've never heard of him.
Jamie Overton at 8.
Well, he can hit the ball a long way. But,
yeah.
I wouldn't trust his running very much. And he's liable to break at the if he tries to bend over.
I mean, is
he going to bowl? That's the other question.
Well, if he's in here to bat at number 8, that really is a fucking waste of a man. You should just get another batsman in, for crying out loud. Right, next man in is Jacob Bethel.
Jacob Bethel's born in Barbados, now he plays for the English team. They say that he is an all-rounder, but that remains to be seen.
Interesting.
What was that?
That was Jacob Bethel.
Apparently.
Who's new at the crease. England now 46 for 2. I like Jacob Bethel when I saw him. He looks, that's right, he does look like Sammy Curran. He even hangs his mouth open like Sammy Curran. It's a bit disconcerting.
Maybe he's the 5th Curran brother.
Well, you never know. Attempted drive.
Well, he says brother from another mother.
And there is no run.
And father, in case any libel lawyers are listening. Oh, that was an absolute bobble by Moti.
It was, wasn't it? But all you got to do is hang on to it.
Yeah, that was an easy catch. Joseph took a terrific catch earlier, running backwards from deep cover over his shoulder. The first wicket that fell, that was a really good catch.
Alright, right. Seals in. That's left alone by Bethel through the keeper, no run.
Who do you think it is? Ben Duckett?
Wow.
No, Ben Duckett doesn't do that.
Yeah, that was the point. So, Bethel, apparently he's played 5 ODIs, and I've never heard of him. Possibly because I don't watch ODIs. This may be a recurring theme of my comments.
I think he's just graduated from the under-19 squad, either this last World Cup or the previous one.
He's been called into the proper cricket squad as well.
Quite quickly.
I don't mind that so much.
So I think he's 21 potentially. If it was the squad before last World Cup under-19.
Yeah, that's true. Played late at that one. I think he'd gone past him before he decided to play a defensive shot. I think it was a change of mind.
But I think he kind of made it must have been, because I think he kind of made a name for himself the season before
is that a wicket
last.
Lane?
That was a Waden.
Well, we have lots of people on YouTube talking to each other. Our friend Jay Grover is with us. Hattie the Batty. Leah. And who else is there? Kieran Roseblade. Let's just see if I can catch up with where we are. So talk about food and Tesco's, all of which looks very interesting to them, but probably not interesting to the game.
Well, you just carry on chatting there. I do like that he bought a £40 bottle of cognac, super value one.
What?
Pirate Bradshaw, £40 bottle of
cognac. Can't be very good cognac for 40 quid.
Can it not? I don't know. Okay. Alzari Joseph, driven back to the boulder. It's alright.
It's probably 8 quid before the budget.
Well,
don't start on a budget.
That went past me yesterday, and then I found out all the news afterwards.
It's tricky.
I'm glad I'm not a small business.
I'll wait till I'm on with Hendo.
No, don't.
Antigua is the only ground in the West Indies that I've been to. And
is that where you commentated on a test match?
Yeah, I had a terrific time there, I have to say, although the test match was over in 3 days. But it's quite a pleasant place to spend some time.
Ooh, that's a nice shot by Jordan Cox.
Oh, God.
Poor bit of fielding by Jaden Seals. He just ran past it. Nice cut by Jordan Cox. But yeah, Seals ran past it, and it's going to be 4 runs.
In the green room before,
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
when Alzari came on to bowl, Jason said that's going to up the scoring rate. Since then, we've had 2 absolutely horrendous pieces of fielding. One was 4 overthrows, and one it's just gone through the bloke at deep cover, deep backward square rather. And so it looks like Alzari's going for loads of runs, but very little of it has been his fault, to be honest.
Yeah, it's true. He's gone for 15 in 2.2 balls, but yeah, that overthrows is appalling. It's a good throw as well. Didn't miss the stumps by much.
Well,
50's up.
He was never going to be out though, so it's a bad throw.
Well, no, but I don't know. That is defended by Jordan Cox. There is no run. The 50 is up for England, 11.2 overs. Jordan Cox is 6. Bethel yet to get off the mark. West Indies won the toss and decided to bowl. Probably the wise thing to do. Outfield doesn't look particularly quick. It's quite green, really.
It's a little bit bobblier,
yeah,
as I recall. I mean, I haven't been there for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was, but
it's well watered.
It's not as
Yes,
bobbly as the pitch was
I
when
imagine,
the stadium opened. You may recall that
hurricanes
test
and
match.
tornadoes will do that to the ground, make it fairly green.
Yeah.
Alright, that one's guided again down towards third man. Jordan Cox will get himself a single.
Of course, the first game there was called off for being dangerous, wasn't it? And they moved it to the Antigua Rec, which, although hadn't been played on for about 5 years,
was still
turned out a
absolute
decent
road.
good wicket.
Yes.
And England, I think Swan took a hatful of wickets in that game.
I do remember them interviewing the curator at that time.
I mean, it was used as a football ground. It was not used for any cricket at all, and it hadn't been used for years, and they still turned out a decent wicket.
rolled a strip in the centre and put some marks on it, and it was played like an absolute road again.
Well,
yes, slightly odd that Andy Roberts, of all people, were an absolute road for.
Well, the 2 ends are the Andy Roberts end and the Curly Ambrose end at this ground.
That's worked into the leg side by Bethel.
I think both of them would have
Straight to fielder, no run.
enjoyed bowling on it because it's.
Yeah, but Andy Roberts was the curator in question at the time that they did
yes,
the
he was.
the move. No, in typical curator style, turns out to be an interview in shorts.
I mean, it is. It's a nice ground. I mean, it's not particularly distinctive. Although on one side they've got sort of terracing.
You can sit on the terrace,
grass,
can't you?
but
Yeah.
not a slope. It's in terrace. There's like a rice field or something.
That's pulled by Bethel down towards long leg. It'll be a single.
So you get sort of a bit of wall and then flat grass, and then a bit of more wall and a flat grass. So you're sitting on.
You've got
on
sort of
flat.
makeshift edges for which
for
are made
seats.
into seats.
Yeah. You can sort of sit dangling
Hard
over
on
the
the
edge,
arse.
or you could lie down if you want to. So I've always found slopes very overrated to watch cricket because.
And the
it's not
fact it's
easy to
got
get
no stands built up on the sides to allow a breeze through as well.
It has has some seating on one side, and there's food stands, people cooking stuff and selling drinks of slightly dubious provenance.
That could be very distracting though. If this nice waft of some jerk comes over, just as you're thinking about doing something else, and you get
it's
distracted.
probably it's more distracting for the fielders on the outfield, I would have thought.
Well,
change of bowling.
Change of bowling. First time into the attack for this man.
From Georgetown, Guyana, where he had his first nets, to his debut against Bangladesh. He ain't no kid, but his face is fresh. An island boy named Goody who took his chance when spinning the ball in his second test, got a 13-hole. Go, go.
And his first ball is driven straight past him. They're only going to get 1 run though, down to long run. Still going.
Go, Moti, go, go, go. Moti, good at catch.
Some of Perco's jingles for spin bowlers actually last longer than their overs.
Well, indeed. He didn't bowl that second ball, did he?
No, they're faffing around
And there
in
must
the field.
Oh yeah.
Well, left-right combination. This is going to make life interesting for fielding and slow everything up a bit potentially until they work out exactly what their field is for each batsman.
Alright, well, round a wicket, go to Cash, and it is just played out to mid-wicket, clipped off his pads, no run.
You kind of thought that they'd worked all this out beforehand.
Well, yeah, swept. Two leg side is good shot from Jordan Cox. Poor ball, really, just drifting down leg side and just helped on its way, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, he can't bowl that.
No, can't bowl that. It's
to anybody, really.
Meat and drink.
It's a free hit.
Well, it is. I guess if they'd had a man on 45, it might have gone to him.
But only the 7th boundary, and we're in the 13th over. It's not modern 50-over cricket, is it?
Well, no. I don't know what a good score on here is going to be. I just defended out to cover, and there's no one. I just don't like this English side. I think.
No, it's got too many all-rounders in it.
Too many all-rounders.
I mean,
it's almost
who's
like going.
Missing? Who should be there?
Well, Joss Butler, obviously. That's played into the leg side, and there is no run. I still think. Well, I mean, the problem is you've had the Test side is just going off, and it's fucking off to New Zealand. So Harry Brooks not in there.
Right.
Joe Root possibly could be in there.
Is it really any point him still playing the?
Well, I think if he wanted to, I think he should walk into this ODI side. Whether you want him in T20s, that's a different argument. But in an ODI, yeah, I still think he's got lots to offer in ODIs. But hey, they don't seem to want him. Who else the Test scored in the top? Well,
didn't
Pope
they say
be
that
there. Duckett could be in this side. Duckett as an opener in this side. I don't know about Crawley, but I certainly have Duckett.
Didn't they say when they're talking about the ODIs and last ODI World Cup that you need to play it more like a Test match than you do with T20?
Something like that.
You need to build an innings for certainly the top 3 or 4 batsmen.
Well, this is it. I mean, England regularly score 300 in 50 overs in a Test match. Well, actually not regularly, but can do it quite
but
easily.
the fields are different. And
yeah. Well, you can have more fielders out in a Test match.
But you normally have 3 slips in a gully, which you're not going to have in a white ball game. So, and there'll be more boundary fielders earlier. So it's a slightly different.
Yeah.
Not really comparing like we like.
It's nicely driven by Bethel, straight up to mid-off. And I quite like Bethel. I think he's quite organised, like his technique. But yeah, so I mean, there's 3 potential top orders, and then obviously there's the Ben Stokes conundrum, which I don't like. The Ben Stokes conundrum.
Good band.
Well, yeah, it could be. I don't like the
jazz combo. The Ben's.
Well, I said it in the podcast, but I just think allowing him to come back when there's a tournament on is a bit like what AB de Villiers did for fucking South Africa.
Massively destabilising.
Well, exactly, it's massively destabilising. It's unfair on everyone else, and it's a bit stupid, really. And I think it's just attempt to sod off. That's pulled by Bethel. Doesn't get all of it, but there ain't no one out there, and so he will get 4 runs.
2 + 2 is a member.
Famously, they did that before the 2015 World Cup when they had Ravi Bopara batting at 3 for the whole part of it, and then with the last warm-up game, moved him down to 5 or 6 and tried a different plan, just screwed everyone's plan.
Well, that was it. Well, I mean, that was 2015-16 World Cup. That was in Australia, wasn't it? And we had a fucking 7-game warm-up series in a wet Sri Lanka with Alistair Cook as captain, and then he was dropped for the World Cup in Australia. What? Brian's date of birth? Oh, right. Yeah, see, I told you might need it. That's pulled out to deep square leg for middle. It is.
Don't say it on air. Put your mic down. That next ball was on leg stump, and it was pulled away quite nicely. It was timed well. It was just 1 bounce and then another bounce, and then over the boundary for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
More meat and drink for a left-hander, isn't it? Just
Speaking
slightly
of meat and
short
drink,
off
I
the
think
hip.
we have a delivery from the front door.
Well,
they're nicely driven, but straight to the man at point, and there ain't no run. 12 off 16 for Jordan Cox. Bethel 11 off 10. Is that all good? We're having a delivery. This man has decided that they need Brian's date of birth, not mine or anyone else's who answers the door. See, I was prepared. Always be prepared.
Yeah.
Were you in the Boy Scouts?
I was briefly.
Not much else to do in the Hertfordshire in the 1970s.
80s, I'll have you know, when I was a scout.
70s.
Oh, now that's edge, but it would have been caught beautifully by a third slip or second slip, but I ain't none of them. And instead, it gets guided down to third man 4 runs. Is that all good, yeah, Tone? Excellent. 4 more runs.
Well, complaining about the lack of boundaries has been
3
in a row.
boundaries in this over. And guess who's bowled it? It's that man who goes around the park.
Yeah,
How's Ari
he
Joseph?
does. But these have been more down to him, I think, than the
Yeah.
previous ones.
But it's reinforcing my point that was made dubiously when they were all extras.
Run rate back up over 5. Joseph in, and Bethel just drops that down towards third man. He'll get himself a single. England 72 for 2 after 14.
Firstly, our thanks to Brian for whatever has
Very
been
much,
delivered.
yeah, very much. Thank you, Brian. As
will
always.
You very well appreciated. Kieran Roseblade has talked about some cheap cider.
Ooh.
Maybe not.
I'm not a cider man myself.
Yeah, well, yes, the cider and that you like drinking, and the cider that you drink to get drunk.
Yeah.
And no, the sooner you graduate from the latter, the better.
Well, cider I just find too sweet.
It's about the only alcohol that I do drink, actually.
Whiskey.
Yeah, remembering
Whiskey and beer, that's me.
No, from my youth, K cider and Diamond White, which is absolute rocket fuel.
And hooch.
Well, I never got to hooch. That was, thankfully.
K. I one like K because it came in a fancy can. That one was played up towards long on.
Hooch was in bottles, wasn't it?
Yes.
Alco Pops.
Hooch. And
The
Wicked.
one of the first Alco Pops. That's not cider.
No, that was sort of lemon flavoured alcoholic sweet stuff.
Then there was that blue Wicked shit.
I don't think that was the official name.
Yeah, it should have been. It'd been cool. That's the defended square on the offside, and there ain't no run. And that was just really, really sweet.
That's just to hide all the alcohol in it.
Yeah, well, of course. Driven by
like
Cox.
it's a bad thing.
Flat. And flat delivery.
Oh, we have a super chat.
Super chat game, super chat game, super chat.
GC Naked Fun. Is Brian's birthday 6969 by any chance?
No.
No, I don't think so. It's some other combination.
Let's play Guess the Birthday.
Yeah, and we won't tell you the answer. That one is just defended out into the offside, and there is no run. We won't be.
You
We
have
won't
to
be
pay
allowing you.
£1 for each entry.
Yeah. We're not going to allow you to steal Brian's data on this show.
No,
You know.
well, I had to stop you from saying it over the air, to be fair. So, thank you, Brian, as ever, for your huge contributions to the upkeep of guerrilla cricket.
Tossed up, played into the leg side, out to mid wicket, and there ain't no run.
And if you want to join Brian and send us goodies, then get in touch at guerillacricket@gmail.com, and we will let you know how to do it.
Yeah. Or you could just become a patron, or super chatters.
And we'll spend the money.
We'll spend the money on booze anyway. That one is played up towards mid-on, but it's fielded by Moti on his follow-through. There is no run, and it's a drinks fucking break. Drinks break? They need a drinks break?
Drinks breaks are worse than the international
it's
windows in
it's
football,
hard
aren't they?
work.
15 overs.
No, just patting the ball around and not hitting boundaries.
It's 2 games at the moment, really. It's Alzari going for boundaries at one end and no runs from the other.
Who's surprised that Jay Grover likes Diamond White by any chance?
Jay likes anything.
Lifesaver when I were homeless.
Sorry, I'm simultaneously translating Jay Grover into English. It's
into
quite
RP,
difficult.
yes. White Frost. He's also come up with another one.
Yeah, I've had White Frost. They sell that across the road from me.
Is that the little version of Diamond White?
No, it comes in bigger bottles. But I sometimes I boil a ham in cider.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's really
same
good.
as like boiling it in Coke, which basically it tears down the muscle structure, and makes it quite
soft,
easy.
Well,
it's very nice.
Isn't it beer flavoured steaks and stuff, don't they?
But
Sort of
occasionally,
do
fucking Sainsbury's isn't selling big bottles of cider, so I have to go across the corner shop. And last time I had to buy 2 cans of cider because no one's selling fucking bottles anymore. I don't know why this is.
Probably a law.
I nearly won a Lamborghini on that the other day.
Cans and/or bottles are both recyclable, so what's the difference really from an eco point of view?
Well, it's only it does.
The only thing I can think of is the taste. You get a little sort of metallic tint on cans occasionally.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, when you're
bottles
cooking
are much
with
better
it, when
than
you're cooking
cans.
with it, it doesn't really matter. But then I wonder whether it's the cost or something to do with alcoholism. When they don't sell big bottles of 2-3 litres anymore. I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, this game is
going nowhere.
Yeah, well, it's not going along particularly fast. England have got to 74 for 2 after 15 overs, so nearly 5 and over.
So
which puts a score at nearly. Well,
no.
Imagine they'd be able to accelerate in 300 isn't
250-ish,
possible.
but you haven't factored in the all-rounders collapse yet.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this goes to my point. When you were saying all-rounders, this reminds me of a side under Adam Hollyoake or something, where
where you
in sort of
filled it with people
mid
like
to late 90s, endless fucking all-rounders who were neither great at one or the other.
Yeah.
What was that game in Australia where 8 wickets fell for 1 run the other day and it was a wide?
That was West Australia versus
against
somebody.
Tasmania or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, fix, was it?
Yeah, but
well, who knows?
I do remember those mid-90s, late 90s sides with people like Mad Ronnie Irani in them.
Yeah, we had Ronnie O'Rani, we had Hollyoakes, both Hollyoakes.
Doogie Brown.
Mark Elam. Although Mark Elam was quite good, I always thought he was quite good. And then you have Ravi Vapara. All these people were all-rounders. And no real structure.
Yeah, so they're proficient in both things, but
not
masters.
really good. Yeah, exactly. And
Jack of all trades.
That was the way that
Will
people
Jackson
thought you
all
should
trades.
go.
Well,
we're seeing
some ethnic art.
We're seeing tourist adverts for
Antigua
and Barbuda. Don't forget Barbuda. Even though most of it was flattened in some kind of a hurricane or something a few years ago. As I spent a week there. Went for a test match, ended in 3 days, and had sort of 3 days to kill in Antigua. So one day on the beach, that's about as much as I could possibly manage. And there's not a huge amount to do on the island. That doesn't involve sitting in a bar.
No, I imagine not.
This is a change.
Ooh.
This man is back in vogue, and he has the ball in his hand.
Rust on cheers.
His first ball is ballooned up towards the man on the 45. Fortunately, it doesn't carry to him, and there's no run.
But did he get 8 wickets in a test?
7 or 8.
Might have been 8.
8 wickets where they basically didn't turn the ball, and people played
all around it,
or inside balls that went straight on.
That one, back goes Jordan Cox and just plays it up to long on and gets himself a single. Yeah, and this side reminds me of that, which doesn't bode well. These two batting all right now, I suppose. I mean, England probably want 300 on the board.
Consolidation, but it's just so out of line with
does,
what England are doing.
It does beg the question that Bear posed originally: what is a good score on this ground in these conditions?
But I mean, McCullum has been given this team as well, hasn't he?
Yes. But, he's
not yet because
he's not taking it over until after Christmas, I believe.
Right.
Because it's really busy before Christmas and he doesn't want to do that. So that's cut out towards deep point and there's no run.
But we often find that the tests and the one-day things sort of almost overlap, so it's going to be very difficult for him to do both.
Well, I think that's the point, isn't it? I think that the Canada kind of calmed down a bit next year. You've got, I think after Christmas we've got the Champions Trophy is in sort of February, which is only
not another one.
Well, it's only a couple. Well, I like the Champions Trophy. It's quick and done very quickly. That's a horrible wide down the leg side.
That'd have been a wide in a test match.
Yeah, well, I don't think so. But so as a warm up to that, I think we go to India in January, don't we, and play about 7 or 8 white ball games. Then we got the Champions Trophy in Pakistan. Where
God.
India probably aren't going to play anyway, and that's played up to mid-on the zone. Has there been a solution to that yet? Decided? Because presumably
solution to Kashmir.
What the pitch is?
No, not the solution. No. Well, presumably India will refuse to play in Pakistan.
I thought they said they play their games in the UAE.
Well, yeah, that was one solution, but I don't think Pakistan were particularly happy with that. And presumably India have to play Pakistan, and Pakistan would obviously want to play India at home. I mean, Pakistan went to the World Cup in India, That's cut by Bethel out to backward point.
He looks like a young Chris Broad.
Well, a little bit, but he also looks like Sammy Cohen. But, you know, Pakistan go to India. Why the fuck won't India go to Pakistan? Are they, you know, I just think it's a bit outrageous, really. And that's driven out to deep extra cover and so on. Do they have so much clout that they can just push this shit about?
India can.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it's a bit wrong, really.
They'd be more of a target.
Well, yeah, they would be, but I'm pretty certain.
I'm pretty sure they can manage to arrange their security appropriately.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you pretty sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that the Pakistani authorities wouldn't want anything happening to the Indian cricket team in Pakistan. I'm sure there's be some nefarious people about, but I mean, I wouldn't have thought so. That's a replay. That's not even live, guys. We saw that picture earlier.
These are just inserts from the Antigua Tourist Board.
Looks nice.
This whole series is
the
just.
sea looks really good.
He's
done a little lap sweep ramp over the top of the keeper. It's not going to make it to the boundary. I don't think his outfield's particularly quick. And that will be 2 runs to Bethel. He's batting quite well, actually. 21 off 20. Yep. Looking pretty confident. Not a lot of pace on that.
As I described him in the green room, I said he's an organised cricketer. He's
Yeah,
got cricketing brain in him.
Is it. Yeah, exactly that. He does look. He gives you a sense of calmness, as that one's just defended behind square and there's no run.
He has a plan, unlike some people.
Can he bat number 3 in a test match?
Bethel.
There's no such thing as openers
well,
and
he's
number
in
threes anymore in test matches.
Clipped nicely off his pads by Bethel. Out to deep square leg for a single.
We were also discussing him being dragged into the red ball squad, didn't we? In the green room.
Well, that's what I mean.
I was a bit surprised. I mean, how much
I think the idea is to
cricket
bloody him
did he
early.
play last season for
Warwickshire?
Did he play for Warwickshire?
Yeah, yes, he did.
Did he play much? Was he in their county championship team all season?
Yes, I think so.
Right.
Apart from those periods where we had a white ball tournament.
Right.
That's defended. Out to cover, and there is no run. I mean, I presume Jordan Cox played in the championship. I mean, these guys.
He did until he was injured. He was not available for the Surrey game, which cost Essex that game. And
might have made a difference in the championship.
Yes.
Well, that's reverse swept from about leg stump, and he might have toe ended it because he looks at the Q end of his bat. He's gone straight to cover instead of gone fine.
It's difficult to reverse sweep the ball to
and he did
cover.
get something like 900 first class runs last year.
What, Bethel? Or
no,
Cox. Okay. Driven back past Moti.
Well, through.
Yeah. Didn't really field off his own bowler. And it'll be a single up to long off.
Do you know in baseball when a ball finds its way through a fielder's legs, they say that's gone through the wickets, which is quite an interesting terminology, really.
I wonder if they actually opt to do stats on errors now in the same way that they do for baseball.
It's difficult, even in baseball. It's so subjective.
It's a subjective matter, yes. Should you have stopped
the
that
only
point more than
advantage
15 yards?
I mean, if you're Alzari, you'd be in favour of it because those runs don't go against the pitcher in baseball if it comes from an error. So I don't think we're going to rewrite 150 years of cricket stats.
2 straight from Roston Chase, and it's just clipped round the corner to man 45, but they don't get a single.
So there's no cricket equivalent at the moment of ERA then?
No, there isn't.
Earned run average for...
yeah, but basically that means that it's an
this
average, but
concept
if
of
there's an
earned run-
error, it doesn't go against the bowlers, they go down as errors. So, but I mean, it doesn't make any difference.
Defended by Jordan Cox out into the covers. No run.
The Dodgers just beat the Yankees in the World Series, which I didn't really watch. It's like sort of syphilis versus gonorrhea. You know,
Is that the LA Dodgers?
Yeah.
Formerly the Brooklyn Dodgers. So there's a bit of local rivalry still after about 50 years of transplantation.
Driven up to long on, there's no one. What the 2 teams I thought it was, New York Yankees and the New York Mets, isn't it?
The Mets are in New York. Yeah, Dodgers used to be in New York a long time ago. their main rivalry is with the Giants, who also used to be in New York a long time ago. They
Yes.
went to San Francisco. So it's now a West Coast rivalry rather than a New York rivalry. But, yeah, I mean, really two teams that people don't like.
Well, who cares? That's cut nicely by Bethel, but there is a man out on the boundary. It'll just be the one run.
So yeah, the Yankees are really like the money bags team of the.
Yeah, they're sort of the Man United, you might say.
They're doing as badly as Man United, though.
Well, they haven't won for quite a while.
Did you enjoy the game on Sunday?
Did I enjoy the game on Sunday? Well,
Arsenal.
Arsenal-Liverpool?
Yeah.
No, not really, no.
Worked into the leg side and there's no run. I thought it was a good game, actually.
It wasn't a bad game, yeah.
It's a good draw for us. I was quite
Yeah.
happy with that.
Yeah.
Well, got out of jail a little bit.
Well, maybe, but you've got to do that when you're playing away against a big team, don't you? Win at home and not lose away. Attempted cut by Jordan Cox, but hits it straight to mid-off.
I think that needs one
No
of
run.
Fred's back foot pushes over extra cover there.
Well, it's strange. He's managed to reverse sweep the ball to extra cover and cut the ball to mid-off. These are quite hard things to do. So the ball is not going anywhere close to where he's trying to.
I think it's quite a slow pitch.
Yeah, it's just not coming on. And we saw that with the wickets as well, perhaps.
Yeah.
And a couple which just fell short of the fielders. It just looks like it's a pitch for the bowlers to take the pace off.
That sea looks wonderful.
They do claim to have 365 beaches in Antigua, one for every day of the year.
Really?
That's one of their slogans. I don't know what you do in a leap year. You may have to use a beach twice, which is no fun. Nobody wants to do that. But I'm not really a beach person. But there are some other good, interesting things to see in Antigua. Sorry, Jason, I'm cutting into your socials.
It's all right. Philip Shaw says, right said Fred about something.
Everything Fred says is
Cornelius, David says, boring cricket.
Yeah, boring middle overs.
Well, yeah, we are around abouts there as Jacob Bethel forces that out to the covers, and there is no run. It's nearly 7:30. It's nearly my bedtime.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get an early finish tonight.
Well, yeah, it seems to go quick, and then the last 10 overs take fucking forever, don't they? Where everyone's trying to splatter it around the park, unless England lose lots of wickets.
I think Mark Arnold sums up to this match saying, am I being disingenuous, or does this match have all the tension of my granny's knickers?
Well, it's ODI cricket, and it's meaningless ODI cricket at that, as it's played out to the covers, and there is no run.
Tautology.
Well, you know, I mean...
Oh, it's a very vital warm-up for the Champions Trophy. Let's not...
It's a crucial first match.
I mean, that is the problem, isn't it? I mean, the problem with the cricket calendar is it's just so fucking full these days.
Yeah. And the football calendar. I was having an argument about the League Cup with Hendo yesterday on Twitter.
Oh,
What a
really?
pointless competition that is.
Well, it is a little bit. I mean, that's driven out to covers and there's no run. I mean, Liverpool played a change side at 8 changes, and I think Brighton did the same.
Yeah.
And fair enough, it's a B team competition.
Yeah, but I mean, the last 8 are all Premier League teams, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, and they're not taking it seriously. So
Yeah,
you have to wonder.
they only
what the
take
point
it seriously when they might take it seriously when they get to semi-finals.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just clutter.
Yeah. It's all for the TV audience. I mean, this is it. Who actually watches it? I mean, I completely forgot it was on. That's clipped into the leg side and it's on until about 9:30. Well, no, I might check the score at half time actually, and then I thought, oh, maybe I'll watch that. And by the time I got to the lounge to think about watching it, I'd forgotten it was on. and completely
That
forgot
may
about
say
it.
more about you, actually, Bear, to be fair.
No, it says more about the quality of the game, so it's never mind the quality, feel the breadth.
And usually I'll watch sport over anything else, really, if it's live sport.
Yeah, if there's football on the telly, you'll watch
Same with cricket, but now I just don't. I don't think I do, really. I'm not that fussed. There's so much of it. That's cut well by Bethel, but, it's a square drive, actually, off one knee. Would be a better description of it. But it's gone out to point, and there is a fielder out there, it'll only be one run.
Yeah, he did cut it, but he was about 6 inches off the ground at the point of connection.
That's a nice. I call it a square drive. 30 balls since the last boundary.
And the run rate has gone down very slightly from 5 to 4.5, so we're edging into those boring middle overs.
See where the run line is. If they're putting it at about 260, I might go over.
Kiss of death, that'd be.
Well, it might be. Oh, well, actually, I'll change that because Jordan Cox has just tried to pull down the leg side, got him straight up in the air. It's been caught by...
Even the bear thinking of putting a bet on has lost an
Well,
English wicket.
Well, you didn't get
It's got
that
the
under.
Cleety, and there is an out. There's an out. That's actually a baseball term. Yeah, he's gone to put it. He's toe-ended it. It's maybe a little bit slow on him, and it's gone straight off. I think it's Cleety, isn't it? It's called that. Carty, sorry, not Cleety. Casey Carty.
Casey
Carty. Anyway, what it is one of these.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Promising start from Jordan when he was scoring at roughly a run a ball, but then he got becalmed for a long time. I think that was the net result of it.
Someone else is out. Oh, look, the skipper's coming in now. This guy.
I am Liam Livingston. I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the tests it's white.
Hope there's no Stone Roses fans listening to that.
I don't know. I quite like it as a jingle. It works.
That's still an amazing song, actually. I heard that about a couple of months ago.
That's a classic.
It's an unbelievable track, really.
Yeah, it is.
All 8 minutes of it.
It's brilliant.
2 songs really in one. It just turns into a riff, which is just, it's still packs a lot of punch, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Brilliant. It is a classic. I'd say it's a classic. England runs 267.5. I'm going under.
You were just going over.
Yeah, I'm going under, now.
under.
He has no confidence in the lower order.
No, I have no confidence in lower order.
The Bears
whatsoever.
going under. Nothing to do with the budget, but...
no, we're not going to get into the budget.
We're going to have a change after this over.
Oh, we are.
Jason's staying on. Bear and I are leaving.
Tony's coming back, and Ajit should be joining us.
So Tony's going to go and sit in Bear's seat, I would have thought.
Yep.
I should leave my mic plugged in for my return.
Liam Livingston defends his first ball square on the offside, and there is no run.
Where's that talking coming from?
What talking? It's on the soundtrack. It's on the crowd are talking to
the
you.
Crowd noise 5,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's clipped into the leg side by Livingston to mid wicket.
They're talking very loudly from our effects mic.
Yeah. See, they go way. It's the man who goes way. He used to have he used to have a Twitter account. That one is played up to long on for a single.
We should make a list of all the spoof Twitter accounts that have been Cracked a Bear and various others. GC related.
In fact, come on. The man who goes away, reactivate your Twitter account and tweet me. If you're there. Are you there?
And don't use your alter ego, which I presume he has a valid one somewhere else.
Yeah, probably. That one is defended. And by Bethel, and there is no run. Current run rate's 4.44. 36 balls since the last boundary.
It just looks
2 runs off this over.
As soon as the ball gets the shine off and the hardness out, it gets very slow and very hard to score.
Yeah, pretty much. Last ball of our stint, clipped by Bethel, past mid-wicket, up towards long on. It will be a single. Bethel will retain the strike. He's on 26 off 31. He can indeed. England are 89 for 3 after 20 overs. Not great. Livingston is 1 off 3. Ajit isn't here. Tony is. You're coming in here, mate.
And we'll make sure you press the right one. Meanwhile, as we see the scorecard, Salt is And Ford is going to come in, and that's driven to the offside by Bethel. Takes a single and moves to 90 for 3. Ford, who's to be relatively expensive, 25 off his 5 overs and a ball. A man with much potential, but I think has to have the opportunity to show it. At the moment he's probably a bit too inconsistent.
Yeah, he was struggling with his range a little bit early on.
But bowling a lot better in his second spell. That's a nice shot by Livingston. Driven down past mid-on, and they scamper through for 2. As someone lumbers around, fields the ball and hurls it back in.
We're supposed to be joined by Ajit, aren't we?
We are.
He's not here, is he?
I'm not sure he can work out when 20 overs and 1 ball is meant to occur. No, he's not had the experience of these things. And same ball, almost the same repeat, but just not quite up to the bat enough, and Livingston just punches it back to the mid-on, and there is no run. England 92 for 3. Livingston looking a little less frantic than he has done in previous.
Well, it's been England's approach until they've got out. They've all been out to aerial shots, preceded by quite cautious by white ball standards cricket.
That's short and whipped around off his front knee by Livingston, but he's hit the man, and that's only a single.
See, I don't think the ball's coming onto the bat particularly.
Not now the hardness has got out of it.
No, exactly.
I think this is going to be one of those cumulative type games where you need to manage your resources. Anyway, it's Bethel on strike now. He's on 27 off 32. Ford is going to come round the wicket to him, and that's, oh dear, that is tried to hoik that away.
Same problem again.
Yeah, it's too short, gone straight up in the air, and cover takes an easy catch. That's the end of Bethel, and England go further into a hole. They're now 93 for 4.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh,
oh dear.
Yeah, it was
what a damn
literally
squib for me to start on.
Well, you did well there. It was all going. Well, it wasn't going particularly okay, Ajit. I've got to be honest. I don't think we can completely blame you. Bit of a rush of blood, though, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
not sure
he
he needed
was
that.
under control. I don't know what he was doing. That is, playing at 80, if you play up to the 40th over, you've done a wonderful job here, I thought. Still very young. A bit immature yet.
What do you...
Right. I think he's going to grow into his role, isn't he?
Anyway, it gives a chance for another one of England's panoply of all-rounders in the middle and late middle order to come to the crease. It'll be I do believe, the left-handed blonde Surrey powerhouse.
You're not saying surely it's not Sam Curran already, is it? We are in trouble if it is. Oh Lord, it is. Here he is.
Why? Oh, all right.
Is he a better of the land?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
His notes from too far away.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
Literally every time England have gone for a big shot, it's cost them a wicket.
Is it that the pitch is a bit slow? Does the ball sit in the pitch, sort of? It's not coming onto the bat as England batters are
That's
thinking.
what we think it is.
Well, possibly. I mean, we saw some lovely drives from Jacks and indeed from Salt, who looked comfortable. Both went in trying to go large. Admittedly, one to an extremely good catch, and that's been the case for every wicket.
Oh dear.
It's a wide by Ford to greet Sam Curran to the crease.
He was almost testing the edge of the pitch, as it were.
And some coaching going on the boundary edge between the West Indies players and the
He
bowling
looks
coach.
a little like former New Zealand cricketer James Franklin, doesn't he? That gentleman there.
I don't think it is.
No, I think
Fabulous for Middlesex was James Franklin. Lovely chap.
Correct.
That's bunted up to mid-off by Curran, no run. That's the end of the over. It's 21 overs gone, and 94 for 4 England.
Right, then let's have a look. I would imagine lots of people are going, what are England up to? Let's see. Leah, hi Ajit, there you go. Jay Grover, Leah, he'd well. I need to get this. Billy Stevens, Billy, who was on in the Bishop and Bear this week. Why is it that England have struggled to get the tempo of their ODI innings right recently? That's why I believe Root has to come back into the side. A point you were making, sat perched at the Bishop and Bear bar this very week, Billy, and we tend to agree with you.
Was he the one with all the peanuts?
No, what, the peanuts in his beard?
Yeah.
No, that was when we had
Probably
Mr. Rumblepants on a while ago.
Anyway, it's Chase to continue, who does his best to run straight through Livingston to field that ball, but Livingston allows him access to field that, and that's
He's a
no
big
run.
bloke, Chase. Not a good idea to get in this
I
one.
should say, if Mr. Rumblepants is listening, I only made that story up completely just because of the beard.
And again, trying to push the ball past the crease. This time Chase runs behind Livingston to field it, but close enough to be discomforted slightly. Here's the third ball. This is a very good line. That's one's just slightly more turn on it. It's played slightly squarer. It goes to the man on towards the boundary at mid-wicket, and that's an easy single for Livingston.
Even as the shot was played, what was mid-wicket doing? His back was to the ball. Anyway, that's another story. But coming back to what I was trying to say, a good chance for Livingston to show his growth, his maturity, because 4 starts for England, 4 starts thrown away, a couple of late teens and a couple of and 120, so 127. So I think Bethel would be the most disappointed of all of them. But well, they have some more rebuilding here.
Yeah, well, they have perhaps their 2 most experienced one-day cricketers at the crease now, so they should know what to do in this situation. That's pushed out into the offside and by Curran, and they take a single.
You would expect a bit more from Salt. I mean, he's played 50 plus limited overs games for now for England. Maybe
Yes,
this was
but
also a chance. For
he
him.
did look somewhat out of sorts to my eyes in the green room. So slightly quicker by Chase, but he's punched off the back foot by Livingston down to the man at wide, long on, and another single was taken.
He's done well to ride the bounce there. That could have gotten up on him if he was still standing on the back foot, on the front foot, and lobbed one to mid-wicket, I suppose. But so he's played that well. And here you see this gentleman again, the one who tried coaching.
It does look a lot like.
bothering.
I grant you, it does look like James Franklin. I don't think it is James Franklin, but
it's not.
I see
having
the
a chat
likeness.
with Darren Sammy as they're watching their proteges go well. That's just pushed out to point by Curran to end the over. Curran's on 1, Livingston on 6. 22 overs are gone, and England are 97 for 4.
Ooh, now this is interesting. Kieran Roseblade with Ford playing. I was thinking of trying to do a vehicle 11. So far, I've got Ford, Nisanka, and Brian Larder.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I'm sure there's plenty of opportunities for that. It's the sort of
Plenty
thing-
more punny things that Tony will be thinking of in the meantime.
they're all ticking away already. At the thinking of Benz or anything to do with Benz. What other makes of
Ben
cars?
Stokes. Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes. Ben's Stokes. Ben
Oh,
Stokes. There you go. We got one between us. Possibly be captain. News about Ben Stokes this week, by the way, chaps, was just awful.
I know. No
He
wonder
shouldn't
he
have stayed.
No wonder he looked distracted for that third test.
What is this news? Have I missed something?
Anyway.
Oh yeah, you have, and we'll tell you in a bit.
Ford is it Ford? Yes, it is.
It is Ford. He continues. Yes.
And that's defended by Livingston. Back to the bowler. There's no run. Basically, Ben Stokes' house was entered into and stolen, and goods were stolen whilst he was during the second test, whilst his family were in the house.
Yeah, masked. I think armed. It was.
They were very traumatised.
This is terrible.
I'm surprised he didn't go home, I got to say.
But you can clearly see why his mind was elsewhere during the third test, and that's punched nicely by Livingston, but not well enough to beat either the man at mid-wicket or the wide mid-on.
No wonder he looked so out of sorts, throwing his bat in the air and such. Still, it's a very tough place to be. I mean, you're so far away from home, and you can only talk so much on the phone to your loved ones, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, coming back to the things at hand, Livingston looking very stylish. I think he's sort of setting out a stall.
And that's rising on Livingston. He tries to work it run it down to third man, but can't beat the gully.
While England may not have much of a choice here, I think West Indies will be very happy to see 2 or 3 or 4 runs being conceded every over. Wow. Sort of a sameness to these sort of dismissals between at least how Bethel got out and Jacks got out. It could be carbon copies of each other.
Both players were basically sitting on the back foot trying to whack the ball, and it just didn't come onto the bat. And it got an edge as a result. That's short and wide, and Livingston smashes that past the extra cover. The man on the boundary runs round the field, and that's another 2 runs to Livingston. England almost up to 100 now. 99 for 4.
I've got another run for our car team. I don't know if it has to be current players, but John Carr.
Oh,
John
yes,
Carr.
Middlesex player.
Yeah, Renault. I mean, there is also a Renault car.
Car.
His name's Car, KWAR,
Ford car,
isn't it?
yeah.
Ford car, that's it.
Dear.
Guided down to third man by Livingston, who just opens the bat and takes the easy run on offer, and that's
the 100 for England finally after 23 overs. Not too bad yet. They have one more ball left. My apologies. But I was about to say that shot that Livingston had played before the Punny car example, it was a 4-hand cross court, wasn't it?
I thought it was more inside out, forehand.
Oh, fair enough. Inside out forehand as well. But that looked like a tennis shot. The way the ball was delivered, the way it sat up, his footwork, everything looked very tennis.
Yeah, it's a very tennis bally bounce with this
Also
ball.
tennis bally bounce, yes.
Last ball the over by Ford to the left-handed Curran. That's nicely played off the back foot. That's beautifully timed. Past extra cover, past the man on the boundary, and into the rope for 4.
This is going to have to be my go-to favourite jingle now. I can't play Billie Holiday for dismissals anymore.
That was a lovely shot. No, classy, off the back foot, all the way along the ground, beautifully timed.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Very. I mean, he at least looks in good touch, good nick, this lad.
Ooh, there's a few coming in now. There's Sangakkara.
Yeah.
Says Kieran.
Sangakkara. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Answering his own brief on Carr. Owen Morgan. Well,
Yes.
of course. Yeah. John Morris and Ian Austin. Perfect, says Mark
Well, there's
Arnold.
plenty of Morrises. There's Morris for England, Morris for South Africa, Morris for Australia. Chase to continue, and that's worked square on his legs by Livingston. Trot through for a single as the ball rolls gently to the man coming in from the boundary.
Well, I'm thinking if somebody out there matches a description or a punny name like a Skiroko or something, nothing comes to my mind. Renault, well, okay.
Chase ran the wicket to Curran. Slightly faster ball. Curran is a bit late on the ball and just covers up and defends, not really getting a defensive stride in, just playing it with his hands.
Would we get away with calling Richie Renault? Richie Renault?
Richie Renault. Oh, I like Richie Renault, actually. Richie Renault, that's very good.
That one's again by Chase. That turns slightly in. All Curran can do is push it off the back foot to point. No run. England 105 for 4.
I think run rate wise they are keeping above 4 and over. This looks like a 240 to 260 pitch. It doesn't really look like a 300 pitch at all.
And rinse and repeat from Roston Chase. He's bowling a very good line and length here.
Yeah.
Curran at the moment is finding it hard to pierce the field because there's no pace on the ball. He can't work the angles.
I'm surprised they haven't gone all spin if they'd watched England and Pakistan. It's
Yeah.
kryptonite. Obviously, different players, different colour ball.
Floated and just pushed into the offside. They
Oh
go for a
dear,
quick
that's
single,
one.
and they get away with that. I think had that been a direct hit, it would have been very close. As it was, it's just over the top of the stumps, and Curran gets a single that maybe that shot didn't quite deserve.
And I don't know what Lewis was doing. He threw it with everything he had from about halfway between point and cover. There was no way. Probably Chase is going to get a hand on it. It's a strong bloke. Looks like Evan Lewis.
Second
He didn't.
sloppy bit of lack of backing up effectively tonight.
And,
Yeah. It didn't cost them though. There was somebody.
Good ball,
backing the back.
defended. That ends the over by Livingston. Chase is 0 for 15 off 5 overs. He's been very economical. And England are 106 for 4.
Right, Jay Grover says, hooray, happy Halloween to Ajit. There you go.
Oh, thank you, and wish all our listeners.
Holden
happy
rather
Halloween.
than Holding, said Kieran
Holden,
Roseblade.
the great.
Oh, yes. Kieran
Oh, dear.
Roseblade sounds
Max
like...
Holden even.
Yes, Max Holden.
Holden.
Jay Grover
was-
says, Kieran Roseblade sounds like a Sri Lankan socialised healthcare scheme. Interesting
I
thought.
was.
Oh, Ricky Pontiac, says Mark
Ricky
Arnold.
Pontiac.
That's a good one.
I was going to go Jason Holden, but somebody got to it.
Yeah,
Jason
no,
Holder.
that one's already there.
It's already taken. Yes.
Kieran says, what about the legendary Worcester physio Mick Canick? Tricky one. But yes,
and we're going to have a change of bowling. Ford is going to come off after his spell has
I think
done
he
some damage.
doesn't want to hear any more car puns. He's going, what have I
Yeah.
started? It's time for me to get off.
And it's going to be the
Exactly.
tall, lanky, rangy Antiguan Alzari Joseph.
Alzari Joseph.
And that's on the money immediately.
Alzari Joseph.
Just dropped into the offside. Livingston runs down the wicket thinking there's a single, gets sent back. But there's
Well,
no danger really.
Of so many of the very classy jingles that we have, that one might be very close to the top when it comes to panache.
Lots
The
and
one
lots
for
of
Alzari
dub and
Joseph.
reverb on it.
Reverb is one, indeed.
And
Very nice, very classy sounding. Yeah.
Alzari Joseph hoping that this second spell will be an improvement on the first, where he went for 30 or 4 overs. That's
Oh dear.
played under his eyes by Curran, trying to run that down to third man. And it's a good stop by the man at back per point.
Chase. He's very good there. Long, rangy guy as well. And he's very good. He's a good guy to have. Why I said oh dear is, I mean, what is Alzari doing? I think for all the talent that he has, the pace, he's sort of thrown it away a little these couple of months. He'll want a way back in.
Well, I did say in the green room that he tends to go around the park, and initially that was because lots of extras were happening on his bowling, but in his last couple of overs he went for genuine runs.
Correct.
And that's defended off the back foot by Curran. Can't beat the cover. There is no run.
He could use a parsimonious spell as well. But also, apart from Halloween, happy Deepavali or happy Diwali to all our listeners out there, whoever is celebrating it, the Indian Festival of Lights. And at the right time of the year too.
Is there a West Indian Festival of Lights? Is there a carnival around about
Maybe
this time?
there is. There's enough of a South American influence and enough of an Indian diaspora there. That's possible.
And that's dropped into the ground, and they scamper a quick single by Curran.
Very nicely
Finally, he
done. Very
managed to get
niftily
it.
done.
Yes, both batsmen went straight away. In the end, it was a very comfortable single.
I think the guy on covers or the guy at mid-off was also on his heels as well. So they spotted that right. Weighted it beautifully. Correct.
A few more cars are coming in, I can tell you that.
Oh, all right.
Suleiman Benz says Pirate Badshah, which is very good.
Yeah. It's short off the back foot, defended by Livingston. Thinks about a single, runs a third of the way down the wicket, gets sent back. One ball in the over remaining. Joseph has done well this over. He's only gone for one in it.
That's the whole point. I think he will take this he'll be very happy to take those few quiet overs. I'm sure he has the pace. Somehow people have learned to anticipate that he's not very good at the lengths that he bowls. And with that much pace, you're going to be a little bit of a liability if you're not careful.
Anyway, here he comes, last ball, and that's again mistimed by Livingston, who can't beat the ring of fielders. End of the over. England 107 for 4.
Right, well, Joe and Billy Root. Joe and Billy Root's group vehicles is Oldens know what they are, says us Oldens know what they are, says Mark. Yeah, they were a car dealership, weren't they? But Jay Grover says to Mark Arnold, Ricky Pontiac definitely wins. Denawali Ween today. Oh, very good. It is Diwali today. You're absolutely right.
Yes.
George McPherson, England continue their inconsistent performance. It feels that they are light in the batting department. Slow batting by the guys. Yeah, George, we were talking about that earlier. Lack of experience, really, in terms of perhaps of the longer form. A great looking T20 lineup, full of excitement, but who's the one player to steer a longer innings? Weren't quite sure about that. Nick Cook, we've always got Jay Rover.
Yes. Jay Rover.
Of course we have. Can I do one more? Lancia Klusner, says Pirate.
Oh, that's a great one.
Oh, we like Lancia Klusner. Very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Right, here comes Chase to continue his spell. Oh, no, it's not. He's been stopped by...
Pantomime season early.
by Sam Curran pulling away at the last minute and almost in his delivery stride.
What do we make of Shane Bond Bug? There was a car called Bond Bug, wasn't there?
There was a Bond Bug.
There was. Very good.
And Robin Judge Smith, Reliant Robin.
Oh, yeah. Very true.
And again, that is on a good line, and Curran looking visibly frustrated now. All he can do is push that to cover.
Can they build on it, I wonder, West Indies?
I wonder whether he's going to come out the crease and try and work it on the move.
Exactly. If I'm the spinner, that's what I'm thinking.
That's shorter and slammed through the offside off the back foot, but the man on the cover boundary is round in a flash to field it and fling the ball in. It's only a single to Curran.
He gave the game a little too early away, I think, Roston Chase. You knew you had to slow down the ball a little, try and get Curran coming out of the crease.
Something tickles Tony's funny bone.
Yep.
You've got enough time, Tony.
I'll wait till the end of the over. I think there's some good things are worth waiting for.
Must be worth it then. All right.
Well,
one of them is very good.
All good things come to those who wait.
Well,
we're waiting a little bit for Chase
and
to bowl
sometimes
this
you just
over.
keep waiting. Nothing comes to you.
Livingston, who's on 10 now, and that's again.
Oh dear.
Punched down the ground by Livingston off the back foot. Tries his best to get over to the ball, avoiding Curran on the way, but it just evades him, and that's an easy single.
What a wingspan this guy has. I mean, he almost went all the way to the second practice pitch, or first practice pitch, I must say. Almost to short mid-wicket to catch that ball.
So current spell off strike is one ball. That's whipped through the leg side off an arm ball, basically, that's coming in around the wicket, and but he can't beat mid-on. And no run is scored. No runner cruise.
All right.
Narana Cruz. No runner Cruz. That sounds like a
Cruz.
actress.
C-R-U-I-S-E. Fair enough.
Shorter ball by Chase, and Curran plays it down the ground with a flat bat. Just punches it really with the bottom hand past Livingston at the other end, and they walk a single.
A great single. What we used to be called a great single a while back.
Of course, there's a couple of ones. You know, sometimes when you read something and you go, "Of course, why didn't I think of that?" There's a couple of those to come, but
Last
they're
ball
good ones.
over the wicket. That's short, and Livingston's onto the back foot and playing it into the ground through to the man patrolling the boundary. Who gets round fast enough that he can't get a two. So that is the end of the over. England are on Nelson, 111.
Highly appropriate for Antigua.
And 26 overs have gone.
Right, well, yes. Happy Diwali to Ajit from Hattie the Batty. Kieran Roseblade, former England pacer Andy Cadillac.
Cadillac.
Very good.
Wow. Nicely
Brian
done.
Larder, says Simon Bork. The Roots group, Mark tells me, quite rightly, were Hillman, Sunbeam, Humber, Singer and Carrier, apparently.
England need to speed up, says George. To the run rate, they have conceded too many dot balls. Good Lord, Lancia Klusner is also mint, says Jay. Embarrassment of riches. Not forgetting our own dear Annie Chevrolet.
Annie yeah.
Who should be on soon? Will Annie Chevrolet?
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Here's a good one. I would have said I was edging towards it myself. It's come out as Mansour Pat Audi. I was thinking of the Nawab of Pat Audi, which is the same person.
Mansour
That deserves
Al-Khan.
a clap, sir.
MAK Patodi. Here comes Joseph. Gun barrel straight. Livingston gives it the full blade and just punches it back, but can't beat the ring.
It's when you look at me like that. You look at me like that, and I was thinking, shit, did I just miss a 4?
No.
You were giving me that school teacher side eye that made me think I must be doing something wrong or had forgotten something, Jason.
No, would I do that?
Now,
yes.
Aw. Well, you two will have to get a room if this continues for too long. Nonetheless, coming back to the cricket at hand, I think Livingston. Oh well, I was about to say this.
Well, Livingston's decided to go down the wicket and have a fling at this, and he's managed to get it off the toe of the bat, past mid wicket, along the floor. There's nobody at the boundary. That is 4 runs.
I mean, for Livingston, this is kind of interesting, really, isn't it? Because for his captain, we were trying to think, does he captain in any formats for Lancashire or for?
He doesn't really
whoever
play
he
many
was in?
games in many formats for Lancashire.
Well, no.
Only the T20.
Has
no?
he captained in the captained in the 100? I don't think so. He's going to need a captain's innings, so it's a good test for him.
Right, Alzari, that's
Oh dear.
played into the leg side, almost torpedoes Joseph on his front pad, playing square towards mid wicket, but he does get up in time in order to scamper the single.
Did it keep that much slow, or was he overplaying that? Because he was almost on his knees by the time he ended up playing that. I don't think that was so bad.
No, he's played for bounce that wasn't there. It didn't bounce particularly low, but it's right on the toe of the bat.
Did he lose his footing or something while he was sort of skipping back in the crease, maybe? But okay, he's made the ground at the other end safely.
Joseph over the wicket to Curran. That's nicely guided. Very little effort there for 1 run. Down to the man.
Why? Poor guy.
On the
it looked very
3rd man
classy,
boundary.
classy.
And score
Tony's
moves to
tough.
117 for 4 now.
Was it the comment, Tony, or something else?
No, I'm just getting the car. I'm obviously seeing the car
puns ahead of
suggestions before anyone else does.
Fair enough.
And
fair
the
enough.
last one definitely
More
made
fun
me
awaits
chuckle.
us surely at the break. More break.
Joseph again angling in towards that front pad of Livingston, who works it to deep square leg, and there's a single taken.
He was looking a bit antsy there, Livingston. That 4 seems to have settled him. You could sense that in his body language. He was going to do something, like a run down at the bowler or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this line to Livingston of attacking the stumps. I think it plays to Livingston's strength. I think the line where he's just outside off stump and tucking him up in the offside is a much better line to bowl.
Fair enough.
And anyway, it's the last ball of the over. Curran is facing. That's a short ball that doesn't really get up, doesn't really travel to the Curran, and all he can do is just punch it with a fairly straight bat to mid wicket, and that's the end of the over. 27 overs are gone, and England are 118 for 4.
Well, Mark is thinking about those the Roots group. I've seen them all turn to rust, not many restored. Hattie says Ian Austin. We did have Ian earlier, Hattie. Nonetheless, this was the one that made me roar. Dimitri Nazcarenas.
Holy cow.
Very
Which is
good.
slightly just possibly extending the rules of single carb brands, but nonetheless. Alec Stu Wartberg. Jay Grover says, I know not about cars, but this is possibly the best pun thread I've ever seen. It beats doing cheese again. Well, yeah, that was possibly overripe for mature guys like us. Muttley Von Erich. Woof! Evening primates. Sorry I'm late. I had a massive nap and only recently got up. On the Love and Sausages front, I have a sausage maker. Fantastic. How much do you pay them an hour?
Oh.
I think he's talking about a machine rather
Oh,
than
is
a
he?
person.
Oh, well, I'm glad you made that clear to me, Jason.
Although Muttley,
Well,
please correct us if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you see, you're just assuming.
And that is driven back down the ground by Livingston, past a sprawling Chase who doesn't manage to field it, and it's cleaned up behind him by Long On, and Livingston strolls a single.
I think that'd be a great job. Sausage maker by appointment of Muttley.
Artisan sausage maker.
Artisan, yeah, so you can charge about 3 or 4 quid extra for each one.
No, in France you have those. They're very sought after. They make
artisan sausages.
Yes.
Oh well, there you go then.
Around the wicket now. That's floated up by Chase, but Curran hits it into the ground and can't beat the extra cover, and there is no run. Yes, well, just don't have Andouillette unless you know what you're getting.
No, I've had it, and yes, you're right.
Fair enough. I had an idea. I was going to ask you guys anyway.
Defended,
now,
defended by Curran. There is no run.
Now that England are actually in the Caribbean, would you want to bring back that West Indian player or village in the wherever that was in the England? That's a good game to do.
Oh, the village
Yes.
or West Indian cricketer. Yes,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was lots of fun to be had with that.
Slightly shorter to Curran, and that's rocked back and played it with a straight bat off the back foot through extra cover. And
Lovely. He looks tight. The defense is good. He's not giving anything away here, Karan. He's not scoring at a very fast clip, but
well, it
he's
doesn't
looking
seem to be the pitch on which you can score particularly quickly. I mean, Livingston is up at about 75 runs, 100 balls at the moment. And
that is why that giveaway from Bethel was so much more frustrating. He looked comfortable.
And that is worked off the front foot past the wide mid-on down towards the boundary for a single.
Yeah, so I mean here, Livingston, of course, his natural inclination is to attack. But he's showing signs here of moderating that under the circumstances, isn't he?
And Curran just works that past mid-on
shot
to the boundary. That's the end of the over.
Right, well, yes. A few more coming in, of course there are. Leah's reminding me there were 2 Nawabs of Pataudi, you're right. Mark Arnold has come up with some gems here. Dimitri Mascarenas is my favourite, says Kieran Rosblade. Muttley, all has been revealed, he says. Beef and Stilton food porn. If listeners want to see it, they have to become a Patreon. Yes, indeed. And look on the Discord group. Yes, Hendo sort of waved his phone at me with that picture and said, can you guess who these are? I thought, what, they were sausages and that used to be people. But then I realised it must have been you posting it, Mutters. Kieran says the Ollie Pope mobile.
Oh, not bad.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a change of bowling now. The other spinner is going to come on for another spell. He's only bowled 3 overs so far, and they've gone for 13. It is
the
this
wonderfully
man.
named Gutikesh.
From Georgetown, Guyana, where he had his first nets, to his debut against Bangladesh. He ain't no kid, but his face is fresh. An island boy named Gutikesh, who took his chance when spinning the ball in his second test, got a 13-hole. Go, go. Go, Moti, go, go, go. Go, Moti, go, go, go.
I don't know if it's common or
Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Sorry, Ajit, it's one of Jeff's
Longer version.
longer opuses. For
No, I was only going to
Gutikesh
say,
Moti.
I don't know if it's common knowledge in this group. Moti means pearl.
Oh, good to know.
Just gently driven down but past mid-on by Curran for a single to Moti's first ball.
Well, Dave Wood says in that case, I think he wants Gareth Battymobile.
Okay.
Oh, Gutikesh Moti car. Very tenuous,
There you
says
go.
Mark.
Yeah.
But you can have that. You can have that.
And it's England are 1, 2, 3 for 4.
Perfect.
What do you make of the captioning here? To me, I was saying, Hendo and I were going, it's got a very old-fashioned feel to it, the captioning on that we're looking at for the
Yeah, it's a bit very
big match circa 1970s, we were thinking.
And
I don't know.
that's defended by Livingston into the covers. There is no run.
I'm a big fan of this chap, Moti. I'm looking forward to more from him. And I mean, he also can bat a bit.
That's quicker by Moti. and that dribbles off the sort of bat as he glides it towards gully.
He might be the sort of bowler that might end up being Livingston's kryptonite in his current mood.
And that's dinked round the corner. That's a sort of a lap sweep up into the air, and there are good piece of team fielding there has stopped the boundary and restricted them to just 2 runs.
Well done. That was Slip actually running all the way back. I think it was Shy Hope standing at Slip. He already started running the moment Livingston sort of shaped to play that paddle sweep or scoop, and wonderful work on the boundary by Seals to haul it in.
Short and horrible and doesn't get up.
Wow.
And Livingston can only chop it into the ground and is very disappointed with himself. He's drilling, but he must be pretty annoyed he didn't put that ball away.
Could I get away
with those are the ones that you drag on with that much gap.
And that is fuller and better by Moti as a follow-up. Livingston just pushes that down the ground past the umpire, and there's a single taken. And that's the end of the overs. That's England are 129 for 4. Yeah, Livingston on 23 and Curran on 18.
126, isn't it? 126 for 4.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, we had Gutikesh Coating, Muttley, Sam Prawn Curran or Sam Curran Bun. I think you might have gone off on a different tack here, Mutters. But you could be right. What I was thinking of, it's a real cheat. Terry Genevieve. Remember the film Genevieve?
Right. I do.
There you go, Terry Genevieve.
A classic old car.
It was.
As is Terry Genevieve, a classic old car.
Shall I tell you something else about that film, which made me think of it, if I've got a moment? It's filmed very near where I used to live in Rickmansworth, and on the way up near Batchworth Heath. I'll have to hold it now. You may never get to hear the end of that story.
And we should have a change of commentary at the end of this over, I do believe.
Over, indeed.
It's pushed off the back foot down to long off, and there is a single for Livingston.
Anyway, suffice to say, they go past the Green Man up on Batchworth Heath, on the way supposedly to Brighton, which they're literally nowhere near. And then, as they're approaching Brighton, they're actually coming back down the same road in the opposite direction, just past the Green Man as well.
Round the wicket by Chase. That's floated up and driven nicely by Curran down to the man at long off.
I think this is good captaincy. They've taken off the fast bowler who was leaking some runs. I think they're trying to buy a wicket here.
I wonder if they've got any other slow bowlers they can employ in this tide, because I think that is the way to go. And that's worked by Livingston. Does he get a single? No, he does not. As mid-wicket and square leg go round quickly enough to prevent the run.
Tell you what, listeners are in for a treat in a minute.
All right, bring it
we
up.
have got broadcasting
royalty. Yeah. And that's worked round the corner past square leg.
Oh wow.
And square leg deep square leg picks it up and gets the ball back into the keeper. What are you looking for, Fred?
Well, I think 130 they'll take if they don't lose any more wickets.
That's left alone by Curran outside of the off stump. No run, just thrown
He
up
was
a little bit wider.
Whack that through extra cover or something, and then he chose to not do that.
And last ball of my spell coming up. Round the wicket, wide, played off the back foot by Curran, but there is a sweeper who picks it up and gets the ball in.
130 for 4. You're going to be joined by Mog and, dare I say it before I go, Sir Dan Echave.
Oh wow.
Very nice. And
thank you. Bye. I don't know if I'll make the evening session, the second half. It's about 1 a.m. here. I don't know if I'll make it, but if I cannot, thank you.
So England getting a whole score of parlour scores in the 20s at the moment. 18 for Salt, 19 for Jacks, 17 for Cox. Bethel's got 27, Livingston 25 not out, and Curran 15 not out. It seems to be hard to go on.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Ajit, for that spell. We should be joined by Annie and
I'm here.
And Mog. The first ball of a new over is driven sweetly by Sam Curran between the bowler and mid-off and down to the boundary for one of these. Jason's just doing some production studio work. Hello, Annie. Hello, Mog.
Hello, I'm Halloween Annie today.
Oh, right, yes.
So I've got
all in favour of that. Next ball is
Yeah.
full and driven up to long on. There is a deep long on, so it's just a single to little Sammy Curran. And where are you, Annie? What part of the world?
Well, I really am. I've got a nice island behind me, but I'm actually in Exeter and it's dark.
Well, I've been following your exploits of giving talks at cricket societies around the country.
Yeah, my train exploits.
As this next ball is a fuller ball on off stump and placed between, just past the man at point for a single from Livingston. He has 26. Curran has 20. The England total is 136 for 4. And Mog, you are on the other side of the world, presumably. In
right down the bottom.
The bottom end, not far down. You're not in Hobart, are you? It's not that far down.
Not yet.
Next ball is full and driven back to the bowler Moti by Curran. No run.
You're
not yet.
Melbourne,
are you
aren't
planning
you?
to go?
More Melbourne, entirely Melbourne. Hobart's in the wrong part of Tasmania, so I'm not going down there. It's a bad bit.
Another dot ball as this one is just blocked back to the bowler by Curran. One ball left of the 31st over. Which one of you is doing socials?
Me.
Okay, so prepare yourself for the next ball as it's dinked up to long on by Curran. Takes the easy single at the end of the 31st over. England are 137 for 4. Take it away, Mug.
Quite sure we're up to, but Kieran Roseblade says streetcar named Des Haynes.
That's good.
Robert
I don't know what
Brooks
you're talking
says meant to say keep up the good work. Rob Brooks listening in Kampala, Uganda. Hello to Ugandans out there. Dave Wood says Carl Mini Cooper. Muttley suggests that there are 2 members of the Sith currently on screen.
Yes, we do look a bit like that, don't we?
I was just copying
National
Annie,
Hoodie
so I
Day or
shared a
something?
hood on.
There's a conflation of holidays in England at the moment. It's Halloween, Diwali, Guy Fawkes night, or thereabouts. A lot
there's
of
an
things
awful lot
happening
of
at once.
fireworks going on
Yeah.
for Halloween.
Roston Chase to start a new over. Right arm round the wicket, and this is forced into the offside by Curran. Can't beat the man at extra cover. No run.
So, not Fred.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on this England side then?
I haven't a fucking clue. I don't know why you're asking me. As Chase comes in and bowls, and this is Fuller and worked again into the offside, but he can't beat the man at point this time, Curran. It's not an excuse, but I watch so little white ball cricket. I've been drafted in because Tony was looking at me with puppy eyes and saying, we're short of numbers. So I'm here, but, I'd rather be in bed. As Roston Chase comes in and bowls, and short, and again, Curran tries to make room and cut it through the offside, picks out the extra cover fielder. He's getting a bit frustrated now, and he's either going to go big or he might just chip one in the air because he's getting a bit annoyed. I think it's something to do with the wicket as Chase bowls again, and this is driven up to long off for a single. He's got off strike. Might be better for all concerned. Yes, Annie, you were talking to, was it the Lancashire Cricket Society? Or?
I was, Lancashire and Cheshire, yeah.
Lancashire and Cheshire. Well, it should be Cheshire and Lancashire because Cheshire's the old county. Lancashire is a newfangled thing which has only existed.
Well, it's called Lancashire and Cheshire Society.
So down the wicket comes Livingston. He's lifted this high. How deep has it gone? I think it's gone very deep. Deep enough, about 10 yards over the boundary for a decent-sized one of these.
Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex.
I haven't done jiggles for about 4 years. I'm trying to remember where everything is.
That is the first 6 of the innings, isn't it?
I haven't really been watching, but if you say so, yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, I can't think of any others.
No.
Last ball of the 32nd over. Let's see what Chases comes back with, and it's a fuller ball, and there's a slight hint of induck. Livingston defends the end of the 32nd over, 144 for 4. What are people saying on the interwebs, Mog?
Joe Grover says, I were promised Annie and Mog mint, and also not Fred, and they say there's no karmic balance in life.
Can you translate that into English? It's all over the place.
Not entirely sure. Brian of Brisbane says, hold on, feeling robbed here. The GC roster on Discord says Annie was in the studio from 8.
Yeah, no, that's Tony being completely mad. I'm in next week on Wednesday.
Set your calendars.
How do you set a calendar? 144 for 4. They just sort of sit on the wall and they don't do anything.
You get a chisel and a hammer and you set to the surface of your slate.
First ball of Moti's new over is shorter on the leg stump and whipped through mid-wicket for a single by little Sammy Curran. He has 23 off 36. Not quite the acceleration you'd expect from a number 6
No, I think
batter.
that was the first 6 because any of the other big shots have skewed off, haven't they? And,
Yeah,
catches.
it's not a quick wicket as the
No.
next ball is defended by Livingston, blocked into the offside. So it's hard to say what a good score is. Possibly, 240 plus might take some getting, but then maybe not. Who knows? That's why we watch live games. Next ball onto the back foot goes Livingston. Can't find a gap in the leg side. Dot ball. This is a very rare guerrilla cricket game in that there is no sign of Messi Jez. Is he still alive? What's happened to him? Does anyone know?
It's a very, very inimical time zone thing.
That's not the point. It goes on for 8 hours. You can't be sleeping for all of it. So the next ball is worked up to long on for a single.
Perhaps he's got something he's doing.
This is Messi Jez we're talking about.
Years. He needs his sleep.
Messi Jez never has
He
anything
doesn't
else
sleep.
on.
He doesn't sleep.
Slightly desultory band being shown on TV now as the next ball is driven up to mid-off, who's come up. So there is no run, but Curran might be thinking, well, if he's come up into the circle, maybe it's time to go over the top. Or maybe they're trying to tempt him to go over the top and hold out like 3 of his teammates so far as he chips this one up to long on, who is still back and takes the easy single. And that's the end of the over. 33 gone, 147 for 4.
Yeah, these two getting a bit of a partnership going, which is very much needed.
I think
by
these
the England team.
technically known as the boring middle overs.
Yeah.
This is boring. I'm bored.
Morg, is anyone entertaining us over the interwebs?
Entertaining? Good question. Jay Grover says...
No, if it's Jay Grover, it's not entertaining.
He asks, Robert Brooks, Nile beer is still lovely. I hope that means it's actually brewed with the fresh, clean waters of the Nile. Leah says...
Don't they bury
"Hi,
people
Morgan
in the
Annie."
Nile? Or is that the Ganges I'm thinking of? No. Forget about
Any
that.
major river, really. Pirate Badger says, even for insomniacs, some sleep is still required enforced. Messi's coming up to his ton, so he probably does need a rest every now and then. And Hattie reminds us that Messi gave us a super chat and went to bed after doing the GPL.
Okie doke. First ball is dragged through the leg side for a single out to deep mid wicket. The spinners are putting on a little bit of putting the brake on the batsman, really. Taking the pace off the ball, and the wicket is helping in that, so it's not easy to time.
No.
People who have tried to go over the top have tended to just lift it up in the air, so whether that's specific to England or whether West Indies will find it just as difficult, time will tell. This is pushed past the bowler, who makes an unveiling attempt to field it sprawling away to his right. Another single.
Yeah, I mean, the only time I've seen Chase live was when he got 8 against...
Well, he's not going to get 8 today because he's only got 4 balls left of his spell and he has none for 36. So
yeah, but obviously I think of him as an excellent bowler.
This next ball is heaved over mid-wicket. There is a man out there. It gets to him on 2 bounces. It's just a single.
I don't like to blow my own horn, but he's got an excellent jingle.
It's a nice trick.
Is
if
it
you
one
can
of
do
yours, Mark, by any chance?
Oh, it is, strangely enough.
Ah.
Who, Chase?
Well, how does it go?
Well, we can't play it now till he comes in, so you'll have to wait up and see.
So he has to bat.
Chase bowls again, and this time Livingston does lift him into the stand, and that goes well back. And that is the second one of these of the innings.
Damn! That 6 is on fire.
It wasn't a full ball. He had to Well, he had to manufacture that shot, but it went a long way back.
Well, both him and Curran are probably the stalwarts of the team here.
And that means we've heard of them, as opposed to some of the others.
We've heard of them,
Yeah.
and they've played a few.
I'd recognise about 4 of them if I met them in my local Tesco. I think Jofra, Adil Rashid, Sam Curran. That's
Very
about it,
harsh
really.
on Jacob Bethel.
Whoever he may be. This next one is hit flatter, but timed nicely, as the long on fielder can't find his way round. It's one of these. So they've decided, having watched 9 overs of chase,
that they're going to take him apart.
now they're going to take him on in his last over. I mean, he's going at 5 and over, so whether that's a good return, I'm not sure. Down the wicket again, and this is chipped into. Has he hold out? I think he may have done. Has he chipped that to mid wicket? No, he hasn't.
No.
Well, it must have bounced just in front of a sprawling somebody.
Yeah, Hetmeyer looks a little bit annoyed at that.
Yeah, he does. I'd like to see that again, see where that bounced. It couldn't have bounced very far in front of him. Oh no, he's just put it down. It's an absolute dolly, a low catch. He was there, he got with both hands, and he's put down an absolute dolly. Where are drops? Have we got things for drops?
Fucking disgrace.
Yeah, I mean,
that wasn't a jingle, that was Mog in real time.
Accelerating, isn't he? And they really, really needed to stop that.
Well, I mean, the ball before the drinks break, that will be annoying for the bowler and for the West Indies. But whilst they're taking some drinks, let's hear some messages from down under.
Robert Brooks confirms that, yep, Niall Beer is still great, made of Uganda, as the slogan goes. Dana Patterson says, I think Mog means that he sets his chisel to mark his calendar. My calendar's next to my sundial.
Yeah, it's difficult to move the sundial when the clocks change, isn't it?
No, you can set up things.
You have to put a ladder up and sort of push the sun about, what is it, 12 degrees to one side or something.
Can't you move it into another part of the garden?
I don't know how big your sundials are, but I can just pick mine up.
Kieran
Roseblade says, I watched a documentary on drilling very, very deep holes yesterday. Turns out it was boring. Where's my drum kit? Hi, Leah. Pirate Badger says he watched a documentary installing catenary. It went over my head.
I think you need to save these jokes when Tony's on. He's the type of person that would appreciate this kind of stuff.
He may appreciate them more.
He could hardly appreciate them less. It is a drinks break. The score is off the screen, so I shall call up the internet and tell you that England, after 34 overs, are 164 for 16 overs to go. What are they looking at? 100 runs in those 16 overs? I think that's reasonable with 4 wickets down. That would take them to 260. That could be something of a game.
Yeah, it definitely could. It's obviously, like you say, a slow wicket. It's not easy, and they are not. They're hitting in the air when they try and go for it, aren't they?
Right. Of this bowling attack that England are putting out, I know Archer and I know Rashid. Probably seen Livingston a couple of times, and that's about it. Oh, Sam Curran. Yeah, he's bowling his 45 mile an hour filth.
Keen student of the one-day game that you are.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you've not seen any of Bethel in the first class game then?
I don't think I've ever heard of him, actually.
Okay.
I think I used to have an MEP called Bethel. Do you think he's related? Probably not.
Bethel's had a couple of okay innings in first class cricket.
Yeah, and he's a couple of okay innings gets you in the test squad nowadays.
Yeah,
because he's been
absolutely.
Called up for the real cricket to go to New Zealand, which is a slightly offbeat selection.
Yep.
But he's there as cover, which means he's carrying the drinks, which used to be much easier, but now they sort of have to come out three times and over, so it's quite difficult carrying the drinks. Anyway, we have had 34 overs, and we're getting another advert from the Antigua and Barbuda tourist board. It's a lovely country.
Did you go to Antigua?
I did go to Antigua. Yes, I did.
You did, yeah.
It's a lovely island. It's not a.
Which was your favourite?
which was my favourite what?
Island.
I only went to Antigua, so
Oh,
I'm
is
going
that
to
the
say
only one you
Antigua.
went?
Yeah,
Oh.
I didn't even get to Barbuda. Apparently, there's nothing
Oh.
there. It was most of it was destroyed in a hurricane. It was yes. I went for a week. For a test match which only lasted 3 days, so I had a few days to kill, and there were a lot of beaches in Antigua. Not really my thing. Moti is coming on to replace. No, he's not coming to replace. He's still staying on. This is his 7th over. He hasn't taken a wicket, and he's only gone for 27 runs off his 6. So he's bowling reasonably well, but the batsmen haven't really looked to get after him so far. I wonder if that's going to change now. And we're looking again at that drop from Hetmeyer. I mean, it's not the worst drop I've ever seen. That was Joe Denley's in the Test match off Jeffrey Archer a couple of years ago. Archer wasn't even looking; he was celebrating because it was the easiest catch of all time. Anyway, Moti comes into bowl, and down the wicket comes Curran and drives this firmly up to deepish mid-off, who's, I think he's outside the circle, but not very far outside the circle. Takes the single.
I mean, you can see that Livingston and Curran are really trying to accelerate, which is what they need to do, and they are the more experienced players.
And this next ball, Livingston stays in his crease and drives it up to mid-off. Scrambling stop, no run. Yeah, that Hetmeyer's... This West Indies team, they just seem to pick names out of a hat at random, the way they pick people and drop people. On the back foot goes Livingston, tries to cut this through the offside, can't beat extra cover.
I think it's kind of who's available though, isn't it? A lot.
I suppose so. But there aren't any franchise events going on at the moment, are there? So people should be...
There's usually one going on.
This is pulled violently into the leg side. Has he got enough of that? Oh, I think... that was I think he's going to claim he stopped its seals, but I think
he had his feet over the
I think the feet were touching
there.
the sponge as he touched the ball. We're going to have a look at that. My guess is that will probably be a 4, but let's see what the third umpire says. His foot is planted, his hand is about to touch the ball, and that's going to be 4 runs, quite clearly 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Livingston has 48 off 48 deliveries. It's about 100 runs per 100 balls. He's chipped it back to the bowler. He's caught and bowled. He's not going to get to 50. The easiest catch, even easier than the one Hetmeyer dropped. Moti has taken his first wicket, and a wicket has fallen. Nothing sort of shot really. It was a full ball. He just chipped it back to him. It may have done, but you know, he wasn't trying to really go through with the shot. It wasn't going to go very far, and he's just really misplayed that. Maybe he was beaten in the air. Probably not. But the 5th wicket's down.
Yeah, and as we were saying, Livingston and Curran were getting a good partnership together, so not what England wanted, certainly what West Indies needed.
Can't argue with that.
Yep.
I mean, I probably could, but actually
I
wasn't listening. I was looking for the next batsman to come in, who I've never heard of either, and I'm trying to find his jingle, which is here.
He could go with bats and ball and he loves the T20. TANIELMOUSE.
He's another Warwickshire player, isn't he?
Yeah, they shouldn't allow that. Really. Pretty pointless county, Warwickshire. Who else can I piss off?
But he did get his contract ran out at Essex.
Is it pronounced Mosley? I think it is pronounced Mosley.
Mousley?
I think he says Mosley.
Well,
maybe wrong. Well, this will be my first view of him, and he's come in with the score at 165 for 5. He's in at number 7, obviously. Livingston, the last man to go, caught and bowled by Moti for 48. And well, if England are not careful here, they could collapse in a heap, which wouldn't be very good for them, but would be quite good for us who want to get home and go to bed, as Moti comes in and bowls, and full ball, which is just pushed back to him. That completes the 35th over, 165 for 5. Mog.
I don't think
I
your
don't know if
heart's
anybody,
in this.
Annie, you're not called Mog.
Sorry.
What? I don't know if anybody has checked Blue Sky, which is probably for the best because nobody's posted for like 2 hours. But hi Rosamundi and Warren Davis for posting stuff hours ago that probably got ignored. Kieran Roseblade says he watched a documentary on how they used to build steam trains. Riveting. And Tony offers up a mea culpa. Hi Brian, my fault. I got Annie's messages muddled. She's in the studio next week. So he's put the Jeroboam of Verclico and 100-weight of Ferrero Rocher to one side until then. Oops, don't tell her. Sorry.
No, I think Hendo's halfway through the... who both of those, actually.
Oh, what?
No, but...
so that's what happens when you don't come in.
Our wonderful listeners will be sending more, so you don't have to worry about it. And we're going to have a
I like dark chocolate.
change of bowling. It's going to be this chap, when I find his jingle, which is going to be after his first ball. He's bowling to Sam Curran, right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, and it's smashed up in the air. Has he got enough of that? I'm not sure where it's going. It's going just beyond the hands of a sprawling somebody or other, running back from extra cover. And Curran takes a single, but he's got away with that one. The bowler is this chap.
Oh well, wherever you are, Bill Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow, watching it, shed upon my...
That's too long. He probably should have left that for the bloke running in. It's much easier to run in and take a catch than run backwards.
They were both going hell for leather.
Considering they've just lost Livingston. Well, I mean, is that the shot that Curran ought to be playing?
No, of course it isn't. But this is what's happening, isn't it? A lot of them are going too high in the air.
Oh, Mosley has just done a classic village cricketing thing. He's counted the cricketers. He's sort of gone 1, 2, 3, 4. He's counted all the fielders. I love that. As he nudges this one into the offside to
is that what
get
you
off
do?
the mark. No, but you just see people doing that all the time. It's like a nervous tick. He looks quite young. How old is he, Mosley?
He's not very old.
He's 12.
He's very scrawny. He's got sort of the arms of a 14-year-old girl.
No tattoos either.
No,
what's going on?
No, and
shocking,
he's
isn't
not
it?
one of these people whose biceps fill the shirt to capacity. Anyway,
There's no Marcus Stoinis.
Well, that's a good
it's
thing.
It's quite refreshing, isn't it?
Let's be honest.
Yeah, what a prick he is.
He's wearing white gloves, which is odd with the white ball, really, as this one is short and cut hard by Curran, but can't beat the man at extra cover, much as though he'd have liked to. Curran.
Did you get to see much of Seals at Hove? Did you get?
I didn't get down to Hove this year. No.
No.
It's a nice place to
because
go.
he doesn't like to go to beaches. He's not going to see any seal.
Look, I gather that.
But Brighton and Hove isn't much on beach. It's not even sand. It's like shingle,
it's
isn't
lovely.
it?
It's lovely.
Traditional English shingle beach.
Yeah, people
With
go
the beach
swimming
huts.
there on New Year's Day. Lunatics, seals. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Curran, who does find a gap in the offside, but he's only get a single as it goes out to deep point. Curran is, I think it's fair to say, not timing the ball. And what do? You either have a thrash and try and hit your way into form, or you just sort of accept the fact that it's not on and just, push the ball around. I don't think he's going to do that, though. We're watching some sort of a cap ceremony. Presumably that's for
there were
Mosley.
4 newbies, weren't there?
4 newbies. No wonder I've never heard of them.
Hat makers across the nation are just celebrating.
Yeah, it's like
Absolutely.
effigy makers in India when India lose a series. It's boom time for them, as this is pushed by Mosley. Quite sweetly timed, but again, can't beat the man at extra cover. A lot of balls are going to extra cover. What does that say? I've no idea. Why don't we ask somebody who knows something about batting and or wickets? If Gary
Talking
Naylor
of
was here, he
India,
could talk for 20 minutes.
Talking
He'd have a theory.
India are just losing to Australia.
Australia,
Gosh, can any India
Mackay or
team
Cairns
ever
or
win
something.
anything ever again?
No.
And Linda, if you're listening, please let us know.
It is Diwali today.
It is. Seals again.
You're saying they all got on the piss.
To complete the over.
I don't think so.
And Mosley looking for a gap in the offside. Again, can't find one. That's a good over from Seals. Just 3 runs off it. The end of the 36th over, 168 for 5.
Jay suggested it's Mosley, like the area.
Oh.
Sir Oswald, that's what we're going to call him.
Like the Nazi appreciator. Brian in Brisbane says, my great aunt was one of the first female lifesavers at Hove. She loved the beaches there.
Oh,
Okay.
they are. I think they're lovely though.
I can think of two West Indian cricketers called Mosley, spelt differently. There was Hallam Mosley, who played for Somerset for a while in the 70s, and Ezra Mosley. Am I remembering?
Ezra, yes,
I
of
remember
course.
correctly.
Better than Ezra.
Hallam Mosley. I mean, Somerset were on the telly every Sunday in the 70s because they were considered box office, which is a bit odd, really, for Somerset.
Yes, it's totally right.
A team that hasn't won a championship in 140 years. Sam
Yeah,
Curran
this was a while back.
is well, they hadn't won it for less at the time, I suppose. Curran flays this out to deep mid off and gets a single as it's not fielded cleanly. It was hit hard at the chap there, so we can give him some leeway. Is that Seals? I think it might be. No, it's not.
No,
it's Joseph. It's
that's
Alzari Joseph.
Alzari.
Slight misfield gives away a single. Mosley on strike again. He's looking around the fielder and he's counting them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. That doesn't make sense.
Is he so young he's only just learned to count?
Possibly. He might be singing it as a little kindergarten song as he nudges us up to long on for a single. Gets off strike. Curran 30 off 45. It's not great, is it? He's not really a number 6, is he?
He's anchoring the middle order.
Yeah.
Right to the bottom of the Mariana.
One way of putting it. It's a long way down. Projected
Where would you
scores.
put him then?
Where would
Come
I
on.
put him?
Yeah.
I'd leave
On
him
the bus back home.
I'd leave him at home, yeah. McCarran goes back into his crease and again can't get more than a single.
I know David Brooke would leave him at home.
Oh, David Brooke never short of a strong opinion.
No.
Is he in
No.
today or is he's coming in at some point?
Is he?
Or maybe it's the next game. I can't remember. Somebody was mentioning his
Don't
name
think
earlier.
it's today.
As this next ball is just outside the leg stump and Mosley finds the ball finds its way to deep mid wicket. Another single. It's just singles at the minute. Singles and dots. That's not really what you should be looking for in the 37th over of a 50 over game.
No, with only 5 wickets down, yeah.
Well, is it only 5 wickets?
Well,
the next ball is pushed back to Moti. No run.
I mean, there's batting to come.
I think
Well,
there's
there's
evidence that
batsmen.
it is 5 wickets because it says right there once a
Yeah.
for 5.
There are batsmen to come. Whether there is batting is another question. As Moti completes the over with a dot ball, and at the end of the 37th over, it's 172 for 5.
Jake Rover says, Annie, getting on the piss on Diwali is certainly a thing. Shit timing this year, there's been a run on fireworks. Why do you need to put off fucking fireworks for shit? Christ.
I know. It's
Pirate Bencher says, the
everywhere.
only Ezra I can think of off the top of my head is fascist poet Ezra Pound. Not exactly a positive for the name. There's a band called Better Than Ezra, and there was an AFL player whose first name was Ezra as well.
Were they good?
And, Dad's, no. not really.
Isn't there a singer who's called Ezra? I think I've seen posters for him. Something Ezra?
Might be one of those popular new.
Yeah, I know. I
performers
wouldn't
kids
have
enjoy.
heard. I haven't heard a new song since about 1996. So
I was going to say 1950, but
oh, there's a wonderful flag there. Oh, well, there's a flag made out of lots of other flags. I'm assuming the constituent parts of the West Indies because I can see a
It
Jamaican
looks like
flag.
one of
and
David's shirts, doesn't it?
not that bad.
Well, no, that's fair, unfair.
Who's bowling now? Somebody. He's in and bowls, and Mosley drives it out to deep point for yet another single. We're looking at projected scores instead of the name of the bowler because that might be useful.
Is it Ford?
Gerald
We can
Ford,
guess.
Henry
Should
Ford.
we guess?
is it John Toyota?
I don't think it's Ansari.
Stephen Tata.
Oh, come on, Sky. Put the bowler's name up and then I can play his jingle if it's good.
Oh, it's neither of them.
No, it isn't. It's somebody else. Number 33 bowls, and it's driven again to extra
nice
cover.
stop.
They are going to take a single as it just gets about a yard away from the fielder. I don't know the fielder. I don't know the bowler. That was Carty.
You can tell it's Cardi because he's got that little hair.
Name on his
He's got, yeah, it says the name.
Also
on his
the
back.
name on his back.
Yeah. Either that or they're all called the name of the sponsors. We are looking at a flag made up of the flags of various West Indian constituent nations, and a bloke's just fallen over, or a youngster has just hurt his knee as he fell off the thing. This is an attempted drive by Mosley. He gets an outside edge. The ball flies down to third man, but there is a man there. It's a single. The bowler is Seals. Yes, we should have known it was Seals.
The cameraman hasn't gone far from those people, because that woman was holding up her phone before.
Yeah.
She still is. This is Moti.
They're not quite as fond. I don't know. I assume it's local pictures we're seeing. Not necessarily. It could be skies, I suppose.
I think it's local, isn't it? Surely.
Most of those pictures are coming from the local area, yeah.
All pictures come from the local area.
Except when they do a long shot across the bay or something.
Curran faces up to Seals, and he cuts hard but straight to the deep point fielder, who does not have to move.
Yeah, they're dealing in singles at the moment.
Singles and dots.
It's riveting stuff.
This is the boringest of boring middle overs.
The boring middle overs towards the end of the innings.
Well, it's the boring middle overs before the collapse. In the last power play, we all love a power play.
Oh yeah.
The current run rate is 4.67. It doesn't feel like it. As Seals bowls again, short ball, a bouncer, actually a surprise bouncer, which Mosley ducks underneath. He does look towards the square leg umpire, but it's not a wide. It's a good ball. There is still room for a surprise bouncer. He did go over his head, but he ducked quite low, so it probably would have been head height had he been standing in his normal position.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Run rate is dropping.
He's quite fidgety, isn't he, Mosley?
Well, if it is his debut, he's entitled to the odd fidget.
Yeah, I guess.
Worked through the offside again, out to deep point. Another single. It's the fifth and final single of the over. 38 overs gone, 177 for 5, and Mog is going to bring us the latest thoughts of Jay Grover. God help us all.
Funny you should say that. He says, proper evolution from Diwali fireworks in India. I've missed all the celebrations due to election fear this season. Shame to my favourite festivals. Cool. Kieran Roseblade says George Ezra.
That's the bloke. That's the singing bloke. Yes, George Ezra.
Des Reynolds wants to know, who would open up the bowling for England?
I don't know who any of these people are. Archer.
A bowler.
Heard of Archer.
Well, I think Turner will.
Who is Turner?
Hampshire player.
Really?
Yeah.
Friends with Backman and Overdrive.
Yeah, well, Overton and yes.
He's not had a bad list A average, but apparently he did well in the 100.
Out comes the reverse lap, and he's got it quite fine. Is not going to get. It's not timed all that well. So, 2 runs, a rare non-single or dot. Who is that? I recognise that fella. Are they showing on screen? And I can't put a face to it.
Which one do you recognise?
The bloke who's talking with the blue T-shirt.
Yeah.
He looks vaguely familiar. Is he an old player?
Just another old white guy.
Seems like
There's
most of the crowd are white guys, as this is mullered over mid-wicket, but straight into the hands of the deep mid-wicket fielder. Mosley's debut ODI has come to an end, at least the batting half, as a wicket
I think that's Seals who caught it, yeah.
fallen.
Now you're gone.
Fairly simple catch. I
know.
mean, he was entitled to have a go for it, I suppose. He's
Caught Lewis, sorry.
Oh dear, I can't believe you got that wrong.
I
You're in the wrong commentary team. You can't get people's names wrong on Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, you know.
Until I decide that Dennis Amiss is opening the batting for England or something.
It's a huge shame that Reynolds got out there.
Anyway, Mosley has departed, so who's going to come in next? Is it going to be Overton, possibly?
Yeah, I should imagine it's Overton. I think Turner will be last. Is Rashid playing?
Archer and Rashid, yes.
Yeah.
Not a lot to come in the...
No.
Oh, Rashid
can get
has played some good innings. Overton can hit the
Jamie
ball.
can fire off.
despite his average of 17.35.
Yeah.
It doesn't give us that's his List A career rather than his international ODI career.
I wonder if they'll bowl him.
Well, if he's not
he'll
able
probably
to
get
bowl,
called,
then why would you have a specialist
Well,
batsman
exactly.
Jamie Overton at number 8?
He didn't bowl a lot for Surrey then.
A
No.
good number 8 is very important, I'm told, repeatedly.
Why do Surrey do things? Who knows? They could probably get Shakib Al Hassan in for a game or so. Give him a championship medal.
He got 8 wickets.
He did. Well, as a Millie Champ and Hall bat, you don't see many of those in Overton.
No, you do at Somerset.
Why is it a local firm down
Yeah.
there? Okay, as Moti bowls, and that should be LBW. That should be LBW, but it's not given. He went to sweep that, and it looked like it hit him sort of halfway up the pad in front of middle stump. They are going to review it, and
Is that Lloyd umpiring?
I
thought it looked like my uncle Rod Tucker.
Really?
Rod
Does
Tucker.
he-
Yeah, nothing rhymes with Rod Tucker. We are going to have a review, and my first impression of that was that it was absolutely plum.
Well, you called it, didn't you?
Well, let's have a look.
You said he was going to be bowled.
Oh, it's hit him on the arm first. Oh, that's a bit weird. You can't be armed before wicket, so that must be not
Not
out,
best of
surely.
reviews.
That was a big deflection of the arm.
Yeah,
Let's go to
very
Snicko.
Overton
Let's go to Snicko.
has sold it well. Made them waste a review. You only get one review in these games, don't you?
No, 2 probably. ODI. Surely.
They're waiting to see. Well, okay, you surely can't be out arm, LBD. Well, actually, maybe you can be out arm because it's.
Well, I would have thought you could be, but I don't know.
You
if
can't
he,
be. It can't be glove,
bowls
but
well enough.
yeah, you could be.
It's certainly not in his glove, is it? It's definite arm.
It's well down the floor.
It's arm, and is it going to hit the stumps? It's pretty straight.
Yeah.
It could be.
It is going to hit the
ABW.
How many ABWs have you commentated on?
I don't think I've ever seen anyone be given out LBW off his arm before. This would
Well,
be.
I bet you're glad you came in now, aren't you?
No, I'm not. This is going to be out. It's hitting middle stump 3/4 of the way up, and that is out in the strangest way possible. But a wicket it is, and he's gone
I
first
think that
ball.
is Rod Tucker, isn't it?
You can tell by the lack of
I'm
chin.
a loser.
For the hat
I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser. Whoa.
If anyone's seen an arm before W, an ABW before, please let us know, because I can't remember ever seeing that in my life.
I wonder if it's hurt his arm as well.
No, it was going very slowly.
Very fast, was it? Yeah.
And Overton
No,
is
he's tough.
is a big bruiser. So the new batsman is going to be Adil Rashid.
Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on
And it goes on for another 20 seconds. So it's a hat-trick ball. Moti has got somebody caught on the mid-wicket boundary and then got him Overton arm before wicket, which is a new one on me. And let's see what Adil Rashid can do to this hat-trick ball. He can just chip it into the leg side and take a single, an absurdly short single, and the fielder who picked it up decided not to have a shot at the stumps for some reason. But, well, that was a bit odd.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that was a
odd
bit
things
tight.
are happening.
It's all go, isn't it? Oh.
I mean, if he would have just lobbed it to the bowler, I think he would have been about 5 yards short. Hey ho. Curran's on strike. Is he going to play it sensibly, or is he going to try and hit this ball out of the park?
I think he's going to try and hit it.
Slog it.
180 for
slog
7.
it.
No, he pushes it back to the bowler, who knees it past the fielder at mid-off, and they still don't take a single. Adil Rashid hits the ball in some odd places, I seem to recall, from the days when I used to occasionally watch white ball cricket. But he's not on strike. Curran is, and he muscles this into the leg side. There is a sweeper on the leg side boundary. Curran takes a single, which completes the over, the 39th, 181 for 7, 2 wickets in that over from Moti, and England are in some trouble.
Mog, there's a few on X if you are on X.
Oh, fuck X. Right, on X it says, drumroll please. There, the last one I've got is from Spicy Golden Duck, 53 minutes ago.
Oh no.
I'll do a quick refresh.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm several...
you made me go to Twitter.
I'm sorry. I am
gross.
so sorry. Go quickly to YouTube.
Meanwhile, Kieran Roseblade says, can somebody pass not Fred the team sheet, please? So at least he knows who's playing instead of just randomly fucking guessing names.
I don't really care. But I'm a professional. Said nobody ever. 181 for 7 or 39 overs. England have 11 more overs to face. A maximum of 11 overs. They may not get to face all 50 overs the way they are descending rapidly. Has anyone messaged us in with anybody being armed before wicket? I don't know.
Jake Rover says, I think you can be armed before wicket.
Well, we now know that you can.
Be caught off it. And
No.
then George McPherson says, I don't think you can be armed before wicket. Questionable decision by the umpire. Okay,
Well,
so
if you can't be caught off it, then you should be able to. The first ball is Curran takes a single out to mid-wicket. Yeah, if you can't be caught off it, then why shouldn't
Then
you be
you
out
should
to
be
be
out,
LBW?
yeah.
Yeah, if it would have hit the glove, then he couldn't have been LBW. But he's got his forearm in front of middle stump. It's a bit odd. England were 165 for 4. They're now 117. They're 182 for 7. So mini Calypso Collapso, as this is down the leg side, is going to be given as a wide by the umpire, whose name I don't know, to add to all the players' names that I don't know. Anyway, it's a wide. I can't find the jingle.
You should have an umpire team sheet as well, shouldn't you?
No. We shouldn't. The listeners will be delighted to know that there's going to be a change in commentary team after this over.
Oh, thank Christ.
Yep, I could hear some of them.
What sort of time is it where you are, Mog?
It has just gone 7:52.
This is another one down the leg side, and they're keeping us in our seats for longer and longer because that should be another wide, and is. I found the
They
wide.
obviously want you to stay.
Found the wide jingle now.
Wide.
Okay. Oh no, that wasn't a wide. Because they've just changed that to 2 balls to the over.
Back into a dot.
Yes. I don't know what's going on.
You did it for the wide before.
If you want to actually know what's going on, there are probably other people who are broadcasting this game. But anywho, Seals bowls to Adil Rashid, and this time he takes a single, and there is a single there, as opposed to his previous single where there wasn't one. So he has 2. England have 184, and great excitement because in 3 balls time we're going to have power play 3. Does that still exist? I can't keep up with these playing regulations. Seals has 2 for 19 and he's in his 8th over. He also has the only maiden of the innings, so well done him.
Yeah, he's bowled well.
A clap for Seals. You see what I did there? Clap Seals.
Yeah, that's excellent.
Yeah, I thought so. Sam Curran's on the strike. He's going at about 2 runs every 3 balls, and he's chipped this over. Well, he's chipped this down to 3rd man on the bounce. Another single. There's been a lot of singles from Curran. The only batsman who really was hitting the ball with any authority was Livingston, and that was only for about 3 shots before he chipped the ball back.
Well, Bethel had 3 4s in early on, but
yeah, 3 4s. I think one of them was an overthrow, wasn't it?
no, not off him. No, but and one of them was definitely a thick edge.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not been easy batting, or maybe England just haven't batted very well. As this is nudged down to 3rd man again. Another single. Stop me if you've heard it before. Please, just stop me. 2 balls left of this spell. Before who's coming on? Somebody check the rotor and let the listeners know.
I think it's Tony.
I think Hendo's coming back. I'm sure he'll be delighted with the performance.
Yeah. Are you coming back later?
I am. Yes, I've been sentenced to longer than necessary. Come on, put us out of our misery. Last ball of the 40th over. Seals will bowl it. Curran will face it.
Get a single.
And guess what? He takes a single. Because he drops this. To square leg, the end of the 40th over. 187 for 7. Massive change. And some other people will be coming in.
Thus ends a thinly veiled contempt session.
Any social media, Mom?
There is actually something on Blue Sky.
Oh.
Kiwi by Day says, the dog's been walked, breakfast eaten, so now I can settle down to a day's work, listening to you guys and girls in the background. I'm looking forward to another stellar display by the Black Caps, with any luck.
Yeah, they've had a good time recently.
Also, cop that into you pack of posers.
I reckon I can see Hendo, and I reckon I can see Tony.
Hello, Annie.
You'd be absolutely right.
Annie, I thought you were coming in tonight.
Gutikesh
No, I'm
Moti.
going in next week.
Yes.
Are you in next week?
Yes, I
That's
will be.
been slapped straight down the throat of long on by Sam Curran.
Oh,
Look what you've
Tossed
done.
up outside the left-handers off stump. Curran had a swing, and well, frankly, Shimron Hitmeyer didn't have to move. He just had to stand there, and the ball plopped into his meaty fists. And England have lost another one. I'm not sure we're going to see this 10 overs
You
out, guys.
silly little boy. What on earth were you playing at? Oh!
I don't really understand that because England have got 10 overs to go. These are probably the last two recognised batsmen. Jofra are recognised batsmen. Well, they can both bat, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Jofra,
I think Sam Curran was getting frustrated just getting singles all the time.
well, yeah, but you know, this is the this is the way of things, isn't it? Now there's no ability to show any
To
patience.
hang about
There's no
and play a
patience.
proper innings.
Absolutely. I mean, you know,
Yep.
we think it's
But
a
have
prob-
you seen the team that England have picked?
Yeah, but you know, Sam Curran has played enough international cricket to guide this team, you know, to 50 overs, and to play a shot like that at that point on a slow pitch off a slow bowler, and try and clear the long on. It's just
Well, I know,
brainless.
I've just worked out what our specialist non-bowling number 8
Oh yes,
was in the team for, because he's going to be the only person out not caught.
new batsman.
And he thought that was his brief. That was his brief. And he thought, well, I better get on with it straight away. Did it first ball. It was brilliant. Defended by Jofra.
4 for 40, Moti's got now.
Out toward extra cover. Well, Gutikesh is motoring.
Certainly is.
Back to our cars. Gutikesh Moti car. Left arm. Round the wicket he comes. Defended again by Jofra Archer, who's having a
It's
look.
nice to see Archer play, though. I do like watching
It
Archer
is.
play.
It is. It is. And he's got some work to do. There is a slip in place. That one does turn for Gutikesh Moti. Archer has a tentative little prod, and it goes to short third. And someone sat on the remote control in the. As someone in the green room sat on the remote control.
Well, actually,
chaps.
I think Sweet Pea or Rules Drag Race would probably be an improvement on this, wouldn't it?
I haven't seen either.
No, me neither.
Well, you were nearly about to.
Yes.
Because we think the bear might have put his arse on the remote control. That one does turn. And it's guided again, just a backward point by Rashid. We were saying, Annie, in the green room, as the inevitable. Well, Adil Rashid can bat a bit.
Yeah.
Refrain came up that whenever we say that, England are always in a mess, and he very rarely does. And
Yeah.
that one is slapped to extra cover by Adil Rashid.
I've seen him get
No
the
run.
odd 30.
I've seen
and
him
that
get
would be a
50.
good score.
I've seen him get 50 in ODIs. The Oval, I think, he won a game with Chris Wokes, if I remember rightly.
What was he playing? Oh, he won a game with.
won a
sorry,
game.
with,
No, we
with
are going to
batting
watch.
with.
We
Chris
are now
Wokes, aren't we?
watching Sweet Pea, apparently.
What's going on now?
Very strange indeed. Who's doing socials? That's
That must be Annie.
Annie. Who's
Is it me?
are you a nun?
Yeah, are you?
I know this.
St.
No,
Annie.
this is my Halloween outfit.
What are you?
Oh,
Oh, he
where have I
disappeared.
gone?
No, that's a good
You're the invisible woman.
That's a fantastic
It's
trick.
a cloak of invisibility. It's brilliant. It works.
I don't know what happened there because I was still in the same position. I'm a witch because I've got
You're a
black
witch.
long hair, of course.
Black, well, you haven't. You've got a shroud on.
No, it's hair.
You look like. Is it?
Yes.
I thought you looked a bit like Eric Idle in sort of Life of Brian. I thought it was. Like,
Oh God, do I?
I thought it was a shroud. I genuinely, it is a shroud. Look, you're wrapping it round yourself. It's not hair.
No, this is hair. Look.
All right. If you've done again. It's a cloak of invisibility. Now we know exactly what it is.
I can't work out. I've just done one person zoom, so it should have me and Tony in the picture, but it only seems to have.
It's got half
me.
of Tony.
Half of Tony.
Hendo, you've been sat there for 1 minute. The monitor's gone off, and the and the picture in the middle is all on the fritz.
It's because I obviously I have special powers, and
you keep making Annie disappear.
Electronics can't deal with it, basically. What's going on here?
Well, what we can tell you is it.
Okay, I'm not. Right, the bear's come in and he's ordering. Can you sort this out then?
The reassuring tones of a ever so slightly slurry IT department have just come in and put their arse in my face, basically.
The IT department that was saying, Jamie Overton, I could do that. I could go out there and get out first ball.
Yes.
And we realised that we all could.
That is very true.
Yeah.
Out sweeping first ball. Poor old Jamie. But he's had a stress fracture all summer, hasn't he? I mean, he literally didn't bowl in the blast, didn't bowl in the 100. I think he only bowled tiny bit in the championship.
Why have they chosen him to come and play?
Well, now Annie, you'd be getting into England selection policies.
Well, I am a bit bemused by the England selection policy. I have to say, do they not rate the West Indies at all?
Well, they're about to find out.
Do you know they don't really care, do they? I don't think anyone in the ECB hierarchy cares about English cricket, apart from when we're playing Australia. And
and that's absolute bullshit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really. I mean, I suppose it's what's happening around the world. I mean, you've seen India send second teams almost to places like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh in one-day cricket in particular, and I think. That's the way they're thinking now, isn't it? If you're trying to squeeze so much cricket in, you're asking a lot of people to move from playing Test cricket in Pakistan to suddenly playing one-day cricket in the West Indies. I mean, it's a hell of a journey, in a few days. So I don't really get why we're playing all this cricket. I mean, I don't mind because I like cricket. But
this series is very much a. Kind of feel that we continue to owe the West Indies because they were good enough to rescue the ECB's coffers during COVID.
Didn't we say thank you?
Anyway, Alzari Joseph is going to continue to Jofra Archer,
oh God,
who has somehow got a top edge to that. It's not quite going to go all the way. There is Shimron Hetmeyer hoving into view, and there's quite a lot of him to hove these days. I think he's got a little bit chunkier. Do you, Annie, of Shimron?
What, Jofra?
No, Shimron Hetmeyer.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, definitely.
It was an attempted hook, really, by Adil Rashid, and he...
it was Jofra, not Adil.
Oh, it was Adil, sorry, I beg your pardon. But it was
off
his shoulder, combination of shoulder and helmet, I think. We'll have a look.
That was a bit of Jofra's own medicine, wasn't it, really?
It was probably as much bounce as we've seen so far.
There's been one bouncer before, hasn't there? But that's about it, yeah.
This one worked away, that is by Adil Rashid, out towards mid-wicket. There is no run. 7 overs completed for Alzari Joseph, none for 40, possibly been a little bit unlucky here and there. England have limped their way to 191 for 8 off 42, 8 overs left. Annie in her shroud.
Yeah. Jay Grover says, I thought Annie were the Grim Reaper.
Oh yeah, that's about right.
Hair. This does not bode well for the River Styx.
A fortune teller, that's what you look like. You look like a fortune teller with the shroud on.
You look like you should be in a Nicholas Roeg film. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, you see, there you go. Without the shroud, right. Moti.
Now
Oh no, it's just a replay.
Replay.
Sorry, Annie, go on.
Sweet Mango says, totally fooled. Would never know that is your hair, young lady. I love it. Congratulations. Thank you.
Perfect. I got in trouble for misleading the wonderful Brian because there was I was convinced. Right, in comes Ford.
Oh, good shot.
Slapped beautifully away to point by Jofra Archer, but he'll only get a single for it because there is a man
Yeah, you
down
did
there.
sneakily get me in today because I wasn't going to do tonight at all. And suddenly I was doing the whole of the game practically, I think.
You had told me quite rightly that it was the 6th, which is next Wednesday.
Yeah.
You subsequently then immediately followed that up with a note about what time about a meeting you had until 7. And as I was doing the rota for tonight, when you sent me that mail in my head, I was only thinking about tonight.
Ooh.
That one's whipped away.
Nice
Might get 4 for it. Is it going to go all the way? I think he is. That's a lovely shot by Adil Rashid. He just cheekily flicked that away.
It is going great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
No, I mean, you know, I know
wristy too.
We joke about it, but he's got brilliant wrists. I mean, I suppose that befits the fact that he's such a good bowler. But with the bat, he's got fantastic wrists as well. And I think, you know, he's always batting low down the order. He's not often given a chance.
That one was a nice ball from Ford. It was a slower Yorker, really. He just seemed to just hold it back. It seemed to spend an age in the air. And Adil Rashid, like the consummate batsman that he is, Hendo,
absolutely
defended that really quite well.
You know, if he had more opportunities, I think England have been so good in one-day cricket that he's had very few opportunities to bat.
When have they been good in one-day cricket?
Well, winning the World Cup for a start.
World Cup.
Yeah, but since then,
since then,
winning a World T20
that one
as well.
Is left alone is a bit kind. Probably just pulled the bat outside of the off stump. There was no run since
we won the World Cup.
Well, no,
World T20. World T20.
Since the last World Cup in
2019.
Yeah.
19.
No. Since the last World Cup in 23, when we were.
But I'm talking about one day.
We've played 8, won 3, and lost 5. No, I'm talking about that one.
Oh right. Okay.
So since
Adil's been playing for a very long time.
Well, he has,
hasn't he?
Yeah.
Here comes Ford anyway. Right arm over, right on 3/4 of the way up middle stump. Adil Rashid defends, has a deep breath, walks around in a couple of circles, collects his thought, but there is still no run, and that's better. You see, when you remove that cloak, you start chortling again. There was no chortling when you had your cloak on.
Oh, I did chortle a little bit.
Oh, did you?
Chortle. Yeah.
You should be out.
Should have been cackling, really.
Shouldn't you be out?
Trick or treating?
Well, no, not so much. Just sort of warning people of their impending doom, as the Grim Reaper.
Oh, well.
That's a fortune teller.
In comes Ford. That's flicked again. There's those wrists at work again. I think he might have done it. It's exactly the same shot. Flicked away to mid-wicket, and it's 4 more for the wristy Adil.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
He's the real deal.
He's the real deal, Adil. The Hoover. Dilly, or the Hoover as they call it. Now, I know you should never ball chase as a captain. Jaden Seals is out on that square leg boundary, but that's 2 shots in exactly the same place, and obviously on both occasions Seals was was just 2 square on each time. I wonder if the 200 is up anyway. 200 for 8 for England, so that's a landmark achieved at least.
I have Jay Grover says put the shroud back on.
Are you the shroud of? Are you the Turin shroud?
Yeah, I think I am. Brian in Brisbane says England seem to play these days as if they don't give a shit, and they know they'll not be dropped for not giving that shit. Yeah.
Well, Jofra Archer is going to face. He'll be a man who I think does give a shit.
Does give a shit
for sure, because he spent so long out the game. He knows how precious it can be. This one again is just a little bit short. He's going to get 4 for that. I'm not sure what part of that it did come off the bat. Possibly a bit of handle. He tried to.
I'm not quite sure what shot that was.
No.
Well, it was a half pull. Let's see where it comes from. Yeah, it was the bottom of the bat that he really didn't know much about it. I think he was aiming that away to square leg, and he got it incredibly fine down to fine leg. There was nobody there, and it was 4 more.
I thought that he'd almost knobbed that to the boundary.
I beg your pardon?
Because he sucked in his
What did you call
his
it?
nether
Knob it?
regions. He almost knobbed it.
As in his appendage.
Off the box, yeah.
Oh, right. Joseph, in he comes. That's gone straight up in the air. Archer, that's not knobbing. That's going to be caught. It's gone to the man with the big gloves. Thank you, says Shy Hope. It was an age in the air.
This keeps happening.
And once again, the only man not to be caught remains England's experimental
It's a
number
slow
8,
pitch,
Jamie
guys.
Overton.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It was a long, long time in the air. Shy Hope had to adjust just a tiny bit, which he safely
dear, my
did.
dad will be despairing. He'll have turned it off by now.
Oh dear. 204 for 9. Go on then, Annie. Cheer us up.
Kieran Roseblade says the porn bot rouses. Tony is thinking about a male in his head. Will you?
A male in my head?
I don't know what he means.
I'm not sure about that. What did you
Explain
hear?
yourself.
You might need to tell us, Kieran, what you think you heard me say. And I may have said it. I just forget these days. I say something and then it's gone into
And
the
Mog
ether.
says that lesser-known cricket shot, the knobbing.
Indeed.
Well, I think it's a great term.
He's knobbed that down the leg side.
Do you ever play cribbage? Either of you
No.
two play cribbage?
Yes,
one for his knob.
One for his knob.
One for his knob.
I don't know that.
Right.
That's a new one. There's a new batsman coming out who I've never seen before. It's this man.
It is Mr.
If
Turner.
the pitch was as much of a Turner as he wouldn't be playing today.
Oh, that's interesting. That's a good point, isn't it? If the pitch was a Turner,
then Turner would
very,
be
very good.
Oh, that's one
So, do you know anything about Turner?
absolutely. Plays for Hampshire.
Yep.
South African by birth.
Yep.
Oh,
England
another
have
one.
been very keen to get him into the ranks for a while as a bowler. Don't know much about his batting. That's defended
No,
by
I
Turner.
don't
He
suppose
defends that
it's
rather
too
nicely, and he's off the mark. Got himself a single, pushed to mid on.
That was all right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
played
Got into
solidly.
line, didn't he? Got into line.
He
Better
did.
than hitting it in the air, isn't it?
Well, to be honest, it's the time for that classic debate, Annie. Is like, do you try and slam a quick 20, or do you nudge, nurdle, and generally otherwise manoeuvre a quick 20?
Well, we know what England are going to do.
Yeah.
Well, do we? I mean, how much do we know about Adil Rashid and John Turner in combo?
Well, Adil will try and bat sensibly, but no one else will. That's the problem.
Well, the thing is, we don't necessarily know that about John Turner because we don't know about John Turner.
Yeah, but you know, he's number 11. He's playing his first game, isn't he? Is he playing his first game?
I don't think it's his first. I'll tell you in a minute. That one's well defended, right at the top of his off stump by Adil Rashid, who does like that little walkabout. It's the walkabout of a man who's definitely concentrating quite hard. He's 23, is John
He
Turner
should be opening
from
shouldn't he,
Johannesburg.
really?
Well, I think probably Adil thinks to himself, "I want something to bowl at."
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, he
205's not really cutting it. I don't think at the moment.
It's hard. You never know. I mean, it's obviously
We don't.
a tough pick.
It's true. It's true.
Alzari Joseph, sort of chain jangling as he barrels in. It's again, well, just turned off his hip this time. Just to the right-hand side of Rob Tucker at square leg. Again, they take an easy single. So they're going more for the nudge, nurdle and generally manoeuvre approach, Annie, than they are for the
well,
long
like
handle.
you say, we don't know how Turner plays as a bat, and Rashid is obviously doing his senior role.
Senior pro. He's I mean, they've met in mid wicket. Not at mid-wicket, in the middle of the wicket is basically what I'm trying to say. As if Adil is saying, well, look, you know, let's just try and nurdle this out a little bit.
Well, I think he's probably got a point. Over the wicket comes Joseph. Turner acts upon his brief, but that time it won't get him a run because it's fielded at a quite closely packed onside field at short mid-wicket. Dale Benkenstein it was, who was Turner's head of cricket at Hilton College in South Africa. And he had ties with Hampshire that sort of got him the gig at Hampshire. 100 debut, he bowled Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, I think he got a 3 for 4 or something.
Are we allowed to mention the 100 in your presence?
No, we're not. So I'm just going to read some tweets.
Okay. Can you read
Well,
it
not
as
tweets,
as an
YouTube
old crone? As an old crone with
crone.
with a what's the name?
Jay
A
Groves
ball.
says, serious point. We do owe West Indies, and it's a good thing for cricket. Self-preservation. Preemptive shut the fuck up, Hendo, apparently.
No, well, absolutely, I agree with you. Generally speaking, I'll break off.
As this one beats the outside edge of Adil Rashid. Fairly swift by Ford with an E. And there was no run.
David Dorrell says we're doomed.
I think he could be right.
Boy.
But is he talking about this, or is he talking about next Tuesday?
What's happening next Tuesday?
What's happening next?
Oh, Lord, there we are.
Lord.
Of course, right, yes. God help us.
And
we're
he's
definitely doomed.
And he's disappeared again.
God
she's
help
back.
us. The cloak of invisibility,
How do you
there
do
it is.
that? How do you do that?
I don't know. I don't know. These silly backgrounds, aren't they? You disappear into them.
Right, in comes Ford, who's also got a jangly chain. Oh, that kept a bit low, and it was well worked actually by Adil Rashid out to mid-wicket. They take another single. The score moves on to 207 for 9. The run rate, a ploddy pedestrian by England standards. That took a little chunk of pitch actually. That's what slowed it down on its way through, did that ball. Again, there's another conflab between Adil and Turner over drive.
What do you think they say each time?
Probably generally it is the conversation, just keep working the ones and twos, there's gaps in the field.
How many times can you say that, though?
Well, you can say it in different ways, honey.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Oh, yeah, I think
Ford, that's well defended by a very solid looking John Turner. Did that very nicely.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone knows if you're in any form of cricket, you always just go down and talk nonsense to your partner as a batsman, don't you? I mean, it's what you do. Is it something to do with just sort of we're in it? There's 2 of us against 11 of them, and it's a bit of that, isn't it?
It possibly is that. It might be they're both bowlers, so they might be thinking, look, the ball's not coming onto the bat particularly well. Here's a score. If we can just get us to that, we're in the game. That one's nicely worked away.
Yeah,
Backward
that's
square.
a nice shot.
It was
Very expertly done
Yeah, I think some of our batters could learn a little bit from
by
these.
John Turner, not who's a non-Turner, because obviously he's a right arm sort
He's
of
a fast,
medium,
he's a fasty, isn't
fast medium, isn't he?
he?
I always think it's interesting when you look at players' profiles, the distinction, the subtle distinction between medium fast and fast medium, and the order that those words go in means quite a lot in terms of sort of miles per hour. That sits up and is pulled again by Adil Rashid, who likes playing that pull shot, and he plays it very nicely down to
Hasn't he got swivelly hips?
square. Has he? I'm sorry,
Adil.
hasn't he got what?
Swivelly hips.
Swivelly hips. He has got swivelly
Do you
hips.
think? I think he'll end up on Strictly Come Dancing, won't he?
He might
Yes, I
well
think
do.
he will, yeah.
He might well do. The swivelly hipped Adil Rashid. In comes Matthew Ford, defended, but it's not Matthew Ford. What's Ford's first name?
Yeah, it's Matthew Ford.
It is Matthew Ford. Isn't that also the name of a comedian in England?
It is, yeah.
There we go then. Defended
Is he
back
funny?
to him. Yes.
Oh, good.
By
Right, I've got a few.
Turner,
Right,
no
Kieran
run.
Roseblade says, to further Jay's point, if you take a look at the history, but England owe a lot of countries a lot of things, so playing cricket against them isn't really a valid repayment. That's true. And Kieran Roseblade explains his mail comment.
Oh God, yeah.
A mail in his head, and he sent me an mail. But I was doing the rotors and had a mail in my head. There you are.
Oh right.
Came from.
I've
right,
got
I
it. Thank you, Kieran.
He
Yes.
had spelt male MALE initially. That was the confusion.
This one is launched by Adil Rashid, and that is curtains for England. Though all of that, whatever, if that conversation was, let's just take it easy and keep nurdling the ones and twos, it was not. Listen to his own advice, because again it's a caught catch. Again it's just been leathered straight to mid-on, who's not set particularly deep.
No.
Comfortably taken by Ford, I think.
Yep.
So he's been nicely in the game, and England have collapsed into a bit of a heap here. Just 209. They haven't batted out their overs. We're only at the beginning of the 46. Adil Rashid has gone for 15, caught by Ford off the bowling of Alzari Joseph. The not out batsman is John Turner, but other than that, Hendo, it's been pretty dire stuff, hasn't it?
It's not been great. I think that England were becalmed from the start, weren't they? It was almost as if Phil Salt and Will Jacks were saying, well, we're not going to go off and try and smash this all over the place, which is basically in their nature. In that power play, and it was a very slow power play. I did think when there was pace on the ball and the ball was relatively hard, that maybe in previous lives or previous innings they would have attacked it a little bit more, and it really was Salt and Jacks both caught really the first time that they went aerial. You know,
absolutely,
and
it's poor not to get. You can go through the whole of your overs either.
I always think that it really annoys me. You know, in the situation that you're in, there's just a lack of cricketing intelligence in England
they're fairly
in general.
Youngsters, whether fairly inexperienced is what I'm
They
trying to
are, but you know, Sam Curran is quite experienced.
say. Yeah.
Salt is quite experienced. I mean, you know, he went early on, you know, relatively early on.
Yeah, there's a few, Rashid and Livingston.
Yeah, I mean, Livingston's been made captain, and that to me is extraordinary. I'm not sure who should be captain, but Phil Salt has captained in
that partnership
T20s.
of 72 with Sam Curran, that was responsible batting by Livingston. He knew
Livingston did
he
bat
had
well.
to,
He did bat well,
but then he succumbed. Just basically chipped it back to Gutikesh Moti. Again, it might just have stopped a little bit. I mean, that's the one thing England possibly have to hope for. But West Indies have got such power in the batting lineup that you know, you'd think at home. It was interesting. You look back to 2023, the sort of the post-World Cup tour here. England lost the game where they had to bat first, albeit it was the grounds record chase that was needed by West Indies, and then they won the game where they got to bat second. And I think here they just didn't quite know how to set a pace on a pitch that wasn't necessarily easy. I mean, they look what they are, a bit of a work in progress, inexperienced batting lineup.
Yeah, but how long are we a work in progress for? And how little are we actually paying attention to what's happening on the county circuit?
Well, I think
how
part
many good players there are.
I mean, you weren't on at the time, I don't think, Annie, but when Jordan Cox came in to bat, and you know, he's being built up as the next man to play in New Zealand. He's come out on this tour, and he's played 4 List A matches. Sorry, he's batted 4 times only in List A cricket in his life as a professional.
I know. And so what's that all about?
I know.
If I was Sam Hain, or if I was, you know, several other people, Ollie Robinson, James Rew, I would be so fucked off.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't meaning it in that sense perhaps
No.
so much. I was meaning it more about the fact that, you know, they have so little experience at this level anyway, you know, even though they've been around the game for quite a while. It's, I mean, we could sit here and moan for ages about everything that's wrong with English cricket, and you know, you'd probably have to switch me off at some point. But
press the button, Tony.
But it's just I don't understand it. I mean, I feel like someone made the point about, you know, no one gives a shit. I'm not sure that I don't believe that no one gives a shit, but I do believe that they have been, by talking about this, no one's going to criticise you if you play your way and you get out. They've given almost an excuse for people not to knuckle down when they need to. And I don't really understand it. And this notion, I mean, I put out a tweet on Gorilla last night, which nobody replied to really, but that's par for the course. Basically saying, well, I was talking to people and saying that in Pakistan, England took the view that it was going to spin, so therefore there was there was a ball with your name on it, so we're just going to go out there and twat it. And I sort of aligned it with the notion that coaches can't teach people anything anymore, because when you get to that level, you know your game. Well, if you know your game, they don't know their game because they don't know how to play against the turning ball. So if you have a coach, isn't that what your coach is there for? To work on those things. So. But it isn't it? But now, because basically all we hear now is that coaches are about motivation and man management, and there's no sort of technical input. Surely there has to be technical input.
Well, they do have batting coaches in the England setup because that's what Marcus Trescothick's been doing, and they do have bowling coaches because that's what's the Kiwi. Who's the Kiwi spinner?
Jeetan Patel.
Jeetan Patel has been doing. But I mean, the McCullum role is much more of a laid-back man management role. But those coaches are there.
It's sitting cool on a chair, basically. I've got some messages.
Yes,
go on then.
Yeah. Okay, so Russell Hibbard says, it's great listening to this madness as I'm going mad trying to tread hemp seeds onto a length of cotton for my fishing session tomorrow.
That's different.
As you do.
That's different.
As one does. But I'm glad we're helping you out. Jay Grover says, if next Tuesday goes tits up, Annie as the Grim Reaper would be the best my brain could process.
Yeah, if we've got to have nuclear Armageddon, I mean, I wouldn't mind you presiding over it.
Sweet Mango says, out of 17 innings, Turner's highest score is 12.
That sounds about right.
Just maybe he will score more runs here. Well, he didn't, but there you are. But he could have done. Jay Grover says, Tony Bishop, I remember Simon Hughes saying he had an existential crisis when he got downgraded to medium fast in the Cricketers' Who's Who.
Yeah, no, it's a very important distinction between medium fast and fast medium. Ask any bowler.
Jay Grover's off to deliver gifts.
Yeah, he's doing his trick or treating in reverse.
Yeah,
he's going out and offering the gifts.
Mog wonders if he's Santa Claus. Brian in Brisbane says, too much for me, night all. England of late seem to not really care about the game and application to the job at hand.
Yeah, well, that's what we've just been talking about, Brian.
And George McPherson, this is god awful from England, very light in the batting department. After the number 4, it is the tailenders.
Yeah, that might be a bit harsh, but well, yeah.
209 anyway is where England got to after 45 overs and just the one ball. Livingston probably the star turn, tried to play a captain's knock. 9 out of 10 were caught. A couple of chips where the ball held up a little bit, mainly caught in the deep. The one who wasn't was the England experiment to bring in Jamie Overton, who's had a stress fracture, hasn't really bowled all season, playing as a specialist batsman, number 8. To be perfectly honest, walking to the wicket, taking guard, he looked the part until he faced one ball when he tried to sweep it straight away. LBW, for some reason not given, and it all looked pretty plumb to us. Out on review, and off he went. First baller.
It was plum, wasn't it?
I do like
salmon trout.
I do like LBWs when they're actually forearm before wicket, which is
well,
what
it was for. That's how low down he was with his. But anyway, 209 all out England. We're going to lay on some entertainment for you whilst we go and truffle up something to eat. And,
but just save.
We'll
if there's
any
any dark chocolate, save it for next Wednesday. All right.
Oh, we put the champagne and your Ferrero Rochers and all that's there.
That's what I like to hear. See
you after the break.
All right. Bye.
Well, I'm going to continue a Bishop and Bear podcast, seemingly. It's Annie Chave, would you believe? Apparently. So here we go. Let's see if this works.
I know. If he's your supposed, well, exactly. But I mean, if he's supposedly your best batsman, especially in T20, you don't want him to think about captaincy and bowling changes and running around from.
Also, he's not a good speaker, is he? I mean,
no.
not sure that's.
It doesn't seem a little motivation.
I think it matters. I think
It does
matters.
matter if you're an England captain, actually, or
Yeah.
any team's captain.
Well,
you
exactly.
have
You've got to be
front
able to. You look at the difference between him and Stokesy as captain. I mean,
Yeah.
Stokes has got
your
it all.
body
Stokes
language
is
has
a-
to convey
Yeah.
a sense of confidence to your troops in any
Precisely.
form of leadership. I go along with that. Look, I think it's time. Although Annie's lining up a pastis,
Yeah, can I just
another
take
large bottle of
Can I
Cote
get a
d'Ivoire.
takeaway?
We can do. What would you like? We do meals behind the bar.
I meant takeaway wine, but I'll have a meal.
Oh, what's?
We'll send you a burger and chips and a bottle of wine. Yeah.
You
Excellent,
can. You
thank
can take a. Yes, you can take a bottle with you. We're not gonna. We're not
Thank you.
gonna tell anyone. Well, it's been fun. We are going to shut up the shutters and shut the pub for now. Episode 79, Bear.
Blimey.
Where do they all go? Once we hit 80, we're going to be
Sports Social
thinking, well,
Podcast.
that 100's not going to be far off. Be nervous 90s before you know it. Probably, who knows? Right. Well, that's us, Annie. Thank you very much. It's always an absolute delight. You're with us for some of the Sri Lanka series, aren't you?
I think so. Have I actually said when?
Well, you've been a bit confusing in what you've told me, so you might want to have a look at what you've told me. And if I get confused, then it's probably because it was confusing.
I hope so. I'm planning to be.
We will be there, of course. We're going to be there for every ball for you, even with the Bear away and me away. We managed, didn't we, Bear? We got the show on the road.
We did. I was
Thanks to
definitely
Jade,
one day.
thanks to Hendo, thanks to young Hector.
Yeah, on the first morning, I was on the fucking ferry as the game started with some really shit Wi-Fi, and I'd left my computer and I was doing the thing on the 4-inch screen. The family weren't very happy with me. I was stomping around the bar going, "Fucking Wi-Fi doesn't work. I can't."
I can
do
imagine
anything."
you were really calm about it.
Not really, not at all. Eventually we got close enough to France I could get rid of the ferry Wi-Fi and use it on 4G in France, and then it was fine, The screen was good.
Oh dear.
We had
But yeah,
thundering down the A1 and sort of lurching into the nearest air and pulling up.
And then actually on the
Getting up on
second
it.
morning when we had what's the name was doing on the second morning? Hector. So someone had obviously trod on the camera feed from the camera to the computer, and so there was no one sitting in the studio. And Hector, who'd never ever done it before, I was able to talk him through everything else, and I literally had to get on. I was sat outside a market in Limoges on the steps outside Limoges. I tethered my phone to my computer.
Comme d'habitude.
And I had to get him on a WhatsApp video call and said, "Show me the floor. That grey box there. Unplug that cable, plug it back in, wait for the white light to come on." Good. Is that working?
Oh my god.
But we
I
managed.
think he was a
We
star.
managed.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think
hopefully
he was
might
too.
listen to this podcast. But, it's lovely to discover young talent
Oh,
and
we all
nurture
need
it and bring it on.
Mm.
And we got a couple more youngsters coming in. Oh, you'll be glad to know, Bear.
Yeah, we know. Well, there's that guy contacted me on LinkedIn as well.
Anyway, never mind for that. So that's us for now. Thank you to Annie. Thank you to everyone for listening.
Indeed.
Support us on Patreon if you can.
Vive la France!
Vive la France.
Well, not really. They're sending women into the shitty sand. But,
Well, yeah, I don't know our rivers are much to boast about, to be honest.
No, but they should have
There
never
we
done it in the first place. But there you go. Right, that's it
Right,
for the day.
that's us. Thank you and goodbye.
Okay, goodbye. And don't forget you can Patreon us at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket if you really like us, because that's always helpful.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Innovation is at the heart of engineering here at Barclays. On the latest episode of The Loop by Barclays, our team of experts discuss how they use their passion and experience to shape the future of technology. Tune in now.
GorillaCricket.com/, what is it? Patreon or Patreon/Gorilla Cricket. Anyway, either way, we always need your help. We're looking for our new studio. We're going to need your help to help us keep doing what we do. But for today, Bennett and Son, it's been great to have your company. Not too much argument with the bear, which is good. Thank you both very much.
Thank you for having us. It's been
Lots of cricket to come, though, Ben.
Thoughts from you before we say au revoir?
I just want to say thank you very much for inviting me and Dylan Norway. It's been
You've
exciting.
gotten his name?
Being on
Inviting me and
I was going to say
Dylan
Dylan and my boy. I was just saying be more professional, saying Dylan. Yeah, it's been exciting, and thank you again. We're looking forward to the series. Hope it'll be a little bit more competitive than a one-sided affair.
Yeah, we'll do, I think.
But do join us, all the viewers, as we cover the games live. It will be entertaining with all the comments that we have to make. So,
brilliant.
Do tune in.
Take care, all.
See you all later. Bye.
Thank you. Cheers now. Bye.
And don't forget you can Patreon us at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket if you really like us, because that's always helpful.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Players of People's Postcode Lottery have raised over £1.4 billion for good causes, helping deliver good news for charities like Battersea, Ellen MacArthur Cancer Trust, Trussell, Ending Hunger Together, and Riding for the Disabled Association. See, even Poppy says thanks, because what the world needs now is you. PPL manages lotteries for 20 charities. A minimum of 33% of each ticket price goes to charity. Not available in Northern Ireland. Conditions apply. 18+.
Hi everyone, I'm Henry and I'm joined by my good friend Hector. This is the first episode of a new Gorilla Cricket podcast aiming to engage cricket fans of all ages to interact with the future #1 cricket podcast of the world.
Each episode will last no longer than 30 minutes and Henry and I will aim to interview a range of exciting guests who played a part in the world of cricket, from current players to content creators. We want to provide you with short, engaging discussions.
Episodes will be released every fortnight. We really want the show to be refreshingly different, so please feel free to send in any suggestions or questions for us to ask our guests to gorillacricket@gmail.com.
We have a great guest to kick off this series. Earlier today, Redders and I were lucky enough to speak to the recent back-to-back 100 champion, a vital part of the Oval Invincibles team and a potential future England superstar, Nathan Souter.
Right, perfect. Thank you so much for coming on, Nathan. Obviously, first of all, congrats on the big win, back to back in the 100. Just wanted to ask about the franchise and how much you enjoy it compared to maybe the Blast and other comps.
Yeah, obviously, thanks for that. Yeah, the competition itself is quite interesting. It's very different. But yeah, I think I enjoy the Blast as much as I enjoy the 100 as well. The Blast is obviously a different challenge, a bit longer. And obviously still a little bit to go in that now, but yeah, the 100 itself is fast. It's entertaining. I feel like it happens very quickly, and I feel like that's what they're trying to push a bit. But yeah, it's definitely a different kind of dynamic and a different environment around the cricket, short format cricket, definitely.
Yeah. And do you think, how does it compare if you play a mat and then go back to the Blast? Do you feel like you have to change anything, like how you play, or not?
Not particularly. I think the kind of mindset's very similar. As in the T20, you might have a little bit more time to settle as a bowler. Even as a batter, you probably have a few more balls to settle. Where at the 100, I feel like everyone's coming at you very fast. There's no time to settle. I think when you go back to the Blast, it feels like the game's a little bit slower. The 100's so fast. That's how I feel it when I've played.
Is it weird bowling 10 balls? Sometimes bowling 10 instead of 5. That must be.
I feel like when I bowl the 10 balls, it feels more like a T20 match because you actually get to bowl like you actually start working out what you're trying to do. Where the first ball in a 5, you're trying to bowl, get a dot or get a 1, and then before you know it's the end of the set and you're trying to get a 1 again. Where I feel like when you bowl 10 balls, it's more aggressive. You're looking to take wickets. Probably that's why you're bowling 10 balls. That's how I kind of look at it.
How does that decision making work? Well, obviously Billings is the captain. How do you decide whether you're bowling 5 or a full set of 10?
Most of the time we don't like bowling the 10s, but unless you're really on top, you might have got a few dot balls. A batter's not picking you, and like I just said, you're looking like you're on top. You want to get more wickets. I think I've only done it once or twice in in the 100, but yeah, it's interesting. I think normally he just looks at you and go, yeah, I'm going again. You can't. He doesn't. He kind of goes, and you just decide. You go, yeah, I think it's the right thing, or nah, not now. So it's like, yeah, it's one of them ones. It's really up to like you, really.
How good was Billings like as a captain? He looks pretty. I mean, you hear him all the time when you're watching. To be fair,
he's full on. He moves you here, moves you there. Yeah. But yeah, he's a good leader. He led the team well over the last couple of seasons, and definitely has helped us get to where we have as well.
And of course, you and Adam Zampa played a big part in both tournaments. Is he someone you've been able to learn a lot from with spin bowling, and also overseas players in general? How much do they affect a franchise team like that?
Yeah, I definitely think like Adam, he brings a lot of the energy and the culture to the team. He's a bit massive leader off the pitch, which you probably don't always see. But yeah, he's a massive part in how I've done as well, because he's so aggressive, his mindset's so positive, and he believes he can get anyone out. That tends to rub off on you. Technically, we talk about stuff, but we're both at the age where we kind of just roll the punches a bit and see how we get on, really.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you go ahead. You go.
Yeah, well, I was just saying, 'cause obviously Redders and I are big cricket badges. We watch like the Test and stuff, and he seems to bring a lot of character to the Aussie team. Was there a lot of team bonding going on with the Oval Invincibles?
Yeah, we definitely went for our team dinners, and obviously had a few soft drinks here and there as we went along. But yeah, nothing that you wouldn't expect. A few of the boys went and played golf. You play go-karting. Like, we all keep quite busy in that time, because as much as it comes thick and fast, you are sitting around a lot of the time as well before games and stuff. So yeah, we did a lot of team bonding. Not a lot, but we did stuff together a lot. Go for coffees and stuff like that. It was nice.
Sure.
And aside from obviously the 100 was a big success, but you've also, like, recently over the last couple of years, you've moved up to Durham from Middlesex. How good is it? Was it a big change going from Middlesex to Durham? Obviously, in terms of region, but have you?
Yeah, obviously, yeah. The cricket, like, at first you think it's going to be a massive change, but then when you get there, everyone's pretty much similar in cricket these days. Everyone's very professional. Everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to do their best. So you kind of just slip in. The characters you come across are all very similar, but unique in their own ways. So yeah, it was a little bit different, but yeah, I've really enjoyed my time at Durham. It's a lovely place to play cricket. And
obviously, you moved from Middlesex to Durham, but of course you were born in Australia, New South Wales, I think it was. How did the decision come about to move over to England, and was it an easy one for you?
At the time, I had just come over. My mother's English. She's from the Durham or the northeast region. So I come across. I had an English passport. I come into the Surrey area to play some league cricket, and was kind of just playing cricket, not really thinking about it. And someone said, "Oh, why don't you trial at counties?" And I didn't really know what that actually entailed.
Yeah.
I was like, normally in Australia you get picked to represent your state, so I thought it was just a similar kind of concept. But then someone's like, "No, you can just go for a trial, and then if they like you, they might keep you on." So I did that, and then I was lucky enough to get an opportunity with Middlesex, and then the decision was pretty straightforward at the time. I didn't have any opportunities in Australia at the time, so I was like, well, I'm going to take this opportunity and see how it goes. And we're looking at 10 seasons later, I've won 200s. So, yeah. And then obviously done quite well in T20 cricket. So, yeah, I think I made the right decision.
Yeah.
Was cricket always the main sport?
Yeah, cricket. Yeah, cricket's always been the main sport for me. Obviously, in recent years got into golf and stuff like that, but yeah, I love cricket.
Aussie rules when you're back home?
Nah, rugby league for me.
Yeah, rugby league. Solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously, seems like a good decision to move to England. Does that open up your chances to get into the England white ball team? I saw an article on BBC Sport the other day saying you're in the lineup now.
Yeah, I'd love to play for England. So yeah, that was a decision I made nearly 10 years ago that I wanted to commit. If I was going to play in England, I'd commit, and if I got the opportunity, I would play for England. So I hope that opportunity does come, but I don't know. You never know how people are thinking or what. I think with Adil Rashid still in the picture, it's quite a hard one to overtake him because he's incredible. He's a legend of English white ball cricket.
Yeah, obviously that's quite tough. But have you looked to play any red ball cricket like for Durham, or is that?
No, that's probably off the cards a bit at the moment. As in, I think I've just looked at my white ball cricket and tried to really hone in on them skills and try to excel in that, which I feel like I have in the last couple of years. But something, if it ever come back around the red ball, I'd obviously like to play. I like playing cricket, so if an opportunity came, I would take it with both hands and see where it runs to, really.
Yeah.
Have any other franchise teams across the world, anyone been knocking recently after the tournament?
No, not so far at the moment. Obviously, you put your name in all these drafts and you hope that someone likes what you do. But yeah, I'm off to Dubai in January with the ILT20 with the Desert Vipers. So I've already got that one for the winter. So that'll get me out of the English winter, which will be nice because it's going to be cold in January again, no doubt.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, in fact, obviously back to Durham, we saw Ben McKinney scored 100. I think yesterday it was, and you got other young guns like Hayden Mustard. How good do you reckon those two could be? I'm not sure how long you've spent around them. Or
yeah, I've seen a lot of Ben in the last couple of years, and Hayden's obviously come into the picture in the last probably 18 months as well. But yeah, or last 12 months more likely. Yeah, but I think Ben has the potential. I think being the size he is, and I think he could be a massive play in English cricket in the long term. I think he's batting, he gets on top of the ball, bounce, and I think he'll be a great asset for England in Australia in years to come, I think, with the extra bounce over there, and I no doubt he'll dominate first class cricket in the next coming 12 months, I think.
Yeah.
And just talking about, you mentioned there getting on top of the bounce, for you being a spin bowler in a tournament like the 100 with players such as Pollard and everyone different heights, different sizes, how tricky and what did you have to do to adjust to bowling to the likes of Kieran Pollard or Ben Duckett, just different sizes and different skill sets?
Yeah, obviously I was lucky enough to bowl at Pollard this year. Duckett last season, we missed him in the first game, which was nice because he's a dangerous little player, isn't he? So Pollard, yeah, he's a man mountain. You're bowling at him, you're like, oh my god, he dominates the area. He looks as big as you do in that photo of the oval in the background. That's what it felt like. So yeah, definitely. You do your homework and you try to bowl the ball where the strike rates are low, and you just have to back your ability, and hopefully you get away with it on the night, which I did when we played him at the oval, which was nice.
Yeah.
Did you get him out? Was that?
Nah, I just he kind of just blocked me, which was nice. I think he tried to hit one in anger, and he kind of went for one, so I was kind of happy with that.
It all worked, didn't it?
Yeah, and he didn't get any in the final, which was nice as well.
Yeah, that was good.
They had a bit of a collapse, didn't they? Like 3-4.
Yeah, 3 for 1 in 10 balls from Saqib Mahmood. So
yeah,
that was an incredible spell to win the match.
Of course, as well, Pollard hit Rashid Khan for those 5-6s earlier on, so must have been pretty nerve-wracking going into the.
Yeah, and then we played him the next game. I think it was not ideal when you send him well like that, but
saw him off.
Yeah, so I was lucky enough to get away with it that night.
Definitely. And if we just move on to we're breaking these up into 3 sections. So if we go into section 2, talking about what's going on in the world of cricket. Obviously, the Test match series is underway. England doing pretty well. against Sri Lanka and the West Indies. Ben Stokes injured. Of course, you would have played and spent some time with some of the players in that team. How big a character do you think Stokes is as a captain, and do you think how big an effect will his absence have on the team, do you think?
Obviously, yeah, Ben's a massive figure in cricket, not just in the UK, but in the world. So I think any team in the world would be silly to not have him in their own team if they had the opportunity. So I think he's obviously going to be a huge miss for England because he balances the side so well with his bat and ball, and obviously his leadership as well. What they've been able to do over the last few years has been extraordinary, how people have bought in so well. So, but yeah, I definitely think it'd be a bit of a hole in the team at the moment. But I think the depth of English cricket, I think they can cover him in this series, I think, quite well. We've got the options of bringing players in like Sam Curran even. So I think at the moment with Sri Lanka and the West Indies, I think England are very dominant in all areas against them. I can't see it being a massive problem for England in this series, but definitely moving forward they need a fit Ben Stokes, I think.
Have you played against Stokesy before? Like when you were at Middlesex, did you play?
No, I've never played with him or against him, which I'm glad for.
Yeah.
I think he was injured. He didn't play the Superchargers game this year, which was always nice.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he comes back to Durham and then you can maybe play with him at some point.
Yeah, hopefully he might be fit in time for the quarterfinals, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
Do you think, because obviously he only played a handful of games in the 100, but he was coming back from Red Bull cricket and he didn't do too well with the bat. Is that a surprise, or do you think that's quite common to see such a change?
Obviously he puts himself in the tough positions. He's opened the bat. The balls in the 100 this year were swinging way more. They were doing a lot more. So you've seen some of the best players in the world struggle in the power play. So obviously he had put himself in the position, in one of the hardest positions to stop that right for the Superchargers. So, he could score runs wherever he is, but yeah, it was probably tougher than it normally is in white ball cricket this summer.
Yeah, definitely. You go, Reddis.
I was just with the 100, obviously that takes a lot of players out of the county cricket stuff, and with the One Day Cup happening, do you think the 100 and those tournaments are slowly killing the One Day Cup, which used to be 5 years ago quite a big deal?
I don't know about killing it. I think obviously it's giving players opportunities as well, as much as obviously I can see from a fan's point of view they want the best players playing for the county. If I look at someone like Durham, we played a lot of youngsters. We had a 16-year-old debut. We had Ben McKinney, who probably, if we had a full side, white ball side, would maybe not play. So I feel like there's opportunities for players to then showcase their skills. So I don't see it as it's downgrading. Or it is, the comps obviously doesn't have the best players in it, but I don't see as in the long future hurting county cricket, as in I feel like it's giving players an opportunity, it's giving clubs an opportunity to see who their better players are at a younger age, and if they've got the nous now to then push on and be a better player in the future. So it's catch-22. Obviously you want the best players playing one day cricket as well, but obviously you get the opportunity to see some youngsters get an opportunity as well, as we've seen with Lancashire. Rocky Flintoff obviously had a good One Day Cup and he's just made his debut now for Lancashire at the Oval. So
yeah,
I see it in both ways.
Okay, yeah, true. I think people at the moment, some fans label it as it's going to a second team tournament, but I agree. I think it's good to get younger players opportunities, and now obviously Rocky Flintoff wouldn't probably be debuting against Surrey today or yesterday if it wasn't for the One Day Cup, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, I 100% don't think he would be if he didn't play in the One Day Cup and do well.
Yeah, maybe we'll see you there, Redders, one day soon in the One Day Cup when the 100's on for Derby.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be great. You two could play each other. That'd be good.
Yeah, I wouldn't pick it, trust me.
I guess just to add to the One Day Cup and the 100 stuff, do you think that obviously this year there's been the whole thing with the 100 and how ownerships are changing? Do you think that will affect the franchise, or will everything just be as normal?
I really don't know. I'm not sure. It's obviously a very interesting time in domestic English cricket. I think I'm not sure how it's going to pan out. Depends how. Yeah, it just depends who owns the teams and obviously how the ECB want to let it, who controls it, and so on. There's so much water to go under the bridge before we get to August next year. So it'd be interesting to see what happens. To be honest with you, I don't have a crystal ball to tell you exactly what will happen, but it's obviously an interesting time. You don't really know. Just you hope the competition doesn't change dramatically. But yeah, I think it'll be very similar to what it is this season.
And are you definitely going to be with the Oval Invincibles next season?
No idea. That will get decided a little bit later in time.
Okay.
I think we won't find out until maybe like early January, around Christmas time, what they'll be doing. And obviously with these new ownerships and new stuff, we don't know if they're going to redo the draft, or depends how many people can stay at the teams. Like I said, there's so much stuff to go, water go under the bridge before we can see where we're at.
Yeah. And I was just wondering about how does the whole process work? Because obviously you signed for Durham, and then if you get the call in January saying you're playing for the Oval, it's such a short tournament, but how does that work in the build-up to the tournament? Do you guys come together a month before to start training, or is it you're with Durham until the first match?
Yeah, literally with Durham until the first match. So this year I played in Derbyshire on the Friday night, and then we met up on the Saturday morning for the Oval. So literally drove from Derbyshire to London, stayed in the hotel the night. The next morning we went to the ground and we played on the Tuesday. So we had like a 3-day turnaround before the first game.
Is that not a bit weird? Or I guess playing a second season for them, you sort of knew all the boys, but surely if someone's starting off.
Yeah, I think it is what it is now. I think it's the norm. People are used to, you just turn up and you crack on. That's how it goes now. I think if you overthink it, you end up getting yourself in a bit of a pickle, really.
Yeah. Well, especially with such busy schedules for everyone. We were reading an old interview you did where you mentioned the importance of batting, even for a tail ender, and coming down the order, you said like 20, 30 runs. So valuable. Have you seen recently a rise in batting standards from tail enders, and do you think that young people looking to get into the game should have both assets fully covered, or can you get away with just being a bowler?
I don't think you can get away with doing one of the three skills anymore. I feel like you need to have at least two of the three. Like my batting's probably got a little bit, not worse, but it's probably harder now when you're not playing red ball cricket. So you go in the T20, you got 3 balls and you got to try to hit a boundary. So, and then you feel like a bit of a clown when you've hit one straight up or you've missed one. But yeah, I think the batting's obviously people in T20 cricket, people expect everyone to be able to try to hit a boundary. I think that's your goal if you're facing 10. Like I'm not lucky enough to get to face 10, 15 balls anymore, but if you do, you need to find a few boundaries. So yeah, it's important. I think you need to. If you're not going to bat that well, but you can hold it, you need to be able to field the house down, and vice versa. I feel like fielding's the non-negotiable out of the three. So
yeah,
you can always just bat and field well. You can bowl and field well. You can get away with it a little bit more than doing bat and bowl. I feel like if you just bat and bowl, you got to do that really well.
Sure.
Who was the toughest bowler you had to face sort of at the tail end?
Oh, you never just want to face Jordan Archer or Tyler Mills. Yeah, you don't want to face them.
Yeah, no.
The Brave are just
yeah, they got so much pace. Even the Phoenix, some of their bowlers are quite. Or Adam Milne, he bowls fast. Yeah. You don't want to face that. You'd rather face Tim Southey, to be honest.
Really? Yeah. Saying something.
You might get you out, but he ain't gonna hurt you.
Yeah. Is Timo Mills? Is he? Well, okay. Archer's probably the first one, but is Timo Mills a bit harder than just because he's left arm? Is he a bit harder than Jordan?
I feel like it's all right when you're batting at the tail, as in like he's trying to hit your stumps. He's not trying to hit you, so you're all right.
Yeah. True. Have you whipped out the scoop? Are you trying to work on that one? If they're always going stumps, could be huge.
I've tried about it, but then you have these flashes of hitting into your own face, so it's not really that fun.
Yeah, that's true.
What's the go-to shot for a boundary then? Off those bowlers?
I think you got to try to use the pace and go behind square. And if they bowl you a slow ball, try to pick it up over like mid-wicket or something like that. That's the scoop is an option. You have to try to something you got to work on a little bit more.
Yeah, I think scooping it into your collarbone or something would be pretty rough.
Yeah, I've done it into my own throat before, so it's kind of stopped me for a bit.
What's the worst like place you've been hit? Or for fast bowler, it's sort of armpit area, ribs. That's probably surely.
Yeah, that's not a nice one. Yeah, I got hit in the side of the knee in the net a couple of weeks ago, but that was quite painful to be fair.
Yeah.
Missed the pad and caught the side of the knee. So yeah.
And just back to Red Bull quickly, on the news, because obviously franchises, everyone's sort of building a franchise now. Obviously in America and the 100 obviously. Do you think that's going to affect smaller test nations? I'm not saying West Indies is small, but if you look at their team, the Porans and Hopes, they're all going over and choosing to play white ball instead of the test matches. Someone that's experienced both red and white ball, do you think this is a serious issue or just blown up by the media?
I think it's a bigger issue in some other countries, not the UK. I feel like people are still. Red ball cricket is the forefront of their minds, and that's a traditional thing, which I still love to watch red ball cricket because that's what I grew up watching myself. So I think it's just a cultural thing or just what they're being brought up on. And I think a little bit what I think Russell might have said the other day is they just don't want to play red ball cricket because it's long.
Yeah,
and I think that. Yeah, and it's probably the truth. So, like. It's the truth in some extent. Like if you speak to any kids about playing cricket, like, it's boring. Well, why is it boring? Because it goes all day, and it's like, it's just it's a niche thing. Red ball cricket. So it wasn't a niche thing, but now it's coming. You know, and it's like an appetizer for someone. Now they're like, oh, do I really want that, or will I just go straight to the main dish, which is the fast food? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Would you want to go to a nice restaurant and have a 3-hour meal, or do you just want to go to Macca's and get your hot chips and your burger in 5 minutes? That's what T20 cricket's like, you know what I mean? So it's like everyone wants to have the nice meal, but they don't have the time for the nice meal. So it's a bit. I think that's what Test cricket is. I think they need to maybe block out a certain period of the season or the year, and they play Test cricket through that period. That means it's, I don't know, in English summer it's this time, and then another time. If they do 3 months here or 3 months, and you know what I mean? So then franchises aren't jumping into when test pockets are on. So I think that's the only way they can probably do it in the future. I think they're going to have to make like a little carnival of 3 months of test cricket or 4 months and play as much test cricket they can in them periods.
Yeah, because I guess on the other hand as well, it was probably a bit annoying for, I think, Atkinson, Wokes, they got taken out at the back end of the 100 because they had to play in the test series, didn't want anyone else to get injured. But then that affects the 100 and maybe that as well.
Yeah, it all leads into it. I just think there needs to be standalone. If we're going to play test cricket, I don't think there shouldn't be any other franchise cricket being played at the same time. That doesn't matter. For me, it's like, if you have to block it out, then you do that. And then the franchise can fit around the test cricket schedule, rather than at the moment it feels like the test cricket's fitting around the franchise schedule.
True. All right, we'll just move on to sort of segment 3, a little bit behind the scenes. Obviously, main focus is cricket for everyone listening, but behind the scenes is pretty key as well. What the boys do after the 100 win? It seems like there's a few characters in the dressing room.
Yeah, it was quite subdued, to be fair. We just went back to the hotel bar and ended up in the team room to about early hours with a few drinks and just some music there. It wasn't anything spectacular, it wasn't anything outrageous, it was quite well behaved, to be fair.
Was last year a little bit looser, or was this back to back?
Last year we went into Soho. I think the ECB had organised an after party, so we went there, but this year there was nothing organised, so we just kind of ventured back to the bar and spent our time with our family and friends, really.
Yeah, it's the big characters. Like I saw on Tom Curran's Instagram the whole fashion thing.
Yeah.
Before the game, what was that about? Was that sort of copying the NBA or?
Yeah, definitely copying the NBA kind of thing. It's having a bit of fun, trying to bring a lot of heartedness to it. We thought that was the kind of the idea of that.
And as well, I play a lot of club cricket, and fines is a big part of what happens. Is there any sort of fines or anything that goes on with Durham on and off the field? Got to pay up for certain things.
Durham, we do fines for an end of season party kind of thing.
Yeah.
But nothing out of the ordinary. Just the normal. Someone doing something silly for a week, or we normally do it monthly. So you have to save them up and remember them. So some people get away with some stuff, and other people who have done something silly a couple of days before the meeting always seem to get themselves in a bit more trouble than others.
Is there a sort of designated fine master or?
Yeah, Durham, it is Ben Rain. He takes charge of that.
Yeah.
He enjoys his being the fine master. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it get expensive or?
No, it's always capped. It never gets out of hand.
Yeah.
I think it's like max you can get done is about 20 quid for a month. So it's not
Okay.
unless you've committed something that's untoward, and you have to go to the dartboard to get your money back. Pretty much, you throw a 20, you get your money back. Throw a 10, you have to pay £10. So we keep it quite fun and interesting.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, good.
And obviously, as Red has mentioned, looks like you play with a few quirky characters. Travelling from game to game, both Durham and the Oval Invincibles, are there any players that most people just look to just avoid, like sharing a room, sitting next to?
No, not really. I think I could be one of them at times. No, not really. I think everyone gets on quite well. Jordan Cox can be a bit of a pain in the neck.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, we have Martian DeLanger. He was quite loud and boisterous.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Durham lot, they're quite subdued. Not subdued, but everyone's quite does their own thing on the buses. We spend a lot too much time on the bus to annoy each other, I think.
Yeah, and does Zampa still make a lot of coffee? Thought he made the Love Cafe a few years ago.
I didn't see him. He wasn't staying in the hotel this season. He was with his family, so I didn't see. He loves his coffee, but I didn't see him making too many.
Very good.
That's heartbreaking.
And then actually I have two more. We've got one. Heck, we'll ask the full one in a minute. But what's the best ground to play at in terms of like atmosphere? Obviously, when you're at Edgbaston and you're up at Headingley, sometimes it'd be quite rough. But what is the best ground you've played at?
I think in England, when the crowd's up and buzzing, I think the Oval's, you can't match the Oval.
Yeah.
It's electric. The atmosphere there is electric. It's something else.
Good answer. Love the Oval. And just to finish off, maybe just asking all the guests this question: if you could play, you say getting into golf now, if you could play golf with three other cricketers, dead or alive, who would make up the full ball and why?
Well, I'll play a bit with Will Jacks, and he's quite good. And I enjoy my company with him on the course because it's quite fun. So Will Jacks would be one. Would have loved to play with Warnie. I think that'd be a great round of golf. And who else? I'm trying to think. And again, another good golfer, Jordan Cox. I enjoy spending my time with him, so wouldn't mind. He's a very good golfer.
Yeah. Well,
I presume Will Jacks hits a quite a long ball.
Yeah, I think he only drives at about like 200 or something. Yeah. No, he hits the ball. He hits the ball miles. Yeah, he's a good golfer. I think he's just off about one or scratch at the moment. So yeah.
Jeez. Is he the best golfer in the setup?
Well, Jordan Cox is quite good as well. He's off about the same. So I think it'll be good around that.
Nice. How good are you? What's your handicap?
I'm off about 7-8 at the moment.
That's still pretty decent. I'm sitting on about 30 at the moment.
Yeah, I like a few more shots.
Yeah.
No handicap, so see how that goes.
Yeah.
But perfect. Thank you so much, Nathan.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Asked a few questions. Hope hopefully everyone will enjoy it. But yeah, thank you and good luck for. I think I'm actually there watching the Surrey-Durham game at the Oval, the quarter-final. So
sure. Hopefully it's a good game.
We're gonna have to stop supporting you, I'm afraid. Now back to Surrey.
That's fine.
The Oval stuff.
Yeah. That's right. I'll wave to you when we win.
Sure. Right. Thank you very much.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Nathan.
Have a good one. Bye.
Thank you.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
I was surprised, put it that way. I go along with Bear that you felt that he didn't want to because it was too much of a time commitment. I imagine that the offer, financial, I mean, that's being very cynical, but I imagine the offer must have been very good for him to decide to do that. I mean, I don't know what Brendan McCullum's family situation is, but I would be surprised if, generally speaking, Ponting is one of those who says he doesn't want that sort of job because it takes up too much time away from his family. And so if you have got a young family, then I think that sort of bears upon you.
Not to mention a vineyard to oversee.
Oh, indeed.
In Ricky's case.
Absolutely. You've got to be there to crush the grapes, haven't you? So, I don't know. It's a strange one. It's like England jump one way and then jump back the other way, isn't it? If it was only a couple of years ago we were being told that we have to split the two jobs, and now suddenly they've amalgamated them again. So I don't really know what to make of it. I'm kind of with the Bear. I'm not entirely sure he'll see it through, but
he's been described as not a technical coach, but an incredibly good people person. So he creates an environment that frees people up to be ambitious and successful without fear of consequence of pushing themselves. That's certainly been true in tests, and I think they feel that under Matthew Mott that has totally gone from the white ball side, and they want to sprinkle a bit of that fairy dust onto Jos Buttler and his troops. So I mean, I think I'm on that basis, providing his heart's genuinely in it, and I don't see why it wouldn't be. I think the acid test will be: can you get Jos Buttler playing with a smile on his face and a sense of freedom?
Well, I think the way to do that,
then everything else will follow, I think.
Well, I think the way to do that is take the captaincy away from him. Stop it,
Yeah, I mean,
with batsman. He's not a very good captain, let's be honest.
I would be inclined to look into that as well. I mean, if people are talking about Harry Brook as a potential Test captain, then I think you've got to blood him as a one-day captain. I know things are different, but I think these days people don't captain, and suddenly they're thrust in as Test captain or whatever. This is really what's happened to Ollie Poe. Where's he been captaining until now? Joe Root captained Yorkshire very few times, maybe a couple of times I think it was, before he was made England captain. Although of course his England place was much more established. I just think it's hard for captains, and I don't think that the one day or the white ball captaincy would be quite pressurised in regards to Harry Brook. He would still play the way that he does. I think the Test captaincy, even though people may say that white ball cricket is more popular these days, I still think it has that sort of level of awe, doesn't it? And ultimately you're judged, certainly in this country, you're judged on your Test performances. So I think I would be inclined, especially if he's going to continue to keep wicket, Jos Buttler. I don't think he should captain, but that's an argument for another day, isn't it?
I think it is. Right, we should definitely say farewell. We are, of course, going to be on air for every day of that 5th Test from the Oval. Looking forward to that.
2 days of it.
Oh, how many days it is. There might be some weather about. It might get to 5 days. You might be surprised.
No, I think it's supposed to be sunny towards the end of the week. So.
Fingers crossed. Right. We should say farewell. Thank you, Hendo, as ever. Magnificent.
Pleasure.
And Bear, any final thoughts?
Not really. Having a go. Things to do. Clearing out the room of doom over at the GC Towers.
Has it sold yet? You had an offer?
No, that's why I'm clearing out the room of doom, trying to make it look as presentable as possible.
Which is the room of doom?
The one at the end, which is basically a storage room.
The one I go in and try and do meetings in by balancing on a piano stool with my laptop on top of a inverted, I don't know what.
Exactly.
Packing crate.
Yeah.
Right, we have to go.
Yes.
Thank you all. See you next time.
Okie dokie. And don't forget you can patron us at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket if you really like us, because that's always helpful.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Great in Test cricket as well. Like he's just, like Head is like one of the best players in the world right now, I would say, and certainly one of the most box office. So yeah, it worked out. Like they got lucky with the rain. We got a result in Bristol despite the rain. 70 overs of cricket. That's not that bad, I think. They should have played 35 overs a side, like they did at Lords, where they played 39 overs a side. I think it was never going to be ideal. It was never going to be 5 beautiful hot summer's days in September.
Not in late September.
No, of course not. But at the same time, it was a gamble that the ECB put in, and it paid off because they got 5 matches in. Very exciting series. The audience figures on the BBC, on the highlights and stuff, they've been really high. The listenership, people have been really interested. And I think it's England right now. Brand England is very strong. People are interested in what England is doing, whatever form of cricket they're playing, because they play very exciting cricket. And like there'll be a lot of cricket with Brendan McCullum. But whatever you say about him, you have to rate the fact that he's turned England into possibly the most exciting team in world cricket, the team that commands the best everything. Other than, there's India. In terms of finances, you're never going to beat India, right? It's just not. Their business model is set. They were first to act, and they've got a huge economy, and just really savvy in terms of monetizing.
Well, and they've also got a bloody 1.4 billion people who are cricket crazies. It does help.
We can't beat that.
No.
At the same time, like England right now, like everybody wants a piece of it, and it's a good time to be an England cricket fan because you're going to get a lot to watch: men's, women's, domestic, and it's exciting. Like the domestic season, it sort of finished slightly on a damp squib, literally. But we all had to watch Surrey lift another title, yay! But it's an
Somerset not win 3 titles.
Yeah, well, there you go.
That cupboard still stays bare down in Taunton.
I will say this: it was so exciting on the Australia tours. I think when we won the 3rd one after we were battered 2-0, I think every Australian batsman got a send off with a "fuck off" jingle.
Only when you were commentating.
Only when I was commentating.
Funny enough, there was a direct line of correlation between that particular jingle and when you were on air.
Well, exactly. I was getting quite overexcited. I had a couple of beers, and we did get an email afterwards. Got to stop this. You can't be doing this. It's turning off the kids. I was like, yeah, but it was Australia, and you can't not send them off with that, can you? When Piggy and Marnuslow are out, and so that was quite fun. I did enjoy it, and I didn't think I was going to.
Quick word for Gloucestershire and Glamorgan. It was a shame Glamorgan had to do it on a wet Monday, and it turned into a T20, but well done them, beating Somerset. Gloucestershire, fantastic. They had not a trophy for a while, and they beat Somerset. And obviously well done Surrey, who pipped Somerset.
Yeah.
So but you could, if you were an optimist, go, it's been a cracking year for Somerset, but on the other hand, you could look, maybe not, maybe not.
3 matches away from a treble.
Yes, exactly.
True. Bit like Man United. Oh well.
All right, it is time. It is time to send people home. Atif, thank you. It's been a joy. You should do it more often. Travel safely, whatever you do. That's the key thing.
It's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you for having me, and and thank you for accommodating me. Like for the listeners, I should say, I was a little bit awkward with my timings, but both these lovely gentlemen have accommodated me, and I really appreciate it.
We're a very welcoming pub.
have a good series as well. I think it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to being out there. And if you have any,
you get to see family while you're out there at all?
I mean, they're all going to be here, is the thing, right? They're going to be watching from here. They're all very jealous that I'm going to Pakistan. I'm like, well, I'm not really going to Pakistan. I'm going to be in Multan in a hotel ground hotel. You know.
Were you in the same hotel as the same hotel as the team?
No, so last time we were, and we might be in Islamabad actually in the same hotel as the team, but not this time. This time we're somewhere different. We don't have a golf course. In Multan last time we were in Multan, we had a hotel with a swimming pool with no water in it. So
you go for a jog up and down the swimming pool.
I got a message from David Gatt. This is how weird it was. I got a message from David Gatt saying when we arrived in Multan, he's like, listen, you got to check out the swimming pool. It's on the roof. It's spectacular. I said, I will. Thanks, David. Great. And then I go up the lift. I get to the top, and I go to the swimming pool, and it's just like there's a security guard with a rifle sitting in there. I was like,
shooting fish in a empty pool.
It's spectacular, but I think this time around we'll have water in the pool, and it is lovely to be in Pakistan. Watching cricket in Pakistan genuinely is wonderful. Great journalists, great atmosphere, wonderful fan. You know, it's just it's one of the best places you can watch cricket. I know there's a lot of like things that you have to think about and scheduling issues and admin issues and all that kind of stuff. But like if you're ever in Pakistan watching a game of cricket, it's beautiful. It really is really cool. So I'm very excited to be there.
Cool. On my punch list. I'll do it one day.
Yeah, one day.
Right. Well, we are going to be there, of course, for the first test Monday on the 7th. In the meantime,
well, we can find
wherever
a
you are,
broadcaster.
have a fantastic day, week, and we shall see you next Monday.
See you all later. Bye.
Thanks to the team. Cheers, guys.
Yeah.
And don't forget you can patron us at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket if you really like us, because that's always helpful.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Just to be kind of shouted at.
Yeah.
Players of People's Postcode Lottery have raised over £1.4 billion for good causes, helping deliver good news for charities like Battersea, Ellen MacArthur Cancer Trust, Trussell, Ending Hunger Together, and Riding for the Disabled Association. See, even Poppy says thanks. Because what the world needs now is you. PPL manages lotteries for 20 charities. A minimum of 33% of each ticket price goes to charity. Not available in Northern Ireland. Conditions apply. 18+.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. It's been all action for us. Early morning action. 6 in the morning action, getting up at 4 action, and the Bear and I glad to have a few days off, and at least the West Indies series, white ball series, kind of goes early evening through to the very early morning, and he's a bit less disruptive on the old system. We've got 3 things we're going to talk about today. Largely, we got to look back at that Pakistan series, which was the proverbial game of 2 halves, although I suppose you'd call it a game of 1/3 and 2/3. But it was pretty different ends to the way it transpired. India hadn't lost at home since 2012 when England beat them. 18 series, I think they've gone before that. New Zealand have overturned them.
And he lost about 8 tests in that time.
At home. Guess who England are playing next? And we got a white ball series before them. With all sorts of interesting things. We're going to see Salt and Pepper at the same table. Maybe, if Pepper plays. We shall see. Our guest, who I'm delighted to say has joined us, is the one and only Billy Stevens. Billy Whiz. I don't know, do you have a nickname, Billy?
I don't
or one
really
you can share?
No, I don't necessarily have a nickname, to be honest. It's not It's not really that nicknameable name. I guess maybe Billy the Kid, the odd person calls me.
Billy the Kid, William Bonney. I did think of that one. Billy Whiz. Do you know who Billy Whiz was? Billy Whiz was.
Heard of, but you're gonna have to elaborate.
He was a character in the Beano.
Yes.
Character in the Beano comic. That was Billy Whiz. Anyway, what do you want to drink?
I would love a nice Guinness, please.
A nice Guinness. There you go. With a little
nice thick
shamrock.
Guinness.
With a sort of a instead of a shamrock, we'll do you sort of a profile of Paul Sterling on the head of it. And see what that looks like.
I'm not sure the head's big enough to fit Paul Sterling.
Well, that might be a very large pint glass. We should see more of a bucket. Bless him, old Sterling. Right. So let's start with that extraordinary series that we're still sort of reeling from how it transpired. What did you make of it, Billy? Was England's demise all about their batting?
I think you have to say it probably was. Eventually, of course, the first Test match was extraordinary with all the records being broken. Brooks triple 100, Rootsman big double 100. But then, just no one scored any runs after that. I mean, if you look at the stats, I think Brooks scored 300. He only scored another kind of 40 runs aside from that triple 100, something like that. But yeah, I think it was all our batting, really. I mean, our inability to play spin in the subcontinent, considering we've had so much recent practice, is slightly baffling, really. And I think Stokes' leave to be dismissed in England's final innings kind of summed the whole thing up, to be honest.
That was horrific, wasn't it? I mean, what was he? I don't know what he was thinking on that one, to be honest.
I think, part of it for me, if I was interviewing Ben Stokes, I think I'd have been quite scathing. I almost think we just looked like we kind of gave up midway through that third test. Our brains are absolutely fried, and there was just no energy. We were incredibly flat. And I would kind of be thinking, lots of England supporters came over for the Rawalpindi test, deciding game, and we just weren't up to it at all. And yeah, back to the original question, I do think our batting is to blame, and with so many people like Pope and Crawley and Stokes himself in dire form.
Yeah. Well, look, I'd agree with that up to a certain point, right? But I got a bit pissed off with Nasser at the end of it. I mean, Nasser was banging on at the end of it. Look at South Jaquil and look at this and that guy and how they play spin. Yeah, they're at fucking home, man. And they play it all the time. It was kind of like, well, look how they play with soft hands and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, that is true. But, that is the product of where you play your cricket, right? And England don't play cricket in those conditions. So the fact that they do go hard at the ball, it's hard to put away. You play like that your entire life. Then suddenly you're supposed to switch just like that?
No,
okay, you're a professional, but it's not that easy, right?
I completely agree with you. My only point is, it's just very similar to India. Win the first test and then lose the next 4. And my point was, we've shown nothing. We've shown no learnings from that series to now. That series ended in February, and this, is in October. We've shown no learning or ability to adapt at all since then, which I just think is a shame.
I think you've got a point there. I mean, there's already, as we thought there might be, there's an awful lot to unpack there. Shall we? So let's sort of take it a step at a time. One, to Bear's point, yes, they're at home, true, but England won there, by piling fast runs on, let's say, slow, low tracks that were very hard to get a result on. That's what they did in 2022, 3 times. Here you had the extraordinary situation after that mind-boggling, record-breaking first test, where as soon as Pakistan effectively looked across the border to India and said, well, actually, they always seem to beat England. What if we do a bit of that? So they completely changed the direction of the series with the repeat. On the second test on the first test wicket, i.e. reusing the wicket, and then 2 the creation of that thing. So you had of the same environment? No, conditions.
Yeah,
pitch the same for the third test in Rawalpindi. So you did have a sort of it was more dramatic. It was more dramatic than England winning the first test in India and then losing the next 4. It felt different to me. It felt not doctored, but although to a certain extent
It was doctored.
But it felt like a I guess the first question you got to ask is, was it just smart tactics? Is spin of any kind Bazball's kryptonite? And did Pakistan wake up and come up with a revolutionary way to make sure that they turn the series around? If I'm a Pakistan fan, I go, yeah.
Okay, right. Whilst those are all true, you also got to look at where England lost to a degree 2 of those tests. And actually, and it's harsh on Jamie Smith, but we dropped Sal Shakil when he was on 20, which was 120 runs or 110 runs off the score. Plus, if he had been caught, who knows where Nauman and Sajid Khan would have got to in their bashing. I mean, that's 200 runs you've basically cost yourself there. Similar situation, Jamie Smith, and more culpable, I would say, was the second test when he dropped Agha Salman. It was an absolute straightforward dolly edge that should have been snaffled by a fucking under-12 wicket-keeper, basically. Straight into the gloves and straight out. And that cost us that game. So, I mean, you can analyse lots and lots of these situations, but actually where you lost the match, there were 2 important points in both those games which have gone the other way. England probably win both tests, in my view. We'd have had a lead. At the end of the day, if England had been rolled for 150, 60 in the second innings, Pakistan would have had to chase 100, 200, 210, which would have been tricky. And in the second test, they'd have probably had to chase 300, in which case England certainly would have won that test. So, I mean, whilst you can overall look at it and go like, oh, well, we're shit. I mean, we threw it away at certain points ourselves.
We did. And that's what
you can't overlook those and just say, oh, blah blah blah. And the other thing, and the thing that annoys me about this is all about the batting. No, it's as much about spin bowling.
Correct.
You have inexperienced spin bowlers. Look, Jack Leach is better than Bashir, but they're both reasonably inexperienced in those conditions, right? Leach much more so than Bashir. But you look at how Sajid Khan and Nauman. I mean, they're not massive spinners of the ball. I mean, Noman's a roller, but the wickets are helpful, right? But what he does varies his pace massively. I mean, there's a 20 km/h difference between his fastest balls and his slowest balls, which is 15 miles an hour. And if you have control and you can get it up and down at those different paces, you're going to flummox even the best batsman. I mean, that's what you do. That's your job as a spinner, right?
The thing I would say, sorry, I think the first thing says, I don't think any of us had problems with Pakistan, doctoring the pitch, if you want to use that term.
No.
I think that's using home advantage. I think that's okay. My point with the laying all on the batting, obviously there's an element of the bowling that has to come into it, but I don't think we necessarily bowled badly. I think we were tactically poor at time, and obviously Bashir, I was commenting on at the time, is just very inconsistent with his lengths, and Leach doesn't vary his speed enough, so they're learnings that they need to take. But I mean, if you look at, Pakistan scored 344 in the first innings of the last test and 366 in the first innings of the second test. I mean, they're not mammoth scores. We haven't necessarily bowled that badly. I know the pitch is turning, so we could have dismissed them for a bit less in each instance. But it's not like they were knocking 500 out. We kind of always looked in the game until that very flat period after lunch.
But this is kind of where I was going, because you've got a few things that aren't about the batting. So possibly, I think, Billy, England were 60, 70 light, having had first use of the track. So that is very much about the batting. Jamie Smith was the saviour there. But remember, we had England had Pakistan at 7 for 177. Yeah. Now that was
sound Australian there, 177.
Yeah, I think I did it the wrong way around. Because I'm reminding myself at it on Crickington, and that's the way they have it. But 177 for 7, England just seemed to let it drift, and that's where a combination of bowling inexperience, fielding mistakes, and frankly, and this is where I think the Ben Stokes discussion is quite an interesting one, he just didn't have his mojo. there was a time where England would have tried everything under the sun. They would have been on all sorts of funky fielding positions. They would have done bowling changes. Ben Stokes, even on a spinning wicket, would have said, fuck this, I'm going to bowl myself and give it a go. None of that happened. And for a weird period, England just were like a rabbit in headlights, as who was it? Saud Shakil. Shakil made most of his runs in ones and twos, and we didn't do anything to stop him. That was just weird. Constantly we let them. We let him play, shall we call it, the Joe Root role, and then you had both Noman Ali and Sajid Khan run a ball 48, fantastic, but we let them wriggle away, and that is a problem that has been England's problem for years, since McCullum and Stokes took over, because they've always backed themselves. They've always said, we don't care what the other guys get, because we reckon we can always chase it down. And that constantly, if you look at the record of all test countries since I think 2022, the tail against England in all tests, all countries, averages about 19. The next highest would be 17 or 16. So England have a absolute problem putting away the tail when they've got a team down. They rely on the batting to bail them out, and bailing them out on turning wickets is a heck of a lot harder than it is on soft, low, flat tracks. And that's and we wouldn't be having quite the same desperate discussion about the batting if the batting hadn't been exposed by a very below par performance, really, by the captain to a certain extent, when even he admitted he just lost the plot. McCullum has gone to his defence, quite rightly, but the fact is, he's saying we need to put an arm around him. There's some of the language there that just suggests all was not well in the Ben Stokes world to me. When I hear what the sort of language coming out of the camp, it's very defensive of Ben Stokes, and kind of admitting he wasn't on his game as a captain or as a batsman. Maybe they impact each other, but things he should have probably been on top of. On this occasion, he wasn't, and it might have been a different game if he had been.
I think the fielding positions was the most obvious thing for me. So often, I mean, he almost usually changes the field after every single ball. Pretty much, he'd get the umbrella fields out. He'd do I think he was unfit to bowl, personally. I mean, there's literally no reason for him not to have bowled. I mean, Shakil, I think he was at 70.
Other than the fact that it was a ranked turning pitch.
But when they were knocking it round and in no trouble, at least give yourself a couple of overs.
Try anything different.
Try something different.
Give them different things to think about.
I think Shakil, his 100. I might be wrong. I think he had 70 singles in it.
Yeah, he only scored 4 fours in his 100.
Yeah, the most singles ever in a Test century, I think. Might have to fact check that. The thing I would say just about, because England batted first in that final Test match. I know you're saying it's a big advantage, but I actually think that first session and England were, we were 118 for 6. I think that was the session that the pitch played the hardest, to be honest.
Yeah,
I mean, Ben Duckett, the delivery that Ben Duckett got was extraordinary. I mean, it just rolled it on the floor.
Yeah, it was only the only real pea shooter.
But then that gets into your mind, though.
Yeah,
that gets
and
into
it
mind.
was up top, but it was the only real one. I mean, it brings you on to the other discussion apropos the batting, is we just don't face quality spin bowling often enough in those conditions. So losing in Asia is not a surprise. And that's why Pakistan's complete change of gear and tactics and approach, and everything from fan heaters to rakes. There's Hyderabad gardening school of 2017 in my book, but it works, didn't it?
Yeah,
With
but I
the
mean,
tail. Oh, go on.
well, I was going to say, I mean, it's not just us. I mean, South Africa.
Yeah.
Basically the Western nations that play on hard-fast wickets, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, are struggling in those conditions as well. Okay, New Zealand we'll get onto later, but I mean, in general, I mean, when England go and get hammered in India, we always wait for the next Australia series and hope they do worse than us, and generally they do. I mean, South Africa are fucking useless against spin. It's two parts of the world that are very different, right? You get an Asian team, you get Pakistan or Sri Lanka or Bangladesh going to South Africa or Australia, equally they struggle on fast bouncy pitches because they don't get it. I mean, that's the battle of international cricket, right? And how many teams are winning away in opposing conditions these days? You look at the records over the last 10 years or so, it's very, very, very few. So putting it all on the side and saying, oh, we're just shit is really...
Can I point out how many centuries do you think Ricky Ponting made in India? Just, I mean, weren't in India.
Quite a few, but
one.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay, and how many has Joe Root scored? I mean, he's
more, quite a lot. Exactly,
a lot more.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe, I can think of 2 double hundreds he scored in India in the last 2 series. He scored 3 centuries on a bounce in Sri Lanka last time. So, I mean, there are players who do play it well, and it depends upon the quality of spin bowling you're facing, the pitch, and all sorts of things. But I mean, I think people just get a bit overboard. We lost, and I do think at the end, Baz was quite right to say, well, okay, we lost, but let's put it behind us now. We're off to New Zealand in 3-4 weeks' time.
But there was other interesting language, chaps, particularly around Ben Stokes, that we haven't heard before. He was saying things like his captaincy wasn't what it usually was. He wasn't screwed down, and the feeling was he'd worked so hard to be fit, he'd taken a lot out of himself. So, but was essentially undercooked. He couldn't bowl himself, could he? He's disappointed, said McCarthy. It's our job to wrap our arms around him and help him. So this is a worrying. Sorry, I was just going to say there are little signals there that he was struggling a a bit.
Sounds a little bit woke to me.
Their way around it.
Fucking sort yourself out, lad.
I agree, Tony. I think that injury, I mean, with all injuries, they never really want you to know how bad it actually is, and I think that injury was obviously worse than originally feared, or that originally came out, and he would have worked incredibly hard to get fit, as you said, and I think all of that's right. And you know, a series in the subcontinent is incredibly draining, or so it seems. But I think you raised a few minutes ago England's dismissing the tail, which has been a problem that's plagued us throughout.
It's a perennial, covered up by...
I think I asked you
on their way out of trouble.
Yeah, well, I think I asked you on commentary if it was still the same in the Vaughan era and before then, and you both agreed. But I don't know what the I mean. I guess the answer is raw pace, really, which seems to do the job. But the thing with the tail is we struggle with it in every condition. We struggle with it in England
and variety in your spin attack. But definitely variety, variety in the bowling. I mean, the Bear has a really good point.
You just need to toss it up above the eye line if you're a spinner.
Which is what Noman Ali did incredibly well. But they varied their pace superbly. Jack Leach was pretty much one pace. So yes, he gets turn. Yes, he can be accurate. Yeah, he's terrific. We love Jack Leach, but he doesn't have the variety that his fellow left armer Noman Ali has. They're both sort of slow left arm, aren't they? Nothing.
No, but I mean, I'll tell you what. You bring Noman Ali over here, and he'll get fucking tonked all over the park, as will Sajid Khan. I mean, they won't do anything in England. They would.
I think he did, didn't he? Didn't he for Somerset, or was that Sajid Khan? One of them played at Somerset and didn't have the best of times.
Well, no, exactly. I mean, this is it. It's horses for courses, and they're at home, and they prepare pitches for themselves, and they're very they play. That's my point. They play in those conditions all the bloody time, so they know how to bowl in those conditions, and so. You can analyse some of this stuff too much, I think, and go too far with it and blame the team. And actually, what you have to say is Pakistan played bloody well, considering they got hammered in that first test. They realised what their shortcomings were. They came back and they played to their strengths on home territory, and rightly they won. How many teams do lose away from home these days? Not many. And Pakistan have struggled because they were. I mean, I mentioned this sometimes during a commentary, but I think they were so happy to get Test cricket back in Pakistan after however many years playing in the UAE that they just wanted Test matches to last, right, and to get people in the grounds. But what has happened is that they made such placid pitches that the games weren't very interesting and people weren't turning up at the grounds, and consequently, maybe they aren't so great in their batting, and they were losing to teams that they would expect to win against at home until they finally twigged after losing 7 in a row. Shit, we better make some pitches that suit ourselves rather than trying to just make these games last.
I mean, I think you have to give a lot of credit to we all ribbed and took the mick out of Pakistan's selection committee, 13-man selection committee, without the captain or coach getting a vote. But to drop Babar Azam, Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah is massive calls, and they did that, and it's worked. So it's props to them, really. And just quickly, do you guys think Babar Azam will come back in at some point?
Yeah,
assume he will.
I think he will. He's got the quality. Incidentally, I think Jason Gillespie came up with the title for himself of match day strategist. Clearly,
Jason Gillespie. Jason Gillespie's also just taken. I've seen earlier, maybe yesterday or this morning. He's also just taken control of all of Pakistan cricket. He's now white ball coach as well.
Wow!
I saw earlier today.
Yeah, well, that's good for him.
Yeah.
Let's before we come on to the sort of how it affects selection for New Zealand and perhaps the Ollie Pope conundrum. I mean, we found Brydencast had a great first test when we needed a bit of extra pace, when we needed a bit of extra pounce.
He had a good second test as well.
That suited us to do it. Yes, he did play in that. I thought we went into the second test. We probably should have gone for more spin earlier as soon as we saw the way the runes were going. I think nonetheless we missed a trick in the second test.
Well,
they went all spin, we did, and look what happened.
Well, they did, but actually, you look at the first innings, I think we took 5 wickets with pace.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, and there was the glaring drop by Jamie Smith, which was off Brydencast. There was another drop as well, didn't Bashir drop one down at long leg, or was that in the first test? Can't remember.
He did. No, I think you're right. Second.
And catches win matches, as they say, and that one behind the stumps was, as much as Jamie Smith had a pretty good series, I think he's a good find and he's good for the side, and that's all well and good. But Jesus Christ, I mean, if you drop an absolute sitter that just comes straight through off the edge, you're not doing yourself any favours.
Maybe some mental fatigue, I guess. I mean, not that that's possibly too big an excuse, but.
No, yeah, it could well have been that. I mean, just looking at it from a Pakistan perspective for a moment, can we think of any occasion where bowlers have come into series as a duo and completely turned around?
I can think of one. I can think of Axar Patel against England for India when he came in 2022. He completely changed that series.
Yeah, on his own, but not as a duo. I was thinking duos, pairs. I mean, yes, you can go. You've got Wasim and Waqar. You can have Laker and Locke if you want to go back as pairs. For series as a whole, I mean, you obviously have Lilly and Thompson. You name any pair.
Broad and Anderson.
Broad and Anderson quite clearly would be in there. So, yes, to kind of duos of bowlers for sure. But who, other than those two, I mean, you could possibly argue Wood and Wokes in the Ashes, but in the end of the day, due to the Manchester rain, we didn't win that series.
We won morally, Tony, don't forget.
Yeah, okay, we won the
moral victory.
Moral victory.
But I was really struggling to think of anybody else as a pair of bowlers who had completely changed the narrative of a series more than those two have done.
Well,
remarkable.
They took 39 or 40 wickets in 2 games. And the only other wicket was the leggy. Can't remember his name now. But I mean, that's it. 39 or 40 wickets is incredible, as you say. I mean, I can't think that.
But we watched Sajid bowl his first over, and I think I think I was on commentary time, maybe with Tony. I can't remember, but we all immediately thought, that's some intensity. That's what Pakistan needed. He would immediately bang up for it, chirping away, big celebrations, and it just lifts everyone in the field.
Yeah.
And he bowled well. He did bowl well, but it's extraordinary. As you say, 39 out of 40 wickets is an unbelievable achievement. And hopefully, I don't know where Pakistan's next Test series is actually, if any of you know, but hopefully they can continue the momentum, because I think Pakistan playing well is good for the game.
Yeah, I agree.
The first test, England 823 for 7 wickets. Next 2 tests, 814 for 40. That's how dramatic it was. What about? Yes, now we do talk about England technique, and no, they don't face enough quality spin. And yes, if they're playing red ball cricket, at, the fag ends of the season, then they're not likely to, and we know all of those problems. But all that, you normally mark Ollie Pope down as a player who can play spin, and as you would Stokes. But Pope, what was it? Scores for the series, poor old Ollie, 0, 29, 22, 3 and 1.
Well,
add to that his woes in the summer against Sri Lanka, where the weight of captaincy seemed to weigh him down. Due a break, or do they stick with him?
Since his 196 in Hyderabad, he's had 23 test innings and only averages 26. In Asia, he's had 13 innings, only averaging 13 without ever reaching 40. Which is extraordinary, really, when you think about it. My problem with Ollie Pope, we made that 196, and everyone thought, because he was under pressure before then, under quite a lot of pressure, and he made that massive 100, and everyone thought, he's back, he's brilliant. Is he just one of those players that turns up every so often, makes a massive 100, massive contribution, everyone, and that saves his bacon for the next time until he really needs it? My problem with Ollie Pope is his low hands. I think it gets him in a lot of trouble. I know the dismissal that he got in his last innings of this series was a really nice delivery, a lot of drift and turn and bounce, but his hands were so low to the ground, so he gloved it through, and I think the low hands are going to be a big problem in Australia, and we've seen it before. He's struggled in Australia, as have all England batsmen. But on those bouncy pitches, all they need to do is get it up, around the kind of glove area, or a bit lower, and he's going to nick it behind. But I think he's got the New Zealand series, and he's got the start of the English summer.
So excommunication for the Pope is not until after New Zealand, if it's going to happen.
I mean, generally, when you look
I
at
agree with that,
you look at the Bazball era, we still won more tests than we've lost. We've lost a lot of tests in New Zealand, in the subcontinent. Generally won at home. We won away in Pakistan last time we were there. The win-loss ratio is pretty good, except for against the top two teams, which are India and Australia. India away was terrible. Australia at home was 2-2. But out of all the losses, I think before we went to Pakistan, we'd lost 8 tests in the Bazball era, of which 4 were in India and 2 were against the Aussies. Every other test series in that thing we've won quite comfortably. And therefore, I think part of it is not changing a winning side. In some degrees, you go, well, we won, so why are we changing the side? But I mean, Ollie Pope is a problem. I would like to see a change. I think he probably does need a break. The problem is, who the bloody hell do you pick instead of Ollie Pope? I'm not into this putting Root up at 3. I think you leave your best players where they're scoring their runs, right? They put Root up at opener at times, and he's not really done that well, but he scored 12,800 test runs or whatever, mainly at number 4. You leave the guy at number 4, you don't even think about it. Look what in Australia have done it with Piggy Smith. They put him as opener and he's not struggling. So, I mean, if I was Australia, I'd be putting Smith back down at number 4.
Yeah, they are putting him down at number 4.
And that's wise.
The thing I would say is Jamie Smith isn't touring New Zealand at all, is he? So I think that'll be really interesting. Exactly. So they get to look at Jordan Cox. I think Smith, for me, I mean, obviously he keeps, so it wouldn't necessarily work. But I think Smith, for me, has the potential to be a number 3. I think he's shown the ability to start his innings cautiously and then adapt and chase through the gears. And we'll have to see how good Jordan Cox... I mean, where does Jordan Cox usually bat? Does he bat kind of lower middle order where keepers usually bat?
That I couldn't tell you.
I don't think he bats at 3.
No, he doesn't bat at 3. But I'm saying if we can get a different keeper, maybe I could see Smith batting at 3. I don't know what you guys think about
that. Yes.
I don't mind that, yeah.
That is definitely one possibility. We said your Root doesn't want it. Brook has tried it, but possibly early in his career. They might be earmarking Smith for that role. I mean, the thing that has been suggested is Ben Stokes. If his days as a genuine all-rounder are going to become less and less due to fitness, and England need a bit of solidity underneath a highly aggressive and adventurous opening pair, is Ben Stokes an option? I think it's something they might well consider.
There must be a number 3 somewhere around the country.
Well, Stoke scored that extraordinary 50, didn't he? In that winning chase, it was unbelievable.
Oh, to win!
I don't think that. I don't think there are many number 3s knocking around actually, Bear. I think we're kind of stuck with potentially looking in the squad, or obviously we might see something different when the county season starts. The Hampshire in me cries for James Vince to get another shot.
Oh, but James Vince. 27 out driving
27 edge. Yeah,
exactly that. Although his career might have changed if he hadn't run himself out in bloody Australia. He was on 80,
in Australia.
Idiot. But I mean, he's I do like the idea of looking forward and not back. I will say that. But there has to be someone you blood in who you can bring in who's positive, possibly at that number 3 position. I mean, Ollie Pope does look cooked at the moment. Maybe he'll do something in New Zealand. I like Ollie Pope, and I always had high hopes for him, but they're starting to wane for me now.
He's 26 still, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still quite young.
You could still give him a little break and just see if he comes back. Because the problem,
did England not do him any favours by giving him the captaincy?
Well, I think I said it at the time. Michael Vaughan's article was absolutely shocking. I can't remember which paper he wrote for.
Probably the Telegraph. Michael Vaughan.
But basically saying, Brooke should be captain, Pope's not fit for etc, etc, etc. And I just don't think that kind of noise would have helped. I mean, maybe he isn't a future England captain. We've seen Brooke do it in the Australia series and in the 100, so he's a possibility. I mean, you have to have a lot.
Hard to tell looking in from the outside, but his body language as a captain didn't quite seem to convey a man who was fully happy in his job. I completely agree
with you. But also it changes his job batting, because your mind's immediately on the field and then England lose an early wicket and you've immediately got to come out again. And I don't think that's helpful. And of course, with that unfortunate Ben Duckett finger dislocation, he immediately put his hand up and said, I'll go out and bat, and spanked one to mid-wicket and got a duck. And of course, if that goes for 4 and he manages to make some runs in the first test, then the complexion of the series for him might have changed. But we'll never know.
It's kind of sliding doors moments.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on, shall we? And shall we think a little bit about the extraordinary performance of, New Zealand, who's having a fabulous time recently. I mean, we talked about the women's T20 final last time, I think, and that was a fantastic day out. Then they win the America's Cup and they win the first test. But they went on to beat India in India. As we said at the beginning, that's the first time in 18 series since the last time India lost in a series at home was when England beat them, Panesar and Swan et al. In 2012. So that's 12 years. That's 12 years, isn't it? It was quite a fantastic effort by New Zealand. Are India just a team that's not over the hill, but some players there, the best days are behind them and they might be looking for a refresh? Or was this just that
was good fun. The Bishop and the Bear, episode 84. It just goes on and on and on, and it's great, and you should listen to it every week, and you can get it early by becoming a patron, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Is there anyone still out there? That's the question. We've been off air for what?
I doubt it.
Oh, someone's there. It must be Mog. I can hear his voice. I can't see his face. Where's Mog?
Not yet.
Where is he? Where is the Mog? We await the Mog. And we're waiting for Ajit, but the thing is, everything's gone back an hour and a half, so he might have gone to bed. In which case, we'll have to lure some other unsuspecting person from the green room. Well, it's not going to be you. We'll send in Fred. No, mate, I'll send in Tony. If Ajit's not going to arrive, let's have a little look. No, I can't see him on the in the waiting room at the moment, but I'll keep an eye on that. Ajit, if you're listening, you're on. If you want to be, I guess in the Netherlands, it's just gone midnight, hasn't it? Because it's 11 o'clock here in England. Now, the West Indies are going to chase 209 hopefully very quickly, because we've been here a while and we don't want to be here till 4 o'clock in the morning. Jofra Archer is going to open the bowling. I'll jingle him up for you.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
You might have heard me go, ooh, and that was because he produced a full ball that swung at vicious pace into Brandon King, who did well to keep it out, to be honest. That was quite encouraging. I wonder whether that's because the atmosphere has changed a little bit around the ground with regards to the rain.
I thought that noise might have been another kidney stone or something.
Oh well, yeah. I don't want another of those, thanks. Archer in again, bowls. He gets an inside edge. He didn't seem to really know where the ball was. It's gone down to long leg. John Turner has fielded it, and they take a single. They need 210 to win after a rather middling, not even a middling performance, would you say, Mog, from England? It was a bit pathetic, wasn't it?
A bit puss arm, really.
Yeah. What's that? Puss arm.
Done better. Puss arm. An arm full of pus.
Yeah, it was a bit like that.
It's like piss week.
It's a
arm and pus.
It's a fairly horrible thought, to be honest. A pus arm. I don't think I've ever had a pus arm. I've had a pus lip once or twice, but anyway.
I was surprised that's not a common saying in your parts of the world.
No. Actually, it's the first time I've come across it. England have got 2 slips in for Evan Lewis, fresh from 100 in Sri Lanka. Archer into him, turns him round a little bit, full ball again. He squeezes it out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Mog, you can tell us that there are some people still here, are there not?
There are. We have Rich Turner music, wondering how long the interval's going to go for. Jay, who perhaps never leaves, but he seems very happy we're back, and no, my shirt doesn't glow in the dark. And Muttley's here, Philip Shaw's here, and my God, they're about to be entertained.
They surely are. Archer in, bowls. Oh, that's wide, and it swings wider. Oh, I think he's a bit unlucky with that. I thought a lot of the swing came after it passed the bat, but the umpire has decided to signal one of these. So West Indies move on to 2 for no wicket. The news is that they have not lost any overs, so they still have a full 50. And the target is still 210. There's been no change, so that's been no Duckworth-Lewis method brought into the equation. Defended again. He's quite full at the moment. His artery picks it up and his follow through, and there is no run. Now I'm having another look for Ajit, and I see no Ajit. Would someone like to come in from the green room and Tony, perhaps, come and be a replacement Ajit? Lewis, I remember Evan Lewis best for that 176 not out at the Oval. Well, I say not out, it was retired hurt, wasn't it? Archer in, now short ball for the first time, and he's pulled it aerially, but he's found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and Livingston is chasing after that. Now, if you thought the outfield was slow before, it's kind of pedestrian now. They'll get through for 2, and the score moves to 4 for none.
Sort of pedestrians found outside an old folks' home.
Very much so, yeah.
Was there not a movie about someone, Evan Lewis?
Evan Lewis? Evan Brockovich, wasn't it? Oh no, that wasn't.
That was Aaron. Not Evan. Close.
Yeah, close.
Same alphabet.
Indeed. Starts with an E. Short, and Lewis drops his hands. Played that quite well as it rose on him. Goes through to Salt. There is no run. It's the end of the first over. 4 for no wicket. Kind of just about up with the rate after 1 over. Mog, have you got anything more for us?
Pull the plug on the game. Jake Rowe says puss hole. Is his phrase. Good. Philip Shaw says, who is in the white room? Bear, Messi, Clapton and Layla. So Classic rock reference, I assume.
Indeed.
And let's see if Twitter has anything of value to offer us. No, it doesn't.
Has Twitter had anything to offer us in the last, 3 years? Not really. No, absolutely not. It's going to be John Turner. Now, this is going to be fun for me because I haven't really seen anything of his bowling. I think I've seen a couple of balls, and having been led to believe that he's incredibly quick, I didn't think he was that quick. But anyway, this is his jingle.
If the pitch was as much of a Turner as he wouldn't be playing today.
That said, he digs one in, first delivery, it rises and hits poor old Brandon King in the ribs. Ooh, took a bit of a blow there.
Better than trying to knob it down.
Oh yeah. I mean, only the very best batsmen, like Archer, can knob it down to long leg. So King has a single. He's waiting for Turner. He's got one slip. He bowls. He brings that one back into him off the pitch, I would say. Maybe it'll have livened up the pitch a little bit. Well defended, and there is no run. Green room.
Drop some C bombs on him,
No one is coming to my rescue. Anyway, never mind.
Pack of bastards.
We'll just do it. We'll just do it on our own mog,
Yes.
Turner in again, bowls. Top of off, just slightly back of a length. It's actually more impressive than I thought. Defended into the offside. There's, I don't know, a couple of England fielders scrambling around, falling over, managing to eventually pick it up. And there is no run.
There was a lot of sound and fury in the field.
There was, yeah.
Not really much reason for it.
It wasn't merited, was it? So good first three balls from Turner. 3 dots, running in, and he bowls a full ball. He gets the edge, he finds the outside edge, but he's got no second slip. He got a first slip, but it was a second slip that was required. It would have been a nice and comfortable catch for a second slip, but instead it's run away for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
The good news is that Granny Bishop has come to rejoin us.
Is this the right room for an argument?
I don't know. Discussion maybe. Turner in full again, and he aims a half a drive and gets a thick inside edge away towards square leg. They will run through for a single.
You're supposed to have said, "I've already told you once."
Oh, was I? Sorry, I couldn't remember. I was trying to think what they might have said, but it's 11 o'clock at night. I'm, struggling with the will to live. There's an American election coming. And
is there?
Apparently so. Yeah, someone said there
I
was.
haven't heard nothing but fucking election shit for the past 2 fucking years.
Well, there are at least 4 major elections this year, aren't there? Turner in bowls to the left-handed Lewis for the first time. He defends into the offside, and there is no run. That was a very decent first over from Turner. Just 5, a rather streaky 4.
Well, 5, but he was on foot.
Yeah.
It should have been just the single. I mean, a second slip, boom, gone. But England have.
Funnily enough,
got many runs to play with.
Jofra Archer did have 2 slips, but they didn't give that to poor old John Turner. He's obviously not good enough yet. Mog, anything?
We have a question from Jay Grover who wonders if he's missed a memo. Is everybody bald now?
Is everybody bald?
I assume he's talking about you two chaps because
I'm certainly
I'm
not
clearly
bald.
not bald.
In swing from Archer, who's continuing with that quite full length. There's a bit of bat and pad there for King as he was uncertainly forward. Yes, that's lovely from Archer, isn't it? There's more swing than Ford was getting, and it's going later and it's going quicker. That's probably the main thing, is the speed of it. Ring of 3 on the offside. Just a 1 slip to the right-hander for Archer. There's a man just in front of square, mid-wicket and a mid-on. And Archer is in again. Bowls onto the legs this time. It's hit the pad, and Salt dives to his left to prevent it running away for any damage. 9 for no wicket. I wouldn't say that the ground's really.
Shots of the crowd's footwear.
I was going to say that I wouldn't say that the ground's filling up, but then I suppose the rain will have put a lot of people off.
Well, also the expectation, I would think, the West Indies should stroll this comfortably enough.
But then that would bring them down so that they can,
celebrate a victory. Yeah,
exactly. Archer again, shorter onto the back foot goes King, and he defends it away towards backward point. There is no run. This is quite good from England, because one thing I did think about the West Indies openers is that they do like to give it a bit of a bash, and England's power play was very sedate today. Very watchful, and in fact quite boring. And I suspected that they might go off and try to go off at a quicker rate, but they're being pegged back at the moment. Here's Archer again. This one is Fuller. Didn't really swing. It's pushed up to mid-off. Didn't time it particularly well, King. There is no run. Livingston, of course, captaining in the field for the first time. He's the sixth captain used by England this year, would you believe?
And can you name them all?
I can. Joss Butler.
Okay.
Ollie Pope. Ben Stokes.
Joss Butler.
Livingston. I've done Joss Butler.
Oh, did you?
Livingston. I'll come back to that as I'm just about to bowl. He's in short into the ribs again, and just dropped down a couple of yards from him by King. So what we got Butler, Pope, Stokes, Salt, Livingston.
So we're still one short.
Who's the other one? Someone help me out. I was reading it.
You made some bold claims about being able to answer this question.
Has Sam Curran captained at all?
No, it's not Sam Curran. Harry Brook.
That's the bloke. Yes, that's right.
Archer in final ball of the over, driven. Lovely looking shot, but it'll bring him no runs to mid-off.
Excellent over.
Very good over. Maiden, wasn't it? It was. 6 dots in a row. 3 overs bowled. West Indies 9 for none. Mog.
I think Jay made a request for the hood or something, so I put my hood back up.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, everybody has decided that this game's done for and stuff.
Absolutely. And why wouldn't they? It's 11 o'clock. It's 12 minutes past 11 in Old Blighty. And so I imagine people are getting ready for another exciting day at work tomorrow morning.
Halloween wrapping up for you people.
Great. How good is it to be thinking of another working day? Turner bowling to Lewis. Turns him round a little bit. And he defends it off the back foot. And there was absolutely no timing at all. It hit the bat rather than him hitting it. And I'm quite impressed so far with what I've seen of Turner.
Yep, it's been probing.
It's Turner bowling to the batsman in overdrive.
Buckman?
Oh, it's the wrong way round. It's Backman Turner overdrive, isn't it? Bugger. Turner in again, bowls, and that's better timing from Lewis as he eases onto the front foot, but goes square to the fielder. That would have been a good joke if it had been the right way around. Never mind.
I did a variation of that in my last stint.
Oh, did you?
It was just as well received.
So I'm not even original. Jeez.
I doubt I was either, to be honest.
Damn. 9 for no wicket. King has 6. Lewis facing has 2. And in he comes bounding. He's got 2 slips now. Bit late, bro. This is down the leg side. I think it hit the pad of Lewis, so it won't be. Wow. It won't be a wide. It was again well stopped by Salt, who is keeping wicket. Jordan Cox, of course, who'll be keeping wicket for England in New Zealand in about a year's time. In about a month's time.
Yeah, I know. It's
crazy. That's forward planning.
Is not going to have any practice before then. Turner in again. Bowls. Oh, now he's gone for a big heave. I don't think there's going to be anyone back there for that, is there? No. Man, it's plugged though. I thought that had gone square, but it's ended up near a cow. The throws come in from Livingston, and poor old Phil Salt is blinded by the light, as Manfred Mann would say. That's a joke.
Wrapped up
and they've got through for 2. That was strange, because it seemed to go up a very long way, and at first I thought, sure, that's going to be a catch somewhere, Then I thought, well, there's only 2 men outside the circle. As it was, it plugged about 15 or 20 yards in.
I think it was actually a Bruce Springsteen song.
Originally, may well have been. Good ball and a good piece of fielding, because it squeezed off the outside edge of Lewis's bat, and Bethel had to really dive to stop that escaping for at least 1, maybe 2. Score has now moved on to 11. Lewis has 4,
This
King
has
has 6.
To lapse into football analogy, this has the feeling that your team's putting out a lot of the under 18s, under 19s in a sort of meaningless cup game.
That's not such a good ball, and it's right in the slot for Lewis, who picks it up off his hip, sends it way over long leg, and it's the first one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Was that Evan Lewis who launched that?
It was indeed.
He does admire Chris Gale. That has been vocal fan. Says he likes to hit sixes just like Chris.
Well, I think anyone who's seen Evan Lewis knows that he's got an enormous amount of talent. I just can't quite work out why he hasn't played for the West Indies for 3 years.
Well, he came. I mean, he got that ton, didn't he? And
he was magnificent.
It's Palakali, and that was off 61 balls, 102 off 61, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, before that he hadn't played for 3 years.
No,
that was his first game. He hadn't for them. ODI for them for 3 years. King will face. He's on 6, 17 for no wicket after 4. And Archer's about to start his 3rd over. He's just got the 1 slip, and King is forced onto the defensive on the front foot and runs out into the offside. Archer does his own fielding.
I mean, sometimes players can. They have. I mean, Ollie Pope's getting a little bit that way. Obviously, not quite in the same aggressive way. Big innings, you think, oh, he's back, he's done, and then nothing. Big innings, nothing.
Yeah, but I mean, Evan Lewis is interesting enough. I mean, talking about kind of lost talent in the West Indies. I'll come back to that. Archer in. Oh, he's found the inside edge. He was feeling for that, and it's gone back into his pads. And Archer has got some words to say to Brandon King, although he's grinning as he says them, so it's probably not anything that aggressive. Came back nicely. There is so much talent in the West Indies, and yet, unfortunately, because of various I don't say problems, but various competing interests, how many of them have played? I mean, Nicholas Pooran, how many of these people have played Test cricket? Lewis hasn't, Pooran hasn't, and yet, there's certainly Pooran is a superstar. He's one of the few retained overseas players in the IPL next year. Feeling for that again, and again it's hit the inside half of the bat. It rolls back up the pitch, but I just feel that Archer may be able to get one through that gap there in a moment or two. 17 for no wicket. Lewis has 10. King has 6. The required run rate is a meagre 4.24. Meagre certainly in this era. Archer in again, short onto the hips, and he's turned that away. He might get a boundary for that. He is going to get a boundary. Oh my goodness me. Who was that down at long leg? But I think he's kind of ended up in a swimming pool down there. He tried to slide, and it looked like he was belly flopping, to be honest. But that is indeed 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
That's the trouble when you're genuinely quick. If you get your line slightly wrong, and you haven't got a genuine fine leg in there, you've got a long leg as opposed to a fine leg, it's going to travel down there even on this rather slow outfield. Archer then again into King, who is joined Lewis on 10. This one hits the pad as it swings into him, and it's got away from Salt. It'll be a leg bye on this occasion. 21 for no wicket. He gets 1 ball at the left-hander. Can you bring in a second slip? I think I would bring
for
a second
Archer,
slip back.
yeah, I think
for the left-hander, I certainly would, because he's swinging it away from the left-hander, isn't he?
I absolutely would.
Let's see whether Liam Livingston agrees with it. He does. He does. He's got 2 slips in there. He's got a ring of 3 on the offside. He's got a mid-wicket and a mid-on. And Archer is still over the wicket. He's gone looking for the Yorker. And he's done Lewis completely. But unfortunately for him, it wasn't straight. And it's gone through to Salt. There is no run. End of the over 5 bowled. 22 for none. Mog.
Jay, who appears to be the only person currently participating, says, I'm just hoping everyone loved my Halloween bags. Not looking forward to taking all the decorations down, but thou makes thou bed.
I think it's
Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? People come to you for stuff?
Yeah, we did debate that with him earlier, actually. But he goes and...
Didn't he say he was decorating the communal areas?
Yes,
yeah, I mean,
which I think is terrific.
Such a
well done.
Wonderful thing to do.
Quite right.
That's going to ruin my image of Mr. Grover.
Yeah, I mean, goodness sake, do nice things. You should be reading some tentacle porn. Turner in bowls and beats King outside the off stump. Salt throws the ball up in mock celebration, but didn't get any edge to it at all.
Distributing tentacle porn.
With all his tentacles. How much could you get rid of with so many tentacles? It's a worrying thought.
8 at a time, probably.
Yeah, probably. Turner in again. Bowls, and again he beats King outside the off stump, and that rose on him from just back of a length. And so some bounce as well for Turner. And I think that he just got that to nibble away, perhaps, a little bit. So... Brandon King can't believe it. I think he's kind of... Oh, it was Lewis who was sort of smiling at him, saying you can't do much about that. Here is Turner again. He's beating him for the 3rd ball in a row. And
I mean, they're not... Well, they are kind of cutters, aren't they? But they just move enough. It almost fades in and just finds that little bit of... Watch, it just nips in and then cuts away. But he's been able to do it consistently. 3 balls, bang, 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 all pretty much the same.
They'll probably drop it short and go for 6 now. Turner in again, bowls. Oh, he's done it for the 4th time. This time, though, King was trying to play an attacking shot, and it was a little bit wider of the off stump. Turner's going to feel really sore if something suddenly goes for 4, isn't he? It's been
That was wider.
It was wider.
Started wider and trying to draw the drive.
Yeah, but he hasn't felt bat on ball for a little while now, King. Turner in again, bowls. Oh, he's got bat on ball. Would you believe it? He's dabbed it down to 3rd man. He's got himself a single.
It's a miracle.
It is. It's a miracle at Christmas. 23 for no wicket. King moves on to 11. Now, Turner, he went for 6 off his final ball of his last over. Lewis picked him up over long leg. He doesn't want to drop short to him again, because this has been another very good over, just the 1 run from it so far. Anyway, he's got to adjust his angle. He's got 2 slips in there, and he ends up on the hip, but not too much damage, just tucked away behind square a little uneasily for a single. And so Lewis will keep the strike. Just 2 runs from the over. Mog!
Nick Cook says there is a God.
Is there?
I don't know which one of us he's referring to. Jay Grover says, good Lord, I really am the only one here. Well, not anymore, because Nick Cook's popped in and started calling us gods.
He has popped in, but he might have popped out again. We won't know unless he keeps tweeting.
He follows up.
Exactly. It's not the first tweet you make. It's how you convert.
How you follow up.
Exactly. 24 for no wicket. 6 overs
Big
bowled.
Daddy tweet.
Indeed, that's what we need. Both openers on 11. King from 23 balls. Lewis from 13. Oh, Jofra Archer. Round the wicket now to the left-handed Lewis. Lewis leaves a ball of good length outside the off stump. Through it goes to Salt. Well, I don't know what to do when we've got no one sort of, tweeting in and talking to us. I feel kind of lonely. Is this what it's going to be like during the night against New Zealand? Are you all just going to go to bed?
Stay up. We suffer for our art. You should too.
Exactly.
Just play random jingles and shit.
24 for no wicket. The run rate is required is 4.24. That's he's aimed a drive at that one. He tempted him, didn't he? He threw it up Fuller, but he got it to just swing away a little bit, and Lewis went after it.
I'd like to see the speed gun on that, because it just didn't look quite as quick to get that extra swinging. I think he's just taken a little bit of pace off it.
And he gave him a bit of width as well, didn't he? Which drew him into the shot. But England are bowling well, but they just can't find the outside edge at the moment. Well, the one time they didn't have a slip there, but Archer's been unlucky so far. He's in again to Lewis. Oh, it's beautiful! That is an absolutely stunning delivery. He's fired that in on middle and leg, and it just swung away at the very last moment. I thought it had bowled him, but it's missed the stumps as well. Oh, goodness me, what a delivery that is. Absolute Jaffa.
It's mainly in the air, wasn't it?
It was all in the air, yeah.
All in the air.
What happened to the...
So good even the stumps couldn't hit it.
The stumps wanted to move to make it, to give it what it deserved. Archer in again, bowls it, turns him round. That was quicker though. And it was a very good length. This is a brilliant from Archer. But England need wickets, and stubbornly refusing to come at the moment. I'm just like, what happened to the Jaffa Jaffa jingle?
It's there.
Where is it? What's it under?
It's in selected in play, and I think it might be the first selected in play.
Well, let's see what happens with this delivery, because I've got it ready in case it's a good one.
It's going to be belted for six now, isn't it? Now you've got that one ready.
Here he is again, bowls, and it's driven. It's not belted for six, driven very pleasantly up to mid-off. It's only... I say only, it's not going to bring one run at all. It's fielded by Curran. And it's another dot ball, 5 in a row. Let's play it anyway. And that really goes for John Turner in the previous over, really.
Yeah, it's been an impressive spell by both of them. But I'd just like to see them take a bit of pace off, because the West Indies will want to play some shots, and that's how England are. Oh, Lord.
Nice. Fires that one in shortish towards his leg stump, and I'm not quite sure what part of his anatomy it ended up hitting. I think it may have been the shoulder of the bat, then onto his body, but again it just dropped down in front of him, and there is no run, and that is Archer's second maiden. I thought it was a second maiden in a row. I'm sure he's bowled 2 maidens now.
No, I think he had a single taken off his last.
Did he? Bastard. 24 for no wickets, 7 overs bowled. Any tweets?
Who knows about tweets, but on YouTube,
that's
Jay says, I am the gooch of tweets.
You're the gooch of tweets.
Okay. And Jonathan Shawland says, I've been trying to listen to some of this game. There are people out there.
There may be 1 or 2. Driven aerially down off the back foot by King as Turner starts new over, and Archer, who's already done a pretty good night's work for his first 4 overs, is called into action again down there. Oh, now, my goodness me! It's very, very, very exciting, because we have got one of these.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
Jay Grover, fucking philanthropist here, says, just to hear cheer Hendo up.
Hey.
Or to hear Chendo up.
It's great, but it's going to take more than that. Just in general, Turner over the wicket to Lewis, who's, well, I don't think he connected with that. Well, I didn't think he connected with that very well. It felt like it was a bit of a leading edge, but somehow it's gone sailing over square leg for one of these.
2 sixes in a row. 2 sixes in a row. 2 sixes in a row.
You'll find that I'm just predicting now.
I think that was the party stand that side in the World Cup or the World T20.
He's caught that better than I thought he had. So Turner, he's bowled well, but he's gone for 22 off 3.2 overs. Seems unfair.
It does.
He's in again. Oh, that's a poor ball down the leg side. That'll be a wide, unquestionably. I'm not going to jingle it because I can't be bothered. 32 for no wicket.
Why?
I was just going to compliment you on your skill with the jingles too.
I'm just tired now. I'm tired. King has 12. Lewis has 17. And, well, it's all going well for the West Indies, certainly on paper. There's a man in a very bright yellow jacket who's going to go and retrieve the ball. He's probably landed on concrete and is in the right mess now. Turner in again, bowls, and this is played out off the front foot, square on the offside, straight to Bethel. There is no run. Oh, Muttley's come in. Muttley's come in as well. I'm getting very excited. Maybe I'll keep this going for a while. Your sympathy.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Well, Muttley's rolled up with £5 and 1 pence.
Wow, he's outdone Jay. It's like
is this better, Hendo?
It's like auctioning, isn't it? Do I hear 10? Do I hear 15? Do I hear 20? That's defended by Lewis. Not yet, no. Thanks, Muttley. Thank you very much indeed. I'm just seeing Jacob's tweet above that. I'll leave you to read that one out at the end of the over, Mog. In comes Turner. Bowls on his leg stump, hits him on the pad. Oh, he's poor old Lewis. He's limping to the other end. That must have maybe caught the inside of the knee where the pad doesn't quite cover. But he has got through for the leg bye. 33 for no wicket. Yes, King. They're putting up on the screen. King struggling, and he has been struggling. He's really not found the middle of the bat very much.
At this rate, he'll just become a republic.
He will. He will. Here he is again, Turner, to finish the over, and he's beaten him again with a ball just back of a length. Nibbles, jumps, leaps, and fizzes. And King thinks, what the hell can I do? He's 12 not out. Lewis is 17 not out, and it's 35 for none. Mog.
Well, Joe Grover reveals that Hendo is a selfish and demanding lover.
I am. It's true.
Gil Tom says, cheer up lads, I'm enjoying your colourful descriptions and thoughtful analysis whilst easing into the morning in my balcony jacuzzi here in Japan. It's a mild and pleasant morning
balcony jacuzzi.
Balcony jacuzzi.
Fucking hell.
We're stuck in a cold room, surrounded by lights, and you're in a jacuzzi on a balcony.
Beautiful.
It's hardly fair.
It
Jonathan Shawland says, I just found out that another listener has a balcony jacuzzi. Now I need cheering up.
Oh my God. This is defended on the back foot by Lewis. It's a new over from Archer. And by the end of this over, Archer will be halfway through his spell. And he's got nothing to show for it, although he's only gone for 8 runs and he's bowled extremely well. How many people have got balcony jacuzzis? I mean, how many people have got balconies to start with?
I have a balcony.
Oh, you've got a balcony? Jeez, everyone's got bloody balconies. Archer.
Cat paraphernalia.
Bowls, right up in the block hole, but dug out well by Lewis, and he'll get 2 runs out to deep square. Adil Rashid has to run round from long leg.
It's markedly different to the start of the England innings, in as much as when England were batting, the ball hardly ever beat the bat. I think we went into about 15 overs before the ball got past the bat, whereas here we're beating the bat all the time. As we know, England's wickets, bar the LBW, all were caught, often going for big shots to where the ball didn't come onto the bat. The extra pace does make a difference.
Archer in. Well,
it'll be or not.
That was a lovely shot. Hit straight down the ground, over long on. Beautiful from Lewis. He holds the pose, and he's hit a third already of these.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 60 thing.
That spoiled his figures a little bit. He's in again, onto the leg stump and flicked this time wristily by Lewis. He's going to look for a second. He's going to come back. Ideal recede. Thrown it. Could be a run out. No. King has dived back just in time. I think it was a good job they did put the brakes on, though. I think Lewis would have struggled to get back there.
Had a strike rate of 142 in the CPL. Evan Lewis this season. A higher score of 100 not out.
He's played quite a bit of franchise cricket. I know he's been in the IPL. I don't think he's got much of a chance in that competition. I mean, he's been a squad member. I think he won the. He was with the team. I'm trying to remember the name of the team. Farong, if he's still out there, will tell me. In the Bangladesh Premier League, he won. He was in the winning team of that.
Oh, it might be.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
He's got the shoulder of the bat as in by that stage.
He had to put in the dive though.
He did. Not in that case. I mean, it looked so far in. You wonder why they had to relook at it.
Well, they always do these days. I don't know why, but.
Got to check that bouncing bat though.
Yeah, it could have been a bouncing bat. I'm not sure. Does that count anymore? Archer bowls to the right-handed King, and that's a really good piece of fielding at backward point because that, strangely enough, King has finally timed one. It was beautifully struck with minimum of effort, but couldn't get it past the fielder. 42 for no wicket. The required run rate is 4.08. I suppose if they keep going like this, we should be home by 1:30.
Yeah, that would do it.
That would do, wouldn't it? Although, we've got 5 spinners, so it could all change. That's a nice half volley from Archer this time. Doesn't swing. And King has rediscovered his mojo. Puts that away. It's a beautiful shot. It's one of these. Right, we have not had any super chats for about 5 minutes. So what's going on? Mog.
Bastards. Philip Shaw says, Sun Ra is always with you. Hope that means something to somebody. Jay Grover says, I get rained on when I go to my post box. I win. And he also says, I didn't think anyone had a balcony jacuzzi until today.
No, me neither. That's the kind of thing you see in California, isn't it?
We have a shocking reveal. Gil Tom says, okay, it's actually a children's inflatable paddling pool with cold water only, technically.
That doesn't sound so much fun. Although if it's hot in Japan, wasn't there a song like
fairly
that?
early morning in Japan at the moment, wouldn't it?
Big in Japan.
Big in Japan. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I what is it? About 7 hours ahead there. 8 hours? I don't know.
It'd
It
be
would
like
be
9
early
o'clock or something.
Yep, something like that.
10 o'clock.
Oh,
super
hello.
I've got very excited. Turner, who's bowling, and rather appropriately, as that is defended by Lewis, we have another one of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Rich Turner music.
Absolutely.
Signing off with an honorary doctorate from the University of Sydenham. Work in the morning. Good night and thanks. £5.
There's no doctorates there.
Thank you.
There's no doctorates in the house. Down the leg side. It's a wide. Lewis tried to pull it and make more of it, but made no contact. Muttley says, you're 2p short. Absolutely right. We're looking for an advance on £5 and a penny for the next super chat. Sorry, Mog, I took over your job briefly there,
No, I'm trying to make sense of Kieran Roseblade's trouble with Japan is when they're counting, they can't stop scratching their middle leg joint.
Down the leg side again, another wide. The wides are coming thick and fast from Jonathan Turner. It's good. It's a good line and length to a right-handed batsman. Unfortunately, he's bowling to a left-handed batsman. So there you go. That was very appropriate, wasn't it? Rich Turner signing off just as John Turner was probably signing off from his spell, I would think, after this over. He's into his 5th, got number 25. He's been very unlucky.
Okay.
Here he is again. He's bowled 2 wides in a row. Can he make it 3? No. Onto the back foot goes Lewis. This one, again, back of a length, but couldn't time that one. Straight into the covers. No run at all. Oh, this is my last over for a little while.
Good Lord.
Good Lord, it's gone quickly,
Good
hasn't
Lord.
it? Wasn't that great fun? The target is 210. if you're just joining us. I suppose in some parts of the world you might just be joining us as you wipe the sleep from your eyes. Turn it in again, Bowles. Good ball, but they're going to get a single. He's going to have to hurry. And then the throw ultimately goes to the wicket keeper. So it's no danger at all, really, in the end. Lewis moves to 27 from 30. The run rate has slipped down beneath 4. England are taking a bit of a shellacking at the moment. Where is Wai Pom?
I mean, you've got to.
He's in Finland, isn't he? Is he in Finland now? He gets around. He gets around. Turner in, Bowles. Oh, big, mighty pull attempt by Brandon King. Misses it completely. A big swing, big miss.
I mean, they got terrific talent in the side. You've got to remember the West Indies didn't qualify for the last World Cup.
Yeah, I mean,
which puts into context, probably where England are at the moment.
Well, it's this England. I mean, this is not a full-strength England by any stretch of the imagination, is it? I mean, either with bat or ball.
No Broad, no Anderson.
Exactly. Turner in again. That's a good ball, defended by King all the way along the ground, back to the bowler. Now, here's a question for you. I noticed that Stuart Broad is going around doing a little talking tour in theatres in the UK in the near future, and he's charging £45 a time, and I thought, that's a lot to listen to a bloke just talking about his career, isn't it? I mean, shouldn't he pay you? Anyway, Turner in again, Bowles onto the back foot goes King, times it nicely, but it's cut off by Will Jacks at cover, and that is the end of the over. It's the end of my stint. Lewis has 27, King has 16 after the first power play of 10 overs, chasing 210 to win. The West Indies are 49 for none, and the Bear will come in and take over on ball by ball, and I'll go and sit in the other room on my own.
Oh, I'm staying
and
here.
I'll say bye.
Well, you've got not Fred settling in to the left-hand side. You've got me in the central missionary, and the Bear will be moving in to the control panels.
Oh, I was falling asleep next door.
Pause of fury.
Asleep. You were fast asleep.
Well, there you go. I need more sleep, man. Right, we have a change in the bowling. It is straight after the power play. Sensible.
And a retreat on the 45. 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 And he'll turn it both ways. And he'll turn it. And he'll turn it both ways. And he'll turn it. And he'll turn it both ways. And he'll turn it on the 45.
Well, he needs to turn it a lot on the 45 today. Lewis is facing up. First ball is one of those top spinners, but he goes back and he pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. England needed to get early wickets, really, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, there was a spell where they were both Turner and Archer were bowling beautifully, beating the bat quite consistently, but often it's not the pace that does it.
Yeah, they've got their eye in. How many are Antigans in this team? Play here all the time.
It's in Tony's notes.
Defended out into the cover, and there's no run.
Oh dear, oh dear. It's 50 for no wicket, but I don't think England have bowled badly.
No, they haven't. I mean, this is the thing. You've got to take the wickets, though, haven't you? Oh, now that's spooned up just over the top of the covers. Man for the boundary comes in. There's a little Sammy Curran out there. He's been shoved out in the outfield. He'll get a single.
The ball went past the bat repeatedly from Archer and from Turner. First time I've seen Turner. I'm quite impressed with his pace.
Yeah, he's not the guy I was thinking about, actually, Turner.
Alzari Joseph would be one.
An Antiguan.
Mm-hmm.
She tosses that up. It's driven back past him. Nice shot. All the way down long on note. It'll be a single.
And got a feeling that might be it, you know. Jewel Andrews from Antigua, but of course he's not playing, the young 17-year-old.
He's a young 17-year-old.
He's a young
He's not
17-year-old.
an old 17-year-old.
No, he's not an old 17-year-old. That's it. That's your lot there.
Wow, okay. So there you go.
Top stat work.
Full driven out into the covers. Sammy Curran fields again out in the deep. There will be just one run. Oh, very sedate. Makes you want to go back to sleep, Tony.
Well, it's
boring middle overs.
The thing is, nowadays this is the problem. I don't know how I'm going to survive this. I fall asleep on the sofa every night about 10:30. Tossed up, driven down to long on, and it'll be just a single.
How many times do you get up a night?
Just once. I just need to. I think I just need to have an afternoon kip before I come around here, and then I should be okay.
That'll do it.
Morning kip. And
I didn't have one
kip.
today. I spent fucking an hour and a half on the phone to SSE Energy. It was draining. Trying to sort shit out.
Have we reached the end of the over?
Oh,
I
probably.
think so.
They've got more adverts.
Oh. Right, well, in that case, I think, let me see. Philip Shaw, have you all thought that you should go into audiobooks? Your tones speak colours. I could be listening to Lou Reed.
Ah, well.
No one's stopping you.
Hendo came from Miami FLA.
Yeah. After the bits after that didn't happen.
No.
Okay.
Hitchhiked his way across the USA.
Yeah, we know.
Plucked his eyebrows on the way. What a thought.
No, he didn't. He's avoiding the barbers like the plague, actually.
Wow. Little Sammy Curran, his hair is now no longer blonde, is in, and he's cut. First ball out to point, and there is no run.
They change so often at that age.
Now, the last few times I see Sammy Curran bowl, he's been absolutely hammered. Can he do any better today?
He just sort of floats the ball up there at 70 miles an hour. This ball doesn't swing after the first couple of overs, so in a team chock full of bowlers, you wonder.
Oh, he's got a wicket, hasn't he?
No, he's inside edge onto the pad.
Oh, okay. I thought that's the. No, it's not. That's the little marks on the track. I thought he put it into his stumps, but no, as you say. It looks like a saucer ball.
Yeah, as we were saying, he can work wonders with the ball. And brings it in, brings it out, swings it both ways. Bowls at 93 miles an hour. First name on the team sheet.
Well,
maybe in alphabetical order.
He's got 2 dots so far. Next ball is jabbed behind square to the fielder, and there is no run. Jordan Cox there, I think.
I don't know who any of these people are.
You'll get to know them after the end of the series.
I might.
You
but
might.
It's the special quality of 50 over cricket that means you forget about it the next day.
Yeah.
That's like you live everything, you forget everything, and then it's just all new the next time
It's
you come.
memento,
Must be
isn't it?
brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, that's Heath into the leg
Oh,
side.
wow.
That's
Sammy
gone
Curran.
a long way. That's into the crowd.
That's into Barbuda.
That's 6 runs. Just into the pitch. He's just not quick enough, is he, Sammy Curran? His time has come and it's gone. There was a time where he played in every test. We didn't lose a test while he was playing for us, didn't we?
Look, his bowling is never going to be much use outside of England. Maybe in England when the ball's swinging, you could make a case.
Don't forget he was player of the world T20 finals
How
in
could
Australia.
I forget? How could I forget?
Yeah, he had a fantastic. That was.
That's
Well, I mean, let's face it, that made him good money because he got picked in the IPL,
was that
most expensive player or something, didn't he, the next year? That's cut out to the man behind square, and there's no one. Probably made his career, probably made his life.
He bowls at 70 miles an hour. If the ball's swinging, he can be useful, and you know, certain times in England, that could be of use, especially if he's a decent batsman at number 7, but I don't think either his batting or his bowling are good enough at Test level.
No. Anyway. Ooh, that's into the pads. Works it round the corner. Does Evan Lewis. Gets himself a single. And 7 off that over. That last ball? Yeah, it was. 7 off the over. 61 for none after 12.
Right, well, Kieran Roseblade is off to bed. Thanks, guys. With the risk of it backfiring, this is a bear game. Muttley, I had to have it explained. Yes, I wasn't sure about that. Someone would have to explain it to me.
What?
If it's the joke about the middle leg joint. I'm not quite sure. Still.
Jake the Peg.
Joe Grover, Kieran Roseblade, Tara. Okay. Joe Grover says, Mutters, my Japanese is rubbish, but I thought I were missing a linguistic joke. Nope. Itchy knee.
Was missing.
Itchy knee. Itchy knee.
Itchy knee Sanchi.
Itchy knee Sanchi.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got it, of course.
Oh,
Brilliant.
for
Thank
fuck's
you.
sake. Yay!
Now I've had it explained and now I'm with it. Right. Mutters. Afternoon kips are underrated. I had an absolute banger of an afternoon kip today.
Oh, they are. They're fucking great. I just never get a chance. I know Adil Rashid has peeled for a sweep shot from Evan Lewis. It pitched and it hit him a mile outside leg stump and will never be out.
2 stumps outside leg stump.
Yeah.
Not that there is a stump outside leg stump, but if they put in another one and it was the same distance between that stump and the next stump, you know what I mean?
Yeah. They're possible.
This Salt fellow, can he keep wicket?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
He's not the greatest keeper. He's all right for an ODI. Bit iron gloves, I reckon.
Andy Ward, I don't know if he's listening, but he has made the point previously. I'll carry on after this ball.
Oh, that's leg spinner. Started wide and went wider.
That
no run.
You need your best wicket keeper in Test matches and in T20s. It's less important than 50 overs than it is in the other two. I think he has a point. I'll explain why in a minute.
Okay. Full. And defender back down the track. There's no run. It's still no good if he misses stumpings and catches, is it?
Yeah, no, but wickets are so important in Test matches that you need your best wicket keeper. And in T20s, when people are trying to use their feet a lot, then it's very important to have a good wicket keeper that you can trust.
That one's googly. Comes back into, obviously, Brandon King, but he clips it away out to Demon Wicket, gets himself a single.
But in 50 overs, it's just, stick a pair of gloves on anyone. Johnny Bairstow can do it. I think that's a reasonable assessment. And if people don't agree with it, speak to Andy.
Yeah. Given some
One
air.
hand.
One hand has gone a long way up and over the boundary. Bloody hell, that must be a short boundary. That was a total miss hit, but it is.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air.
Jax looks a little bit like Alex Hales.
Decent shot, that. Right, Philip
Not
Shaw.
really. It was a pretty shit shot, really. His bottom man came off.
Got away with it.
Well, what he did, because look where the fucking boundary is compared to the actual fence.
Philip Shaw says it's Halloween. Is Hendo the purple people eater? Muttley Von Erich says, I always wondered, was it a purple monster that ate people or a monster that ate purple people? I need closure.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's not clear from the lyrics. A friend of mine...
Last ball. Oh.
It did have one eye and one ear, though, didn't it?
I can't remember. I don't even remember it. All I remember is a name. That's skidded off the outside edge of Evan Lewis, propping forward to get back for 2, and that was a pretty good over, but it actually went for 10.
Yeah, the problem with that is the lack of hyphens in the purple people eater. Is it purple hyphen people or people hyphen eater?
Well, that's the question.
See, punctuation can save lives.
Evening all, says Ben McCormack. I see England have acquired the habit of being shit again. Muttley said, Ben McCormack, did they ever lose it?
Well, for a while they did. They were world champions, don't you know?
Really? I don't remember that. Bear, where were you when that happened?
I was there, man. I was there.
You never mentioned it.
No, you reckon? It looks like it's pretty sweaty out there.
Were you commentating?
No, I didn't commentate, Fred. But you did.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching the tennis with Sonny Gavscott.
Yeah.
In the box.
Yeah. That was ridiculous.
Well, at this point, England were 59 for 2. The West Indies are 71 for none. They've got some bangers to come. With a bit of luck, they'll just start expanding soon.
I'm pretty sure that there's clues in the lyrics that it's the creature that's purple and not the people that they're eating.
Have you been going and looking at the
I have,
lyrics?
yeah. I'll tell you why.
That's defended by King, no run.
A friend of mine has a Halloween tradition
Sheb Woolley,
of posting the Monster Mash tune every Halloween.
He did the mash. In my laboratory in the castle east.
If you're listening, Dominic, you're probably not, because you don't like cricket and you live in Scotland. But hello, happy Monster Mash Eve.
Well, that's into the hip.
It was a graveyard smash.
Played round
Caught on in a flash.
And it'll be 1 run.
Bobby Boris Pickett and the Crypt Kicker
Kickers.
5. Right, Low, so look. He says, well, he came down to earth and he laid in the tree and I said, Mr. Purple People Eater, don't eat me. Well, unless the narrator is coloured purple.
Well, he doesn't make clear, does he?
Well, okay, but
I always assumed that the monster was purple. Yeah. And it ate people.
Well, I think that would be fair.
Well, people are just not clear enough.
Who gives a shit? It's a fucking song lyric. Right, Sammy Curran is continuing.
Why?
Over the wicket. Tries the Yorker.
He's a class bowler.
Jabbed out by Lewis, and there is no run. He's going to get a 5 for now, isn't he? And England are going to win by 1 run. It's going to be an absolute thriller.
Whatever happens, I hope it just happens in like 25 overs. One way or the
Oh,
other.
hang on a moment, though.
Oh. There's more.
There is more.
Right, there is. I said, well, how long have I got? I'll wait until
as
after
long
this
as you
ball.
like.
I'll wait until
37 overs.
I'll wait until after this ball from little Sammy.
Sammy's in. Oh,
took it off middle stump.
He did indeed. Gone inside edge. He's going to get 4 runs for it though. Oh, I've got to do that too. Hold on. It's one of these.
What a sight to see.
Right. Okay. So. Here you go. He said, I said, Mr. Purple People Eater, what's your line? And he said, eating purple people, and it sure is fine.
Aha!
Aha!
Aha! But maybe both he and the people are purple.
Well, possible.
Well, he probably wouldn't get to eat a lot of people because there aren't any people
People
purple.
purple.
There aren't any purple people on this
I don't know.
planet.
Have you not sat in the upper tier of the pavilion at Lord's?
Well, yeah, maybe on a
After
sunny
lunch
day.
on a hot day.
Yeah. Maybe he goes around eating sunburnt people. That's a different story, isn't it? That should be sunburnt. It's driven up to mid-off and there's no run.
I'm a bit. I'm not wearing a purple jumper, mate. I'm just a bit worried now. West Indies playing. That's maroon, is it?
Nah, well, who knows what it is. Yeah, it's supposed to be maroon. Sammy Curran is in, but the people aren't purple. That's the point. Or is it the clothes? I don't know. That's played up to mid-on. They go through for a quick single, and Evan Lewis has got to 50 off 46 deliveries. That's pretty good going. King is 20 off 38. Evan Lewis was so explosive when he first came on the scene, wasn't
He
he?
hit 5 sixes. Blimey.
And then did he have an argument with the board or something? I can't remember. He got picked to play on tests, I seem to remember, in England, and then didn't play them, and then was out of favour and had a row with the board or something. Am I remembering that completely wrong?
Let us know on Super Chat.
Well, there you go.
Super Chat.
66 metres for a 6.
Is that Sammy again? Yeah.
And that one, 73
it is.
metres just over the boundary.
Does make you wonder why there was such a intermission in his career, but best part of 2.5 years or whatever
Well,
it was.
yeah. I mean, strange things happen in West Indies cricket, it has to be said. That's a cut to the fielder at backward point. No
How many
run.
boards of selectors have they had over that time?
Not as many as Pakistan.
I mean, Pakistan dole out life bans for players, which is just basically the average is about 3 months, isn't it?
Driven off the back foot, pushed all the way up to long off by Evan Lewis.
You just get, especially with the West Indies bowlers, you get the feeling that they just tip all the names into a hat and just pull out 4 at random.
Well, that's 2,000 runs in ODIs, 56 innings, an average of 40. That's not too bad. Best of 176. Didn't he get that against England?
Yeah, and apparently he retired hurt, if Hendo remembers correctly.
Yeah, I think he ran out of steam, didn't he? He had cramp or something.
We've all done that on 176.
That was right at the beginning of his career. Oh, no, that's edge. There is a slip as well.
Where's Chris Jordan?
But it's gone past him. I don't think it carried anyway. It went wide of him. And there is 2 runs. Who's in that slip?
No, it may not have carried.
No, I don't think it did, and I think it was wide as well. England's struggling here. They didn't get any wickets in the power play, and now you'd expect that these two try and expand the game a little bit. Plenty of wickets in hand. Got through the new ball.
Well, they don't need to do anything there.
They don't as well, but I think people. Maybe I'm just being wishful thinking here, but I mean,
we want to get home.
We want to get home. But now that one's turned sharply in. There's a big appeal, but he played a shot. I think that's it.
It may have hit him in line, though.
It may have done.
But would it have been hitting enough of the stumps to get it overturned? I mean,
I thought it was high, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's clipping, you don't lose the review, so
you
may not get it overturned. But England
really
do need a wicket here. So
they do need a wicket, but it's the wrong one. You really want to get Evan Lewis out.
He didn't pick the googly.
Now the question is, did it turn enough? I mean, it did turn enough. The question is, did it hit him outside the line? I thought it hit him outside the line still. You can see his off stump. Turns back in sharply. Oh, it's just outside the line.
It's outside the line.
Oh, it's close.
It would have definitely gone on to hit, but I think that's outside the line where it
at
flicks
first
the pad.
contact. At very best, it's umpire's call.
It's nowhere near the bat.
That's outside the line. We shall see. Sometimes the angle of the camera is slightly different. Right, here we go. Outside the line. Told you.
Would it have hit? I think he would have.
It would have got clattered into the stumps.
He really didn't pick it, though, did he?
No, he didn't. But the vagaries of the laws of cricket. I think I should get rid of where it hits you.
What? What?
Well, if it's going to hit the fucking stumps and you missed it, you should be out.
You might want
matches
over in 2 sessions.
No, I also want fairness for the bowlers. Maybe the leg side out, pitching outside leg stump can stay.
That's very generous of you.
Clipped into the leg side. Out into the deep, and there is the 1 run. Well, I don't know. On a shot like that, where he's clearly going to be castled.
Right, Philip Shaw says the Bonzo Dog Doodah Band did the best Monster Mash. I don't recall them doing it, but you may well be right. Ben McCormack says it was definitely a purple people eater because otherwise you wouldn't be worried as a person if you weren't purple. Fair enough. I can't believe we are having this conversation about whether a monster is purple or the people he eats are purple at midnight.
Or
what
both,
is
or
life
neither.
even, says Muttley.
Well, it's,
Oof.
Jay Grover, let's have an analysis of 1920s blues classic. Jay, now you're talking.
The fucking rain's coming
Speaking
down
of
again.
Which it is raining Datsun cogs.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Which 1920s blues classic? We have a Hellhound on My Trail by
It'd be a bit later than
Robert
that.
Johnson.
Yes, it was
That would be
indeed.
the 30s, wouldn't it?
It was, I
Well,
think.
really,
That was really-
blues. I mean, blues probably starts a bit later than that.
You'd be wanting to go back to
It'd be more sort of jazzy and
Sunhouse and even Sunhouse.
Sunhouse, yeah.
That sort of era. The covers are coming on, folks. So I'll finish this.
God.
Muttley says, "Thanks, Tony. I can sleep or kip better now." You're very welcome, Muttley. Let us know if you have other curiously lyric songs
Halloweens that
you want us to.
You've always had.
You want us to put right.
queries about.
We'll figure it out. Last minute Halloween. Hope all had fun, says Jay Grover. We've sort of enjoyed it. Mr. Handjob says, I agree with the bear. Give the bowlers a fucking break once in a while. Blind Lemon, says Jay Grover. Good choice, Blind Lemon Jefferson. Indeed. Joseph Isaac, West Indies will win the match watching from America. No, they're going to win it in Antigua. They're not going to win anything watching from America.
Was Blind Lemon Jefferson from Turkey Scratch, Arkansas?
Turkey Scratch?
Yes, I've been there because Levon Helm was from there, from the band. It's literally one barn. There was nothing to it.
And a bad load of people who made deals with the devil.
Yeah, well, here is your...
No, it was Robert Junior Lockwood, not Blind Lemon Jefferson.
Here is your issue around punctuation. West Indies will win the match watching from America, is how it reads. West Indies will win the match, and then, or dash hyphen, i.e. that's where Joseph is, clearly watching from America. And we're delighted you are, by the way, Joseph. But yes, never mind. Right, I'll move on. Ben Cormack says, I like how fast and loose we're playing with the rules of the game. The further this game drifts away from England.
Well, I'm a bowler. I've always been. I don't know if it hits outside the line and you missed it and it's going onto the stumps.
You just remember that was actually making it better for the bowlers, because previously the ball had to hit you between the stumps to be given out ODI, even whether you were playing a shot or whether you weren't playing a shot. It was made better for the bowlers by allowing it to hit outside the off stump if you weren't playing a shot. So that was. That rule was introduced to be better for the bowlers and stop people kicking the ball away, basically.
Yeah.
The umpires aren't leaving the field, but they're standing on the field with an umbrella, which is not great.
Well, surely if we're going to go 1920s, lead belly. Gotta be thinking. Mississippi John Hurt.
Bring me a little water, Sylvie.
Yeah. The Mississippi Shakes would go back to them,
Lordy,
wouldn't they?
pick a bale of cotton.
Oh Lordy, pick a bale of hay.
Up down to the pick a bale of cotton. Well, that's Tony Bishop and the Blues Boys. And we'll have more of them after the break. I think we should take a brief
Should we
respite.
What do we think?
The covers are on.
The covers are indeed on. 40. Oh, that's England's score.
It's really old school, isn't it? It's like really something out of the fucking 90s or something.
Well, Hendo and I described it as late 1970s big match.
Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? I mean, considering how
it's more kindergarten kids put in front of paint on a computer.
It's amazing what font and size make difference. Typeface. Font, really.
Typeface.
And having a few little rounded edges on your scorecard and some drop shadows.
Oh, you're talking about serif or sans serif. I see typeface.
Yeah.
Well,
I think we should go
vacate to the green room.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. Final last messages. Philip Shaw. I was going to beeswax my furniture, but voodoo by Screaming Jay Hawkins. Okay, good one.
I'd love a bit of Screaming Jay.
Jay Grover, I've done my bit. Just going to listen to thou both.
What? Talk English, man!
I don't know what that means. Mr. Handjob says, I prefer Richard Talbury as 20s as an option. Gil Tom, under the radar, Japan are a coming force in cricket. Earlier this year, they smashed the record for an opening partnership in T20s. Were they playing Mongolia by any chance?
Mongolia under 11s.
Because everybody seems to get their big scores against poor old Mongolia.
Did Nepal beat Scotland or something the other day?
Yeah, in Texas.
In Texas.
Of course they did. Wow. Everything's bigger in Texas.
Yeah, what, the size of Scottish defeats?
Yes, Scottish defeats. Right. You're probably right. We should take away. What's the score, Bear?
The score is 81 for none. And chasing a paltry 209, and they've got a lot of time to do it. Unfortunately, we got to wait because there's rain.
At what stage do we have a match, Duckworth-Lewis?
20 overs.
And what are we on at the moment?
We are on 16, 15. So 5 more overs constitutes a match.
And what would need the score need to be after 20 overs
without
wickets? Because
way ahead.
Lack of.
I mean,
wickets.
they're virtually halfway there after 15 overs.
Yeah, so
and they haven't lost a wicket. So
it's all a bit Hamilton academicals, isn't it? Right.
Just hand them the game.
And
let's
what
be
are we
done.
going to play
We'll go
from
back
the
some-
84
Well,
Bishop and
we're-
Bears that you've got to choose from?
We're in episode 84. One
Are
day
we?
we should go back and play episode 1, shouldn't we?
Oh, you lucky people.
That's true. That's a good. Who was our guest on episode? It was probably Hendo, wasn't it? Almost certainly, I think.
Well, they brought in another cover.
I'll go back and have a look.
Yeah, who was our guest on episode
Oh,
1?
fuck, you have to go and look at more episodes. See
It was
all
Jack
our-
Hobbs. W.G. Grace.
Right, here we go. Even I'm clear. I'm
Why don't you
pretty
play the
sure.
Alternative Gorilla podcast?
I'm almost certain it would have been Hendo.
It's not really a guest, though, is it?
No, all our Bear and Bishops. Episode 59, and then there's a whole load of... Oh, no, that'll be because that's the World Cup highlights. Fuck, I did the World Cup highlights, didn't I?
Ah, there you go. They counted as podcasts, didn't they?
Yeah.
Took me all of the World Cup to master the splitter button, and then we stopped using it.
Yeah.
Splitters. Right, I'm going in the other room. Bye, everybody.
You know what, I can't find.
Oh, well, we'll find it later.
Who's that weirdo? Episode 5?
Ooh, those were some good ones. Actually, who was the guest on... Oh, have you got the Bumble? Who's that weirdo? Just
No.
for something different. That was just good fun.
Who's that
we
weirdo?
all love that. Is that the Bumble edition?
Yeah, that was episode 5. No, that wasn't.
We'll find if you can find the Bumble. Who's that weirdo? That
David
would be
Lloyd.
something different.
There we go.
Yeah, let's play that.
All
And it's
right.
nice and long.
With Asana, AI is no longer a tool, it's a teammate. Asana AI can give you timely insights, orchestrate complex workflows, and adapt to your changing needs and priorities, giving all your teams clarity so everyone can work smarter and faster. Asana, the #1 AI work management platform. Try for free today at asana.com. That's asana.com.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Abdul Sidhu, Neil McKenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock, Shannon Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket and the 4th episode of our big fat pod quiz. Who's that weirdo? It's a test of skill, knowledge and overactive imaginations, separating the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers at all but sound like they might be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and today's edition could be our most competitive yet. We welcome back, after her dismantling of Grubby 78 in their meeting 2 weeks ago, everyone's favourite county cricket matterer and natterer, it's Annie Chave!
Yay!
Yay! Tell us a little bit, you've got a new edition out, haven't you?
I've got a new edition out, edition number 13, which is unlucky for some. And it's a new look magazine. I've got some youth to design it for me. A youth.
Have you seen it, Bumble? Oh, I'm giving it away. I was going to say, she's got it out today because she's up against cricket royalty. The man who's probably the most famous voice in the business, the man who's been player, coach, manager, umpire, eventually commentator. Ladies and gentlemen, it's only Bumble himself. Hello, Bumble. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket.
Yeah, I should never have done this in the first place. As soon as I knew it was Annie Chafe that I'm up against, I know that I'm going to get the silver medal here. It's
Now listen, Bumble. Surely, when you were manager and coach of the England team, you didn't go into the dressing room and say, "Look, we're going to come second here." I need more positivity from you.
I'm a realist. I know exactly where I stand here. I will be doing my best, as they always say.
Right.
You're
okay,
setting me up for a fall, Bumble, I tell you.
Yeah, it's reverse psychology, isn't it?
Reverse psychology, is it? How can I compete? When I'll play the game.
She is remarkable in many ways. Anyway, what do you think, Bumble? What's your thoughts on the Test match and what's been going on in Pakistan? I did see that you've been a little bit under the weather, but did you manage to get to see much of the Test?
No, I don't have Sky now.
Why would that be?
Yeah, well, I've been obviously I follow it, and I listen to Aggers a little bit, and Simon Mann, and it's quite remarkable. And the latest stuff that's come out from our captain, he said he might even declare before they've had a bat.
He might. I'm a bit worried that the fog is going to be so bad that he'll declare and no one will know.
We were up there. I've been to Multan, and I know that it can get foggy, and so they will lose some time.
Yeah, in the mornings and the evenings, it looks like the first hour is going to be a bit tricky, doesn't it?
Oh, well, that's good. Maybe I can stay in bed.
Yeah, stay in bed a little bit longer. That would that'd be fine, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What do you make, Bumble, of Joe Root batting left-handed? I mean, that's stealing your thunder a little bit, isn't it?
Well,
He's quite good at that.
This morning, I've seen Jimmy Anderson bowling left-handed.
Really?
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson has bowled very acceptable left-arm spin this morning.
Wow. Do you think he's been taught by Jofra Archer? Because I remember seeing Jofra Archer was doing a bit of left-arm spin a couple of years ago as well. He might be less injury-prone if he bowled that as well.
The way I think that Jimmy has sort of kicked it on to Jofra.
Right. Oh, really? Okay. So Jimmy was he was the man who came up with the left-arm spin, and he's coaching Jofra in the subtle arts. You were a left-arm spinner, weren't you? So I mean, you might have some input there.
Yeah, and I perfected that. You know how they call them the shooter and the zooter and the this and the that. I had the gazoner.
Gazoner?
The gazoner. It's the one that goes on and doesn't spin.
Oh yes, the gazoner with the arm. That one.
That's the one. That's the only ball. I didn't bowl anything else. Just the gazoner.
Not the gazunder, which is something else.
Goes underneath. Burrows under the pitch.
I don't think you can go under the stumps.
Anyway, moving on, I should sort of introduce the other member of the team that's here today, and that is, of course, Tony Bishop.
Hello.
He's alongside me. He's going to be giving us all sorts of info. He's the Osmond to my Armstrong. He's the yin to my yang, and he's my driver to the studio.
Not as
and here he is.
Or as interesting.
Anyway, and he's not as interesting as any of them. Anyway, I will give everyone out there a quick read through of the rules, because I forget them halfway through anyway, so don't worry about it. If you get things wrong, we'll just laugh about it, and no one will be any the better. We'll claim that it was meant. Basically, contestants toss to start with and can elect a battlefield. Then the host, that's me, gives contestant A a name and a nationality, and contestant A has to decide whether they are a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all, in which case they have to say, who's that weirdo? They get it right, and it is a live or dead cricketer. Contestant A then has to guess their current age or age at death for a bonus point, which they get if they are within 3 years. If they get it on the nose, they get 4 bonus points. If contestant A is wrong, the question is passed over to their opponent, who goes through the same process. If it is a weirdo, i.e. not a cricketer, age is not required, but you can take a wild guess at the source of their notoriety. It could be a musician, a poet, a businessman, businesswoman, weird record breaker, comedian, politician, etc., etc. So I'm going to toss, and I'm going to let our special guest of the day, Bumble, shout. I'm going to throw it up into the studio air. I'm going to drop it completely, and you can say your tails.
Heads.
It's tails, would you believe? Honestly. Love. So Annie,
always go tails, Bumble. Come on.
Yeah, I should have done, shouldn't he?
I always said heads. I always called heads when I was captain. Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's tails. So Annie, you can just choose whether to bat or bowl.
I'm going to go bowl.
You're going to bowl. So the first named person is going to go to you, Bumble. Are you ready? Are you steeled for it?
I'm ready. Yeah.
It's like Jeff Thompson just coming up and going wang. Terry Burrows, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Terry Burrows.
Terry Burrows. Who's that weirdo?
You know him, don't you? You're absolutely right. You've got points already. Oh, damn it.
Oh, no.
Clever for us, is Bumble. And you can have another guess for a bonus point. What does he do, Terry Burrows?
Was he No, I'm going to say a crown green bowler.
Oh, it's a good guess, but I'm not going to give you an extra point because it's not. He's actually the fastest window cleaner at the National Championships in Blackpool in 2009. Tell us a little bit more, Tony, about Terry Burrows.
Well, yes, I've been at great pains to make a few notes about him. He is, as you rightly say, the fastest window cleaner that he won in Blackpool 2009. Held in Blackpool, of course, to commemorate the 80th anniversary of George Formby's When I'm Cleaning Windows. It takes Terry, known as Terry Turbo Burrows, less than 10 seconds to clean more than 6,000 square inches of glass.
Wow.
He's a martial arts specialist. He's in the Guinness Book of Records. He's also been a karate and a boxer, specialist and a boxer, which he attributes his speed to. He's been on a show with Usain Bolt, where he once said a couple of years ago on a television show, I met the fastest man and I'm the fastest hands. We could rob a bank together.
Hey.
Interesting thought. He's still going strong. He's 66 years old. He's from Romford. You can check out his website, which is www.fastestwindowcleaner.com. And he issues you a challenge. Can you beat me? Come and have a go if you're squeegee enough.
Does he do it well, though? I mean, I could clean a window that quickly.
Could you?
Well, surely anyone could.
I think we're
couldn't
going
they?
to
But you know, just wipe across it.
Coordination, due to his martial arts skills, is what he attributes his speed to.
Well, there you go. Bumble is in the lead. He's 2-0 up. We move to Annie for the second name. Now, this is an interesting one. Oh, sorry. Go on, Bumble.
If he's from Blackpool, I know Blackpool, you need to be a boxer and a karate expert.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't tell you that when they go there on Strictly, do they? They make out it's a really lovely place. But
well, it is marvellous for everybody that lives in Blackpool.
Absolutely. He says, yes, disappearing off
He's
the edge of the tree.
good, but he run it in Blackpool.
But there you go. So
he's an Essex lad.
He's obviously going to be a bit violent. Okay, Annie, moving on. Your first name today is Hendrik Witbooi of Namibia. Is he a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Hendrik Witbooi of Namibia.
It's a good name, isn't it?
It's a great name. It's a fabulous name.
I'm going to go for Who's That Weirdo?
Oh, you've done it again! I can't believe it. It's an amazing start to this week's competition. He is a weirdo. He's not really a weirdo. He's a very admirable character. Do you want to guess what he might do?
He works in social services.
Well, in a sense, I suppose that's right, isn't it, Tony? Going back a bit.
I'll let you make the decision on that one. It's on the very edges of acceptability.
Okay. Well, you tell us what
DRS Eden would be twitching and not too sure about that.
Tell us all about Hendrik.
You'd have to review that one, Joel. Right. He is, as you rightly say, Namibian. He was the first African political activist to take up arms against German imperialists. His face is on banknotes in Namibia. He was born in Pella, Northern Cape, and died near Valgras in 1905, killed in battle indeed with the Germans. He was the chief of the Khoisan people, a sub-tribe of the Khohoi, and he led the people, the Nama people, during the revolts against German colonial rule. His diary and complete correspondence has survived and become known as the Hendrik Witbooi Papers, and it's stored in the National Archives of Namibia.
Yeah, I knew that.
You knew. I knew. I mean, I'm sorry. Just the way it fell, wasn't it, Bumble? You would have got that without any problems.
Oh, nailed it.
Nailed it completely. Well, we're going to come back to you for number 3. It's all going incredibly smoothly this week, which is unusual. Anyway, how about this one? Gogumal Kissenchand, India. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Say it again.
Gogumal Kissenchand. I mean, I hope I've got the pronunciation right, but I could be mistaken. Gogumal Kissenchand, India. Dead cricketer, live cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
He's a dead cricketer.
You're absolutely right. You're storming away with this, Bumble. What on earth is going on? I can only imagine you've actually played against him. Do you want to tell how old he was when he died? Have another guess for a bonus point.
He was 58.
No, I'm afraid you're well off the mark there. He was 72 when he died in 1997. Tell us all about Gogumal Kissenchand, Tony.
Well, he was a diminutive right-hand bat from Karachi in Sindh. He died in Baroda in Gujarat. His chief claim to fame, however, he had a very modest record in just 5 test matches for India, 4 of them against Australia, and he only averaged 9. However, despite that modest record, his chief claim to fame in international cricket is that he is the bowler off whom Don Bradman got the all-important single to reach his 100th first-class 100 in 1947.
Wow.
48.
That's a great claim to fame. Are you sure, Bumble, that you perhaps didn't play against him in a warm-up game in India? I think you probably did.
I just had the name somewhere, and I thought, well, he's not recent, so I think he's dead, sadly.
Sadly, he's dead, yeah. He's 25 years dead this year, I'm afraid to say. Any more about Gogolmal, or is that more or less?
That's pretty much it. He averaged 9 in his 5 tests, 4 against Australia. He got 44 in Sydney. That did help India on their way to the draw. It's the only draw they got in that series. They lost all the rest.
Okay, so we move back to Annie. Now, Emma Slater, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Emma Slater, England.
Emma Slater, that's a really nondescript name. You know, it could be anything, anywhere. I'm going to say, who's that weirdo?
You're absolutely right. Oh my goodness me, this is incredible stuff from you two. Absolutely brilliant. Emma Slater is indeed.
You haven't given me a chance.
Well, I'm going to ask you who you think Emma Slater might be. What does did she do? What is her claim to fame?
I think she's a piano teacher.
Piano teacher? Well, that's plucked out of obscurity. I think that's a pretty good guess. No, she's not actually a piano teacher. She is the 2-time world gravy wrestling champion. Sure, of course. Knew that. I'd find that hard to believe. Tony, tell us a little bit more about Emma Slater.
Well, yeah, it didn't quite strike the wrong chord with that one, Annie, I'm afraid to say. The competition, she's won it since 2007. The World Gravy Wrestling Championships have been held in the village of Stacksteads at the Rose and Bowl Carvery. She has indeed won it twice in a series of knockout rounds. Men take on men, women take on women, wrestling for 2 grueling minutes in a thickly padded pool filled with cold gravy.
I want to see it.
The judges pick a winner for each bout. Their decision is based, of course, on wrestling ability, but more importantly, the quality of their fancy dress and the outrageousness of their antics. Winners are anointed, of course, by having a bucket of gravy poured over their heads. Now, our Emma is from Oldham.
Yeah.
Ice Station Zebra. 36 now she is. She won the competition last against Roxy Afzal, who competes under the name of the Oxo Fox.
I'm surprised, Bumble, you haven't been asked to do the judging for that, seeing as it's in that neck of the woods. Have you never been asked to do the World Gravy Wrestling Championships?
I've been in the pub. I know the...
Oh, you know the pub? There you go.
It must be, I'll tell you what, it must be serious stuff, because in the most recent event, Sky Penty, a.k.a. Rhonda Gravy, she won it despite having dislocated her arm in a fierce bout against the Oxo Fox. And the referee, who I think is also the landlord of the pub, a chap called Stephen Claxton, had to put her arm back in place, and she carried on and went on to win.
Oh my good! I prefer to eat gravy personally, although probably not after someone's been wrestling in it.
I'll give you a quiz question.
Go on then. Yeah, go on. Quiz within a quiz.
This is Stacksteads. Okay.
Yeah.
Which Lancashire bat opened the batting with Everton Weeks and went on to become England manager and came from Stacksteads?
Ooh, a Lancastrian.
Ooh, I'll put that over to you because you're a lot older than me, Tony.
Well, thank you for that.
3 or 4 years older than me.
Lancashire. Do you know what? I don't know. If we're talking about that age group, Worrell, Weeks, Walcott, etc. Don't know.
I don't know the answer.
You've got me.
Tell us. You're going to have to tell us.
Who was it?
Bob Bennett.
Bob Bennett. Oh, okay.
Right. Okay. I was. We talked about Bob Barber last week, weren't we? In something or other.
No, we were likening him to Liam Livingstone.
That's right. That's right. Bob Barber, indeed. Right. So the scores on the doors at the moment are Bumble 4, Annie 4. It couldn't be tighter. It's almost as exciting as our Melbourne standoff last week. But we move on, and we move on now to Bumble, and we ask him, Brett Geeves, Australia, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Brett Geeves.
G-E-V-E-S.
E-E-V-E-S.
Jeeves.
Or Jeeves even. Yeah, it could be Jeeves, couldn't it?
Yeah. Jeevo. Yeah, Jeevo.
Oh, you remember Jeevo? Oh, Jeevo. Good man.
He is a present cricketer.
You're absolutely unbelievable, Bumble. What is it? Are you sure you haven't got someone prodding you from behind a couple of times? I know, man, you might like that.
I think that's a different show entirely.
There's no stopping him at the moment. Brett Gibbs is indeed a live cricketer. Do you want to guess about how old he might be at this particular stage? Both points. Oh, I didn't see that. I saw your mouth move, but I didn't hear.
22.
No, you're nowhere near, I'm afraid to say. He's about twice that age. Well, nearly. He's actually 40. What do we know about Brett Gibbs, Tony?
What do we know about Brett Gibbs? Well, he's from Claremont in Tasmania. His nickname is Banger, a bit like Marcus Trescothick, isn't it, Annie? Wasn't he called
Yeah, he's Banger.
Banger, indeed. He's played for Australia, Tasmania, and a couple of games, indeed, for Delhi Daredevils latterly. Right-arm fast medium bowler, right-handed batsman, briefly part of Australia's short-form setup. A back injury, sadly, at 29, forced him into retirement. In his 2 ODIs against Bangkok and South Africa, Bangladesh and South Africa. Bangladesh, South Africa, 2008-2009, took 3 wickets at 26, had a best bowling of 2 for 11 versus Bangladesh in Darwin. In his only T20 international, took 2 for 35 against South Africa at the Wanderers. He got Herschel Gibbs and AB de Villiers, though, quite cheaply, but Australia still lost.
Good names to get, eh?
Yeah,
there you go. Batsman to get. Okay, so Bumble moves into a 6-4 lead with just one more name before we take a break. And we're at the break. What we have, Bumble, you may not know about this, is we have social justice warrior stroke right-arm seam bowler Chris Woke, who writes a regular column for us. He's going to be talking about things that have been upsetting him this week. So we'll have a little break. It doesn't mean you actually get a break. It's just like we do it and then we fill it in, if you get what I mean. Anyway, moving on to Annie, and she's going to look to draw level. How about this one, Annie? Arthur Fielder, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Arthur Fielder.
Well, he's been made to sound like a cricketer because of Fielder. It's made to sound old because of Arthur.
Exactly.
So he's either an old cricketer, or I think he's who's that weirdo?
No, you're wrong. You fall behind. Into the interval we go with Bumble in the lead. He is not a weirdo.
You can throw it to Bumble now.
Yes, I've got to pass it across.
No, don't give it to him.
Dead cricketer or live cricketer? That's all that's left for a bonus point. Arthur Fielder.
Dear Arthur, he's a dead cricketer.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So another point to Bumble. He goes to 7-4 in the league. He's a dead cricketer. He died.
Age?
What age did he die at?
He died at 74.
Oh, I'm going to give you 3 more points. My goodness me, you are running away. Sorry, 2 more points. Running away with this because you're very close. He was 72 when he died in 1949. Tony, before we go to Chris Woke, tell us more about Arthur Fielder.
Well, yeah, it is a wonderful piece of nominative determinism. You're absolutely right. He was a fast bowler for Kent and England before the First World War. Was born in Tunbridge in 1877, the year, of course, of the first ever test. He was the first player to get 10 first-class wickets in an innings, which he got in the Gentlemen Players match at Lord's, took all 10. The feat it was accomplished in 1906, although the Gentlemen won the game despite that. In his first-class matches that season, he took 186 wickets at 20 apiece and did much towards enabling Kent for the first time to carry off the championship. He had 2 tours of Australia for England under Bellum Warner in 1907 and then Arthur Jones. And he did pretty well on that second tour. 6 for 82 and 3 for 88 at the SCG, 2 for 77 and 1 for 74 at the MCG, 4 for 80 at Adelaide, 4 for 54 and 4 for 91 at the MCG again. In all, he got Victor Trumper and Monty Noble 3 times each in that series, although Australia still won it.
Monty Noble,
3-1.
Trumper, legendary names.
And Bumble knew him, obviously.
Bumble, he's you can't put Arthur Fielder past Bumble. I was glad that you got that one, Annie, because I think he would have sopped that up. As it is, we go into the break as Chris Woke comes out of the pub in Solihull to say a few words, and with the score at 8-4, Bumble is leading. We shall now hear from Chris Woke. Just a little theme tune before we go there.
Craig Matthews,
Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Neil Tino. Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Wayne Leverock. Shane Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Sorry I'm late. Yeah, the bloody train strike. Those red union layabout benefit fraud bastards. Right, when does this stuff get switched on? What? You're rolling? Don't you dare broadcast any of that shit. I've a reputation to uphold.
Rolling seam up and knocking prejudice down. The phone went the other day. It was the editor of the Smaximum. You filed your copy yet, Wokey? Typical oppressive capitalist. Not even a polite hello to soften the blow of the latest unreasonable request. Unfortunately, Smack's Ed is just the tip of the iceberg. It's a well-known fact that social justice cricket correspondents are scandalously overworked these days. Look at me. In the last fortnight, I've been expected to deliver not only an entire piece on the Interplanetary Solar System Cup, but also an audio recording outlining my forced inclusion programme. It might not seem this way, people, but every single word is an excruciating drain on the resource bank of my genius. What's more, all these different formats make it doubly exhausting. My woke load is simply unmanageable. One of the specky grey beardy dinosaurs at Gorilla was depressingly unsympathetic. In my day, cricket writers would regularly knock out 1,000-word articles every day at week and still have the strength for a couple of features at weekends. You didn't see those lads rushing off to matron with a sore wrist. Lads? Matron? This is the everyday sexism we've come to expect from this mob, sadly. Well, this wage slave has had enough. It's time to make a stand. From now on, I shall be operating a one-day woke. This means that within any given 14-day period, I shall insist on 13 days of rest, all expenses paid trip to the spa at Leamington, and 3 meals per day at Birmingham's Organic Food Village, Leaky Blinders. That will leave me fully fit and firing for one day a fortnight to craft world-class content for you, the deserving cricketing public. Boston, eh? This sort of action is the only way to get employers to sit up and take notice. If they do not heed our message, they risk burning people out. And that will only add to the climate change emergency we're all facing. Remember, as England's men found out under Mike Atherton, one out, all out. Until next woke, comrades, ta-ra, me ducks!
Craig Matthews. Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Neil Tino. Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Wayne Leverock. Shane Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Thanks very much, Chris Woke. He's always got his finger on the pulse, and I think you should all follow him. He's also available to be read in our weekly news and views letter, The Smaximum, which is available to Patreons, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, if you'd like to support the work that Gorilla Cricket does. We are back, and Bumble is 8-4 in the lead. It's going better than you can imagine, isn't it, Bumble?
Delirious, are you?
You've moved rooms, by the way. You look like you've moved rooms, have you?
Yeah, no, I've just moved hands. This time we're going to sleep, so I'm holding it very primitive. It's an iPhone, which I'm holding in my left hand.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's a very good picture on an iPhone, I have to say. It's absolutely brilliant. Although probably shouldn't. Other sort of phones are available, I should say that, shouldn't I? Really? Right, moving on. It's Bumble's turn, and the first after the interval is the great name of Ronald Saggers, Australia. Dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Ronald Saggers.
Who's the weirdo?
No, you're wrong. Yes, chance for Annie to come back into the game. Dead cricketer or live cricketer, Annie?
Live cricketer.
No bonus point for you, I'm afraid to say. You're all totally wrong. He's a dead cricketer. Everyone knows Ronald Saggers is dead. What's the matter with you two? I can't even pass it over for anyone to have a guess how old he is.
He can only just have died, surely.
Well, it depends it depends whether you think 1987 is fairly recent.
Yes.
I'd like to think that, but unfortunately it isn't. Ronald Saggers is a dead Australian cricketer. He died aged 69 in 1987, and Tony's got more information about him.
I may be, what's his name? Richard Osman, but I don't think Alexander Armstrong ever punches the air with quite such glee and delight at guests getting things wrong. But then we go. He is indeed, sadly, alas, a dead cricketer. He died at the age of 69 in 1987. Did Ronald Saggers. He was born in Sydenham.
What, at Sydenham?
Sydenham, New South Wales.
Not
Sydenham, New South Wales.
We are, of course.
Though he died in Sydney, he is no relation to Martin Saggers. Played for Australia and New South Wales as a wicketkeeper and batsman. Quite tall for a wicketkeeper. Very useful right-handed bat. He scored 1,888 runs with an average of 23.89. His one century being his 104 not out against Essex in 1948, when the Australians put on 721 in one day.
Sorry, was that 1948?
In 19.
That was the Invincibles, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
That was the Invincibles.
6 tests in all. He averaged 10 and a high score of 14, which he got versus South Africa in Johannesburg, and Australia, which was in 1949, and Australia won that by an innings. He was understudy a lot to Don Talon, who somewhat restricted his opportunities, as Bumble will no doubt know.
You know a bit about Don Talon?
Yeah, I'm Don Talon on the centenary test, so that would be 1976.
Wasn't it?
Australia. Don Talon, he had a brother as well. There were two of them. Talon.
Hey, are you having me on there? You're talking about Birds of Prey now, aren't you?
No, he was a real character as well. I mean, a proper Australian larrikin character, Don Talon, and he had his brother. We'll have to look it up.
We'll have to look it up. We'll do that at the end of the show. Moving on then, unfortunately for Annie, she failed to take advantage of Bumble's failure in that particular instance. We move on and we say to Annie, Rafiqul Alam, Bangladesh, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Rafiqul Alam. Have you got all your county cricket matters above your head?
I have.
Alphabetical order.
Yeah. No, they're in. Yeah, they're in issue order.
They all start with C, don't they?
They all start with C.
There's a lot of C's.
Yes, there are indeed. Rafiqul Alam.
Right. Well, we haven't had one of these for a while, so I'm going to go. Who's that weirdo?
Absolutely wrong.
I just haven't got it this time.
No, well, to be honest, Grubby was just terrible. It wasn't that you were that great. Rafiqul Alam, live cricketer or dead cricketer, Bumble?
He's very much alive.
He is. You're absolutely right. And how old do you think he is?
He is 27.
No, he's nowhere near 27. He is alive, but he's actually 65. Rafiqul Alam of Bangladesh. The way you said with such confidence, I thought you actually knew him and you'd played against him for a moment.
Oh, that's a lamb.
Oh, that's a lamb.
Nice try.
It's so easy to get your alams mixed up, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah.
Tell us more about the live cricketer, Rafiqul Alam, Tony.
Rafiqul Alam, yes. He's 65, as you rightly say. He's born in 1957 in Dhaka as a right-hand bat. He's also been a match referee and a national selector for Bangladesh, renowned for his aggressive batting and all-round qualities. He first played for them in 1980. He represented them in 2 ODIs versus Pakistan and Sri Lanka in 1986. In the first versus Pakistan, he made 14 of 43 balls, was caught Ramiz Raja, bowled Wasim Akram. Versus in
There's another actor.
There you go. In the second versus Sri Lanka in Kandy, he only made 10 off 20 balls. Bangladesh lost both games. But a man of Lancashire, of course, got him out.
There you go. Rafiqul Alam, a Bangladeshi live cricketer, aged 65. Moving back to Bumble, we only have 4 names to go. It's really hotting up. Bumble has 8. Annie has 4.
He had 8 before.
I know, but he didn't get the last one right.
Oh, no, that's true.
Yeah, that's why I didn't give him any extra points.
Oh, okay.
I was going to, but now this is an interesting one. Anakali Akasha of Sri Lanka. Anakali Akasha, Sri Lanka, Bumble.
Who's that weirdo?
Oh, you're just instinctive. You're just purely instinctive. It's that speed with which you played Lillian Thompson. You're absolutely right. She is a weirdo. She's a she as well. And what do you think? What do you think she does? What do you think she does, or did? Ideas?
Sri Lanka.
Anakali Akasha. Anakali Akasha.
I think she's a musician.
Ooh, you're quite close, but not close enough for a bonus point, because that would just be
half
cruel.
a point, how generous are you feeling?
Half a point. Well, I want to keep.
No, he's winning too much.
He's winning by too many.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go do away with the extra point there. Anakali Akasha is an actress and former Miss Sri Lanka. Is that right?
That is absolutely right. She's born in 1987. She is that film actress, model, singer. Did you say singer, Dave?
He did say. Oh, I'm going to give you a
in that case, have you a full point.
You have a point. Yeah.
TV host and politician. She was crowned Miss Sri Lanka in 2000.
Give her a point. Him a point. She does so many things. He could have named anything.
Well, it doesn't say sort of plumber, electrician, general handy person here. But,
she might even be a cricketer on the sly.
She could have been, yeah. But she was crowned Miss Sri Lanka in 2004, represented Sri Lanka at Miss World in 2004 beauty pageant. She's also worked as a brand ambassador and fundraiser. She's got her own YouTube channel if you want to go and check her out.
Okay.
It's Anakali Live. You can find her on YouTube.
She's not a window cleaner.
She's not a window cleaner.
A window cleaner.
Although you might want to clean your windows to have a look out and see what she's up to.
She probably wrestles with gravy though.
She probably does. Oh my goodness!
Give them the chance.
Everyone does that sort of thing. It's like bog snorkeling, isn't it? Right, moving on. We have 3 names remaining. The first one for Annie. You're gonna have to get some bonus.
I'm gonna have to get it.
You're really gonna have to go here, Annie. Gajanand Singh, United States, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's Gajanand Singh. Oh well.
Stop it.
He's teasing you now. He's teasing you.
Live cricketer.
Yes, you're right. Yes. I think he's done himself down there, Bumble. I think he's given that away a little bit. Gajanand Singh, US, is a live cricketer. And what age do you think Gajanand Singh might currently be, Annie?
31.
Oh, you're so close. I'm going to give you an extra point anyway because it makes it more fun. They're actually 35, and that's only. And we always say if you're 3 away, we give you a point. But you're just 4 away. We're going to be kind to you because that's the way we are. That's the way we roll here on Guerrilla Cricket. Gajanand Singh is indeed a live cricketer, age 35. Tell us what you know about him, Tony.
Well, he's from Berbice in Guyana. He's a left-hand bat, left-arm medium bowler. He plays, as you rightly said, for the USA, but he's played for Guyana Amazon Warriors, and did play for the West Indies under-19s as well. He hasn't really made much of an impression in first-class cricket. He averages 25 in just 10 matches that he played. But his his most valuable performance came against in the presumably the CPR. Against Trinidad and Trinbago Knight Riders when he made a quick fire. I'll get it out in a minute. Quick fire 39 to steer his team to a decent score of 159.
There you go, Gajanand Singh. That's all you need to know about Gajanand Singh. He may make a comeback. And of course, there's going to be Major League Cricket, isn't there, in the US fairly soon. So we'll see how whether he gets a gig in that. Back to Bumble, who's trying all the mind tricks that he knows, that are honed after years and years in the top echelons of the game. I'm going to turn to you, Bumble, with you leading 11-7, the final round of names. Glennis Page, New Zealand, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
Can I just before we do that, can I just go through the rules again? It say right at the beginning that if you get the age and you're within 3, you did. I thought you did. Yeah.
So I've actually sort of stretched those rules because there is a term and condition that says the host is allowed to update during the match, basically.
Bit of VAT. Just put a bit
VAT on the
VAR.
Not VAR.
Fold again.
Gajanand Singh, that was. So Glennis Page, New Zealand, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
Glennis Page, just a nice name, Glennis Page.
A lovely name, it really is.
I know the New Zealand cricketers. I've met quite a number of retired cricketers.
Ooh. Oh, this is tense. Oh, I'm almost dropping dead with excitement. Go on.
Who's weirdo?
You're wrong. You went the wrong way, Bumble. You threw it around in your head, but you didn't get the right answer from deep in the brain. Glennis Page, is she a dead cricketer or a live cricketer? Annie, this is important. A bonus point for you on the line. Dead cricketer or live cricketer? Oh, Glennis Page, New Zealand.
Glennis, Bumble knows some of the old
You know some
retired
Glennis.
ones.
You know some Glennises.
But maybe not a really old one. I don't know how far back, but I'm going to go for Dead.
You're absolutely right. You've got a bonus point. Well done, Annie. You're coming up on the stand side. She died, I can tell you, a while ago. And for an extra bonus point, how old do you think she was when she died?
It was really sad. She was
Was
only 49.
I think I said she was only 14 for a moment, which would have been really tragic. She wasn't only 49. She was 72 when she.
Well, I was still really sad.
Yeah, it was really sad.
Yeah.
She got this mortal coil in 2012. And Tony's got some news and information about her.
Well, I can tell you, yeah, she was born in 1940 in Auckland. She played for Auckland women and New Zealand women. Very useful slow left armour. Played just 2 ODIs. She made her debut against Trinidad and Tobago women in the 1973 Women's World Cup, which of course was played in the UK. That game was played in Clarence Park in St Albans.
Really?
Which, as Bumble I'm sure will immediately tell you, is where St Albans City in the National League South play. Because I've been and watched Watford there many times in pre-season friendlies. And it was also New Zealand, that first game was also New Zealand women's inaugural ODI. She made 5 with the bat, but took a very impressive 6 for 20.
Wow.
Rolling the Trinidad and Tobago women for just 61 all out to win handsomely. They all went off. They won the cup that year, of course, the World Cup, under the captaincy of Enid Bakewell. They got a century, but it was the captaincy of Rachel Hayhoe Flint. They won the cup, I think, at Edgbaston, and they all went off to meet Edward Heath, the Prime Minister.
Oh dear.
She still does, Glennis, she still holds the best bowling figures by a player on debut in a women's ODI, and is the only bowler to take a 6-wicket haul on a women's ODI debut.
There you go, Glennis Page. She's very much not a weirdo. She's a dead cricketer. And that makes for a fascinating final name that we are going to give to Annie. Now, let me look at the scores. Bumble has 8, 9, 10, 11 points. Annie, reigning champ, has 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 points. So not only are you going to need to get this right, Annie, you're going to need to get some subsidiaries right as well. So this is absolutely crucial for you.
And if I do, it'll be a tie.
And if you do it, because super over, we'll have to find another name. I don't think we've made contingency plans for that.
I have got a couple of spare names.
I've got a couple of spare names, so it goes that far. Well, I almost feel like trying to fix it for that, but I won't. Anyway, the final name of today's Who's That Weirdo is Warwick Turner, Australia. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or Who's That Weirdo? Warwick Turner. Warwick Turner.
Definitely Who's That Weirdo.
You're absolutely right. You've got 2 points. Oh my God! You're within 1 point of Bumble. Poor old Bumble can't believe it. His head is in his hands, because all you need to do now is tell us what you think Warwick Turner of Australia does. Now think deeply about the kind of mischievous things we get up to here on Who's That Weirdo. You're going to have to sort of run it through.
So it's going to be something really obscure, basically.
I couldn't possibly comment. I can hear the sledging from Bumble at this very moment, trying to mess with your mind.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think? What do you think Warwick Turner did or does?
Pornography.
Oh, well, in a sense, pornography, because he's involved with food porn. I think you have to say food porn, because he is. I don't know. Actually, I should send this over to Bumble, shouldn't I? Because you've got that wrong. Bumble, do you want to have a guess about who Warwick Turner is?
He's in food.
Yep. Yeah, good. Well, good. Very good. You're absolutely right. How far in food is he?
He's a very famous restaurateur.
Oh, if only he were. I'm afraid you don't get an extra point for that. It means you're going to probably come out on top. We're going to have to add it up in a minute. But Tony, tell us what Warwick Turner did or does.
I absolutely can tell you that. His main claim to fame was achieved in 2011 when he captured the World Black Pudding Championship title in Ramsbottom in Lancashire. He was, however, the second ever Australian winner. Jim Riley had been the first in 2001. Around 700 contestants compete to dislodge the highest number of Yorkshire puddings from a specially designed plinth on a 20-foot ledge by throwing 3 black puddings, and those are in fact supplied by Chadwick's of Bury.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry, it does sound like...
Chadwick's of Bury? You know Chadwick's of Bury?
Yeah, definitely. Very, it is one of the best markets in the world.
It is.
Oh, right. Excellent.
Yeah.
The ultimate Lancashire delicacy, Chadwick's original black puddings, is a Bury institution opened in 1929 and now run by Mary and Tony in Bury Market.
Yeah.
Very nice.
There's good local knowledge, Bumble.
Cannot beat a black pudding. Absolutely magnificent.
No, they are all handmade, of course. Seasoning, according to either Mary or Tony, is the key, but the recipe is a closely guarded secret. For the best results, you either briefly boil, then split open and cover with mustard, or pan fry, preferably in bacon fat.
Do you make your own black puddings, Bumble?
No, I get them. Sometimes I get Chadwick's, but everybody around here would be selling very black puddings. It is fantastic. I mean, you can't beat a black pudding. It's fitness food. It's health food.
Do you think that is why England took their own chef out to Pakistan to ensure that they had black puddings on the menu?
Black puddings out, they'd have been all right.
I think they would have done. And maybe that's what it was. Maybe it's like, I was going to say that was what made them sick the day before. But maybe that's what sort of impelled them on to compel them to victory, I suppose.
I'll tell you what, I'd really like to go to this competition one year.
Go on then. Tell us more.
Competitors have 3 turns in an attempt to knock down as many Yorkshire puddings as possible. They're arranged in a pile of a dozen, and they have to throw underarm from a purpose-built stand called an ocky. The competition dates back to the 1980s, and clearly it celebrates Rose's rivalry between Yorkshire and Lancashire. Warwick Turner himself comes from Australia's Gold Coast. He dislodged 8 Yorkshire puddings from that ledge.
Black puddings, you mean?
And one, what did I call them?
Yorkshire puddings. Get your puddings right.
No, I was. You throw the Yorkshire puddings, or the other way around. No, you show the black puddings to dislodge the Yorkshire puddings.
Oh,
but anyway, he won 100 quid for his trouble. There were windy conditions and showers, which rather hampered his throwing. But nonetheless, he definitely achieved it. More than 1,000 spectators supported the event, including an appearance by the Hairy Bikers, Dave Myers and Stephen King, who also took part and were in with a decent chance of winning it at one point. The latest event, I can tell you, was won in 2021 by Andrew Ferrier. Sadly, though, I don't know anything about him.
Well, there you go. If you want to know any more about Andrew Ferrier, Black Pudding Champion, World Black Pudding Champion 2021, you'll have to go to Google yourself and find out.
I think I should get a point, because it was fairly pornographic.
Yeah, well, it was, wasn't it? It was kind of food porn. If I give you a point, I'm going to have to go and do an...
No, it's okay.
I'm not...
Like, you gave me a point extra anyway.
You've had your chance. You've been dethroned as Queen of Who's That Weirdo, I'm afraid. And the new champion of Who's That Weirdo is none other than the voice of cricket himself, Bumble. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about Bumble? I mean, you didn't expect it, but you must be delighted.
It's emotional. I mean, I've never. Let me gather myself just for a second. But more importantly, I'm absolutely thrilled to have won. And do I book my own flights, or do you book it?
Well,
so I take it it's a fortnight in Barbados.
Yeah,
we could have a word with Gladstone.
Well, we'll give you a discount. We'll mention them. We'll see if Gladstone will get you on a flight. Barbados.
Black Opal. If Gladstone's involved with Black Opal, isn't it?
Yes, he is. Yes.
That's right. And he's Jamie Smith is his oppo.
Right.
And, looking forward to it. I'll probably want to stay at Westmoreland if you can get me in at Westmoreland, or at the other one where it's a very nice.
Is that the West Coast or the South Coast? Which do you prefer?
It's called the Platinum Coast. At Sandhill.
I do apologise.
For a fortnight. I'll pick my dates. Let me pick my dates.
Yeah.
And I'll just send you the bill.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll ignore it.
I think you were hoping I was going to win.
Strike, that's the problem.
Yeah, it won't reach it because there's a postal strike on, I'm afraid. But anyway, that is it from today's Who's That Weirdo. It's been another nail-biting, extraordinary competition between Annie Chave and Bumble, the voice of cricket. And Bumble has come out 11-10 winner I'm wondering, Bumble, is there anything else in cricket now that you want to do? I mean, now that you've been on Guerrilla Cricket and won Who's That Weirdo, in addition to all the other roles you've had in cricket, what could possibly be next?
Commentating with a bit of luck.
Oh, you can come on, you can come and commentate with us if you like, anytime. You're absolutely. It's an open invitation. You can bring your own beer, and black pudding if you like.
Well, I brew my own beer for a start.
Oh, do you?
And it's one of them. It's one of them beers that you need like a safety net behind you. It's 6.5%.
Way.
Ooh, that would be dangerous in the middle of the night.
Don't give that to the England team in Pakistan at the moment.
Absolutely not.
They won't need any more encouragement.
They don't need any more encouragement. It's absolutely true. It's been absolutely great fun having you on, Bubble. Thank you so much for giving your time and joining us here with Annie Chove today. We are incredibly grateful. And absolutely seriously, we'd open. You know, we don't pay very well, as you know. You can get a pastry and a beer, but if you ever want to join us on Guerrilla Cricket, you are so welcome. I can't even say how welcome you are. So thank you so much for being a good sport and joining us today. Thanks, Bumble.
I've loved it. It's been terrific. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Bad luck.
Cheers.
Done.
Bye.
Cheers now.
Bye bye. Cheers.
Craig Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Daniel Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock. Shane Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Marks Electrical, the home of big brand appliances and amazing Black Friday deals. We've incredible offers on our washing machines, fridge freezers, ovens, big screen TVs, and much more. Plus, Marks Electrical will deliver next day for free. We've an installation team and we can take away your old appliance. Just some of the reasons we've a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. Conditions and geographical areas apply. Go online to see all our Black Friday deals. Marks Electrical. Why wouldn't you?
With Asana, AI is no longer a tool, it's a teammate. Asana AI can give you timely insights, orchestrate complex workflows, and adapt to your changing needs and priorities, giving all your teams clarity so everyone can work smarter and faster. Asana, the #1 AI work management platform. Try for free today at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
Love game shows? And here's a question for you. Where can you play exclusive ITV slots like Britain's Got Talent, The Cube, and I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here? Easy. Only at 32 Red. Join and get a welcome bonus up to £150. Play incredible at 32 Red. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. New accounts only. Minimum £10 deposit. Up to 50 times wagering. Max stakes apply. Visit 32red.com for full terms.
Like Stuart Broad after nicking the second slip, we haven't gone anywhere. And like Dikti Sharma, our appeal has not been withdrawn. It's the Guerrilla Cricket Grumpy Old Man Podcast.
Just once in a decade, in a lifetime maybe, the world of entertainment is disrupted and utterly elated by something entirely new. Good Lord.
And now, something completely different.
And with me, top left on my screen, is in a very dark room, the Bear. Hello, the Bear.
Yeah, I've had to get rid of the lovely sort of desert island, because apparently you can't see me in this light. If I have the desert island, it's just the desert island and not me. So I figured
Here to remind everyone that we are in fact an audio medium. Is not Fred Timmers.
Hey, hello everybody. Hello Bear. Hello Grubby. It's been too long.
It has been.
Yeah. When did we last do one? We did one in December, which actually for us.
Well, it was before the Pakistan series, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
just about before the Pakistan.
What has happened in the cricketing world?
Well, has it? We're fucking endless T20s, haven't we? BBL still going on.
Should we talk about the Pakistan series first then?
Let's talk about Pakistan.
I suspect that's the thing
that's still fresh in the memory. He says quickly getting up the scorecards.
That interests us the most, isn't it? Of all the cricket that's happened recently. It wasn't that long ago, but well, yeah. Different debate there.
Well, I was just thinking. I mean, Bear, you're a bit of a computer person in terms of science and whatnot. If you played a simulation of England's last, whatever it is, 12 Test matches, or 11 that they've won 10 of, and you put them through like 10,000 simulations each, the chances of England winning 10 out of 11 are probably
close to zero.
A 20th of a percent. Yeah, something
not
absolutely
very high.
tiny. And I'm not just talking about, on 50-50. In the games themselves, England have had every break going for the last year.
Well, Fred, do you create your luck?
Well, you do,
but
I mean, the games, there have been a lot of close games in there. I mean, not necessarily close England winning or losing, but close as to whether the game, you could force a win or it would be a draw. And everything has actually fallen right. It's a bit like Johnny Bairstow's summer last year until he played golf.
But to your original point that you made there about if you replicated those games through some sort of FIFA type program or whatever it would be, that would be based on certain parameters that received wisdom tells you are true about Test cricket. and what I would say, as the bear chokes on his whiskey, what I would say is that a lot of things that we thought we knew about Test cricket aren't necessarily so. I don't think it's too big a claim to say that it has revolutionised in a very short space of time Test cricket, how it's played, what we think is possible, and all
well,
those
it has,
things.
but it's still a bit too early to say that. But I mean, if you just take the first Test thing and played in Pakistan, they scored at a rate which was like 50% higher than anybody has ever scored in the history of Test cricket over 2 innings.
Yeah,
they scored like 900 runs in 130 overs or something.
Gloriously mad.
Like that. And even with doing that, they won the game with like 4 minutes to spare before it was going to be a draw because of bad light. So
quite a wonderful Jack Leach, I might say, who Gary continually fucking puts down, who I continually say, does it when he needs to.
He does a job.
He's not very good.
Shut up.
Gary's right. He may be the best of a bad bunch, but he's ordinary. But I mean, that game, if you ran that game through a simulation, England might win that 5% at the time. I mean, it was just an absolutely ridiculous scenario. I mean, there were other considerations. The days were very short, and there was much less time in the games than there normally could be in a 5-day Test match without any rain. But even so, it just.
And England, and don't forget, England weren't sure they were actually going to be able to compete on the morning of the first Test because everyone was down with dodgy stomachs or whatever virus is going around. So it was crazy. I mean, it was crazy. And to your point, Grubby, has it changed Test cricket? Other nations, it's kind of like that comes from the top, doesn't it? When we discussed this the other day with someone, and essentially the structure has got to be at the top to say you can play this way, because New Zealand could have played that way, having watched us play that way.
Well, you can't just go and do it. That's the thing. You need to have the personnel to do it.
Well, you can all try it, but nobody else has tried it yet.
Most of them play ODI cricket, don't they? I mean, it's essentially playing ODI cricket in a Test match. It's not, and this is the important difference, I think. It's not playing T20 in a Test match. It's playing ODI cricket. So you're looking to score more boundaries, but rather than taking the risky shots that are always going in the air, constantly trying to rotate the strike.
There's a fair bit of that, though, isn't there, as well?
Well, there is a fair bit of that.
Whatever we call it.
But they're not taking the crazy. There's no crazy need to hit the six. So if it's not there, they're always trying to get the single. But as soon as it's a bit loose, they take the chance to go for the boundary.
It's going to be really fascinating to see what happens over the next 12 months. Which teams, because you can be absolutely certain that teams will try to emulate that, or at least try to, when they're playing England, try and combat it, perhaps.
No one's quite worked away. I mean, how do you combat it? Do you try and bowl limited overs? Do you try and bowl T20? Do you start bowling?
Well, no. You see,
turn back slower ball bouncers. I mean,
no, but that's the problem, isn't it? You can't. But what you see, this is something that actually Gary came up with, was clever for Gary. Sorry, Gary.
Lots of Gary's things are clever.
I know, clever, but it's something because we all talk about the batting and the batting and the batting. But actually, it's as much in the fielding as it is the batting.
Well, no, that's another point. Is that this whole Bazball thing is just about batting? As far as I can see, there is no Bazball. There is no Bazball about bowling.
Oh, not about bowling, but about field placings. You know?
Field placings. I agree.
Well, exactly.
But
you're always trying to
nothing has changed with bowling, has it?
No, not necessarily with bowling, but it's the constant attack with the field. You know, so many teams. I mean, Pakistan kept going. You know, as soon as England got on top, they just spread the field, as most teams would in a Test match where batsmen are on top. England, no matter how the batsmen are doing, I mean, it's true. Stokes doesn't mind players getting hit.
Two leg slips.
At times they had 2 silly mid-offs. They had 3 short mid-wickets, 2 short covers. You know,
and he won't mind. Well, no one likes losing, but he won't mind over the long term losing a few games that perhaps in the past we'd have drawn in the pursuit of victory. I think you have to believe that. I would suggest that it's gone way better than even Stokes and McCullum might have hoped at the outset of this glorious madness. Was it 10 out of 11 or 11 out of 12 or whatever? But they'll lose a few on the way. But I do think
that's the point.
Yeah, that's the fucking point. Right. What's the point of this is what I have to ask, though, because the West Indies require a paltry 74, I think. 76 from 120 balls they require. And just to help them out, Livingston has come into bowl. Are we just doing it? Is it us 3 till the end then? With fucking hell. Defended back up the track, no run. First ball was a wide. The bowler is bowling. It's the skipper. Oh, he's got an LBW, you know. That's got to be out, and it is. It was a fucking shit take swing. It was a low, slow delivery. It just didn't get out. He's reviewing it. I don't know why you're reviewing it. No, it's not going over. It might have spun too much, but I don't think that. It might have pitched outside leg stump. Did seem to turn quite a bit. Well, then you need to. Oh, it's this one here. Because you're on the wrong one. Is it? No. Speak into the mic. Hello? It's not working. Oh, he's put the wrong fucking mic in, that's why. Fred. You're supposed to be... No, you need... No, it's the right mic. Why isn't it working? What happened there?
Well, I just reviewed it.
Oh, he's put it in the wrong cable, probably, hasn't he?
Here we go.
It's pitched outside leg. Can you talk?
You want me to? Right. Livingston, as we're having Fred's A fucked off and B fucked off, leaving chaos behind him in terms of having plugged the wrong mics in. Livingston over the wicket forward comes King, defends nicely into the offside. He survives. England thought they might have had a wicket. They're going to need those in rapid order, but they hadn't in the end anyway.
That better?
157 the new target, remember, which is really a stroll in the park. 157 off 35 overs. We've had 15. That was defended as well. So bar the wide. In comes Livingston, throws it up.
Can you hear this?
Driven to mid-on. And they'll take a single.
I can speak and I live.
So what was the problem, Bear? What was the technical conundrum that you've
well, he's got the wrong headphones on, clearly. He's got these ones on. If I fiddle around with this one, does that change your ear?
No, it's fine now.
Okay.
It's working.
Yeah, it was just the microphone. He plugged it into the wrong fucking cable.
Is anyone still on YouTube with us?
There's 31 people.
Hello,
Jay's with us.
We're back, people.
Right.
Is Muttley still here?
I don't know. Well, driven over the top. Oh, that was powerful. From Evan Lewis, beating the man down at long off, and it's 4 runs. I'm kind of glad he wasn't out. So 6 off that over.
What's required now? 70? 70 required.
I think they just go Bulu, don't they?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
It could lose a few wickets doing that.
They kind of made England's innings even more suspect, haven't they?
Well, a little bit.
I just think England bizarrely were far too timid at the top of the order.
Yeah, well, I think it comes down to the fact you got fucking Sammy Curran batting at 6. It's not really it's not a very good batting order, really, for an
Most
ODI.
people gave their wickets away.
Yeah, they did, but still, I mean, the thing is, Sammy Curran should be batting at 8 if he's in the side. Shouldn't be batting at 6.
No, that's true. But I mean, I don't think that wasn't. Was that the problem? Is that why they were worried about
I just don't think there's the depth. I mean, there isn't the ability to really recover. Once you're 4 down, you're virtually all out.
That's going to be 4.
It is going to be. Come on, ball.
No, it's not.
No, it's not going to be 4. It's a big hoo-ha. Big outside edge goes past the slips. They'll get back for 3. Just pulled in front of the boundary. By who the hell is that?
That's Mousley.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Okay.
Who's that weirdo?
Who's that weirdo?
But you know, you can't say to Salt. Do you say? Are you saying that Salt and Jacks between them are thinking, "Oh God, we've got such a sort of thin order that we've got to be more circumspect"?
No, I think the wicket actually wasn't as easy to bat on as maybe. Oh, that one is just popped up on the leg side. Don't know if it would kind of been pad. They would have probably appealed for LBW, but ballooned off a bat then but there's no one there. In short, of course, it's an ODI.
I kind of disagree because I think that they had the best. They had the best time. The ball was, coming onto the bat more than it was later once it got soft.
Maybe a bit of that. That's pulled. That's a poor shot. A poor ball was down leg side.
Just looking for the googly, wasn't he?
Yeah, possibly. But well, they got license already, haven't they? I mean, if you just need 70 off 20 overs, you got 10 wickets in hand. You treat it like a T20. This is power play stuff, isn't it? Really. Anyway, it's 4 more runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And the closer they get, the easier it gets. I mean, it's just yeah. I mean, it's a tediously long time to get to this result. That's a good ball from Adil Rashid, but well defended by Evan Lewis out to mid wicket, and there's no run. He'll be wanting a ton, won't he?
Could easily get one, couldn't he? Get 2 in a row. Actually, I mean, England have bowled quite well.
Yeah,
very
didn't have
well.
enough runs.
Yeah.
I know. I don't think it really stopped them at the top of the order, Hendo. I think they just played like that. That's pulled. That's another 4.
Just leave that on loop, I think.
Yeah. But the fact is that in a side that's stronger and Sammy Curran is batting at 8, if you lose 4 wickets, there's a chance of a big partnership in the middle. I think with Sammy Curran, there is a chance, but the chances are quite slim. And then after that, well, Jesus, that's a full toss. It's gone all the way. Well, this is going to be over very soon.
104 for none.
104 for none. 6. Come on, it could rain again now, though.
Oh, it's end of the over. Hello. Right. Muttley, welcome back, primates. Love and sausages.
Yes, he is there.
What are you doing? Are you eating sausages all night?
Disinterested hand job. And suddenly there were 3, he says. Fucking Omni shambles. I think he's not talking about us. Oh, he might have been talking about us.
Yes.
Tripped over microphones as Fred fucked everything up and fucked off. Jay Grover, hooray! I have no idea what Fred's doing, but he's still vexing my soul. Proper shift for you, lads, mind.
It's not going to be that much longer.
Jay says, please end this so I can watch the last horror film of the season, which perks the interest of a Mr. Handjob of Melbourne, who says, which one, Jay?
Well, Liam Livingston's going to continue. Ooh, that's not bad. Now, what the fuck is he doing?
What, Phil Salt?
Phil Salt's just taking the bails. The guy flat-footed in a crease, destroys the stumps because he had a waft at one.
That was actually a lovely delivery.
It was. He didn't really move his feet at all, did he? I mean, King's got 27 off 50. It doesn't really matter because Evan Lewis is going like a train at the other end. But that's clipped out to deep square leg 1. Oh, they're going to come back for 2, and they'll get there with ease. been a poor show by England, one has to say.
Well,
shocking.
I think the bowling's been fine. They were unlucky. Archer could have had 2 or 3 wickets. Turner could have had a couple. I mean, he bowled 5 balls in a row.
Rashid's first spell was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, indeed, and beat the bat.
I just don't think the batting's deep enough. That's just played out to the covers, and there's no one. I keep banging on. I sound like a fucking broken record, but Sam Curran's 6 is not a strong batting line.
Well, I mean, you go back to the one-day series at the end of the summer, and you felt the same thing, but this is even weaker.
Exactly, and you know, Jamie Overton batting at fucking 8 as a specialist batsman who gets out first ball is fucking hilarious.
I just feel like they're just trying to keep Jamie Overton interested.
Yeah,
you know?
well, I don't know where it's going. I mean, it is fair to say that that's just defended square on your side and there's no run. I mean, there are at least 3 players in the Test squad to come into this. No, at least 2. I mean,
Brooke for a start.
A Duckett I'd have an
Duckett, yeah, I think you've got to have Duckett, yeah.
I'll probably bring Root in as well, and that would extend my batting lineup.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well, young Hector's with us, I think, somewhere.
Hey.
He says GC's working its magic from a sunny beach in New Zealand.
Oh, you bastard.
There you are.
Hello.
Look,
Jacob Bethel.
The world is his oyster. He's in New Zealand. He's 18.
Yeah.
The world, my son, is your lobster.
The world is... Isn't there Oyster Bay? Isn't there
There is. There absolutely
from
is
New
an Oyster
Zealand,
Bay,
I think,
yes,
isn't it? Yeah,
indeed.
absolutely. Don't have too much of it. Don't have too much, Hector.
There's one Oyster Bay, it's either a Merlot or something, but it's just like Ribena. It goes down so well.
I would have thought it'd be more likely a Chardonnay or something
maybe
from that region, particularly sort of Marlborough or that kind of area.
Well, it's a kind of lightly coloured red. It's driven out
Rosé
to extra cover. No, not a rosé, but it kind of looks like blackcurrant. It tastes like blackcurrant, and it gets you quite pissed, and it's good, very tasty. That was 2 runs.
Change of bowling, isn't there? There's a double bastard.
A double bastard.
Double bastard. Bethel has come on, by the way. Did you mention that?
Oh yeah, I did mention that.
Yeah,
but I didn't play his jingle. He's over the wicket and he's driven out through the vacant cover for a single. Should I give him a jingle?
Go on.
Might as well. I've got fuck all else to do. Here he is.
Jacob Bethel's born in Barbados, now he plays for the English team. They say that he is an all-rounder, but that remains to be seen.
Yeah, he's a bit Heaven 17, is our Jacob Bethel. Well, there was more Heaven 17 a couple of months ago, or a month ago, whenever it was. That's a full banger, but he's got away with it. It's just pumped down to long on for a single. They require 2.85 and over. Please don't go that slowly.
And they need another over and a half for it to be a match, don't they?
Yeah, it could piss down now.
Come on. Didn't save England, did it, on that final game against Australia?
No.
Sadly.
Alright. We're a bit up and down. Oh, there's a big Eve. Outside edge. That's what happens. But it's not. It's chased down by Turner.
Has Overton fielded the ball at any point? I know he was standing at slip. I'm just interested if he's actually touched the ball.
It's like, where's Wally? You want to know, he missed it when he...
I think they might be using
He missed it when he was batting.
I think they might be using it as a side screen.
I thought that was him chasing it down, but it wasn't.
No, exactly. That's what made me ask.
That one's driven straight back over the top. That's going to be 6. Oh, that was a lovely shot. He got hold of that one.
It's got a slight men against boys feel, this.
2, 4, 6.
That was effortless, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely effortless, and it cleared the boundary by about 20 metres.
Yeah, it was hard. The sad thing is, it's hardly anyone in the stadium either. Not surprising with the rain, but it never looked like there was many people there anyway. I hope it's better on Saturday.
I'm wondering, Jofra Archer's only bowled 5 overs tonight. Will he be able to make a second appearance on Saturday, do you think? 2 matches in a row in 3 days?
There's only so much you can wrap him up in cotton wool, you know. That's driven out to cover and there's no run. I'm sure he's itching to say, look, I can play. If you play one game on a Wednesday and one game on a bowl, 20 overs over the space of 3 days, I'm sure he can manage that.
I wouldn't be bowling him now. The only reason I wouldn't be bowling him now is this game's gone.
I wouldn't be bowling him
the
here.
The last thing he'd want to be doing is injuring.
No, I'm not talking about him bowling now, but I'm saying if he had to bowl a full 10 overs tonight, and bearing in mind that it isn't completely 2 days between this and the next one because it starts at 1 o'clock or 1:30, and it's a day game.
Listen, mate.
No, but they don't do it, do they?
I know, well, that's fucking ridiculous. That's pulled and it's out. Wicket. But it's Brandon King. We want the other dude out. He's got 30 or 55.
Good catch,
yeah, it was a very good catch. Was it? Who was it? It was
Will
Jacks.
It
wasn't
Will
Jamie Overton.
Jacks.
It wasn't.
But it is out.
The crowd says.
It was another long hop.
Took that very well, didn't he?
And Brandon King can't believe it.
But he can't complain because he played and missed, practically the whole over from John Turner.
He did indeed, yeah.
So,
He was given out as well, OW.
And he was given out.
But it was on now.
To another long hop.
Yeah.
From Livingston. I thought that was whizzing over Jax's head, to be honest. I thought he'd really pummeled that.
It was into the wind, who knows?
Could be.
Quite flat. Oh well, that's a wicket.
Oh well.
There we go. That's the sort of insight you come to us for.
Insight at what time in the morning is it?
It's 1:25.
For fuck's sake. I was supposed to go home at midnight. I was waiting for my carriage.
Well, I thought when we were all out with the fucking about 9:30, I was thinking, well, hey, we're out of here by midnight. And then the rain came.
Yeah, no, going back to Archer, they won't play him 2 games. He won't bowl him 20 overs in under 2 days. They just won't. I agree with you. But they won't.
I think if he's healed now, he's healed. It's not overworking someone to bowl 20 overs in fucking 3 days.
But they're so worried about,
Well, if you want him to ever play Test cricket again,
yeah,
you don't want it to be suddenly he's bowling.
No, I know.
Next summer in a Test when you're unprepared to play him in 2 ODIs in a row, for fuck's sake. I mean, that's madness. That's played up. Back to the bowler.
Little leg break. Is he mixing him up?
New batsman.
New batsman. I don't think I've ever heard this guy's jingle. He sweeps the next one. Almost late, but he gets it. Oh, it's gone fine. There's no one down there. There's presumably someone at long leg. That's at least 2 now. It's stopped. Someone comes into the picture. I think they got 3.
They must have got back for 3 there.
Must have got 3. Anyway, it's this dude.
All we are saying is give Casey a chance.
Is it definitely Casey? I thought it was Casey.
Well, it works better for the song.
It does. It's true. I thought I was worried. Well, I wasn't worried, but I thought he might be LBW if he hadn't got bat on that in the end.
Well, maybe. Lewis on strike. 36 runs required, 93 balls to do it in. Tossed up and plopped out into the offside.
Do you want to know about Mr. Carty at some point?
Yeah,
Shall I
get
tell
Carty.
That
could have also been a jingle, couldn't it?
Get Carty.
He's from St Martin, which is Dutch. In fact, he became the first man born in St Martin to play for the West Indies when he made his ODI debut against the Netherlands in May of 22.
So he's played at the World Cup then?
No, he.
Well,
didn't.
he's driven an X ball straight. But fuck me, was that a 6?
That was very flat.
It was. That was a genuine maximum.
It really was.
Was it a 6?
If it went all the way, it may have just dropped inches short. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not 100% sure.
I think they're going to have to look at it, to be honest.
Well, they haven't added anything to his score, have they? My initial thought was it was a 6.
Here we go.
I thought that was 6. Where's it pitch?
No, 4, I'd say.
Well, I don't know, actually.
Come on, 6. That's possibly one less ball we have.
And we get to play this maximum jingle.
Yeah, well, we changed the
new
jingle.
maximum jingle.
Yes.
Oh, was the other one infringing?
I think that's into a sponge. I think it is a sponge before it hits the ground. or at the same time, which means
Is it the
it's a
sponge or is it the jam?
Thing is, it's not going to matter, is it?
No.
Just give it.
Exactly. I'm going to give it. It's one of these.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air.
I think that's.
No, it's giving a 4.
Mr. Rifle. Boring Mr. Rifle.
Just give it a big toss up, will you?
Oh,
Jesus. It's into the middle of the pitch. Short, wide, cut. That's Jamie Overton.
There he is.
Oh, he's
there
fielded.
he is. He's fielded the ball.
Well done, Jamie.
Out of deep cover. And
That's
it's a
worth
single.
that 1 year central incremental contract you've got.
Has he got one?
I think he did when I looked at the who got what. I thought he was on the list.
Is it Jacob Bethel and Josh Hull? And who was the other guy who got development contracts? There were 3 of them. I can't remember who it was now.
You wouldn't call Overton a development contract, though,
No.
would you?
Yeah, if he hasn't, I mean, he's very well developed. To look at him.
Yeah, it's just not right.
Well, seems to be a fair bit of life. Oh, Billy Stevens, the
Hey!
one and only Billy Shears.
He's just got back from the nightclub.
England have been very poor tonight. Brendan McCullum has a lot of work to do, he says, stating the bleeding obvious. We need to recognise that sometimes 270 is enough to put other pressure on. Agreed.
Well, that's true. That was a slider honour from Adil Rashid. Maybe a little bit of googly, maybe top spinner. Hurried Carty up a little bit. I think he just
John
about
Turner's
got
the other.
John Turner. Yes.
Oh, right. He's got it.
Thanks to Billy for that.
Yeah, so Billy, have you been at the nightclub? What's going on? Been at the student bar. It's
In
1:30
Newcastle.
in the morning. Mind you, he's got a lot of work to do, he's telling us, wasn't he?
Has he?
Yeah, he's got a lot of essays to do. That's clipped down to deep
He's
square
about to
leg.
leave the club.
I think did he get
Good
one?
lad.
Just
What,
one.
he's listening to us in a nightclub? That'd be brilliant.
Yeah. Put us on the decks.
Put it. Oh yeah, get a sort of DJ mix of it. Yeah, that'd be great.
Jay doesn't like the new Smaximum jingle. Boo the new Smaximum jingle, he says in big capital letters.
Well, I agree. It's not as good as the old one.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
that's not
I
saying it's
didn't
not
realise
good.
what the other one was until I actually listened to it after one time. It's basically what we used to do. That is the beginning of a Beyonce song. It's played back up to the bowler and there's no one. I mean, there's no pretense. It's just straight out of the Beyonce song.
Hasn't she got enough money? Why does she need
Well,
to be
yeah,
penalising
it's
us?
true. And I keep telling you, when I win the fucking lottery, maybe never, unfortunately. Yeah, it's clipped round the corner by Lewis. Going to come back for 2? No, just get the 1.
Just the 1.
Then I'll be suing. I'll be suing fucking YouTube for fair use, because all our jingles, I would argue, under their fucking rules, are fair use, right? But you try arguing the toss with fucking YouTube on it.
Well, you can't even get a.
Well, no, but
to
if you had
speak to anyone.
if you had £1 million, you could fucking take it to court.
Yeah, but you probably lose your £1 million.
Who gives a shit if I won 71 million or whatever it was on the fucking not national, after the Euro Millions? I'd waste $1 million suing YouTube. That was just cut out my point, just for the hell of it.
Yeah, but you said if you had £1 million. I mean, if you only had £1 million.
Well, if I only had £1 million, I'd do something else with it. That's cut. It's a pretty ugly shot, actually, by Carty. He gets no run. End of the over?
It is.
Yeah.
28 needed from 84 balls, and Carty's already off and running. Mr. Handjob of Melbourne says, recorded jingles are the way of the future. Yeah, go along with that.
I thought the original Smaximum jingle was a Mog jingle. It was performed by Mog, wasn't it?
Re-recorded jingles are the way.
Or was it Perco? I thought it was. I was sure it always.
No, you might have thought that, but it was just a rip-off.
Or somebody did it.
But someone said Smaximum over it.
Oh yeah, that's all they did.
Oh right. Okay.
That's cut out to the cover region, and they'll get a single.
So does that mean that if it was if we did a version of that with our own instruments, or with Mog or Perco's own instruments,
It would have to be different enough so that the fucking algorithm
wouldn't
and
pick it
fucking
up.
YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm
doesn't pick it
wondering
up.
though. I just thought.
Yeah. Standard leggy from Livingston gets cut out into the deep. Will be another single.
There he is.
Oh, it's Jamie Overton.
He's just can't keep
How
him
much
out
does
of
he
the game
get
now,
paid?
can he?
How many throws per? how many pounds per throw has he got this game?
What did we used to call Craig Overton? Was it the slab? Was it?
Yes.
The slab. Well, they are twins, aren't they? So he's
Yeah. Tossed up. Oh, it's the off spinner to the left-hander. Right arm round, and it's just played back
Isn't
to
there
him.
an hour between them
Is there?
in terms of
An
age?
hour?
Yeah.
God, that's a long. That's hard work for the mother, isn't it?
Maybe it's less than that.
I
I'll
wouldn't have
check
thought
my
an
facts
hour
on
would be
that.
quite a long time. Oh, he must have got an under edge. He's going to scoot down to the boundary. Please go, please go, please go, please. Yes!
It's
gone. 4 more runs to the score.
3 minutes, I beg your pardon. He's 3 minutes younger than Craig.
That's a big difference.
It's got a big difference.
It is when you're fucking giving birth. None of us will ever have done that.
Have there been twins born over a couple of days? Or is that just ridiculous?
I think that's ridiculous.
That
They
would
would
be
probably
horrible.
Yeah, they would probably do cesarean.
That works well on radio.
Dear, I'm going slightly mad here. Let's play back past the bowler and there's a single.
Bear's getting that vibe that I got from him at Althorpe Park, Northampton, many years ago when we were commentating on a live charity game. Not only did I have to commentate, I had to control the bear.
It was just hilarious, though.
Out of his head.
I was very hammered. But the Weasley brothers are so shit as well. Just play back behind square. And there's
The
no
Weasley
run.
brothers?
The Weasley brothers are playing this stupid charity game. They were fucking
Oh, what,
awful.
Ron Weasley?
Yeah, from the Harry Potters.
Oh, right, okay.
And they were just so poor. And then some dude came up to me half time because I was already half cut and there's a couple of cheeky bits and bobs going on, and I've just been slating them for the whole of the first innings. And one of the other celebrities came up and started laying into me essentially. Like, you can't say that about these people, but they were really shit.
The thing was, I mean, most of them took it. There were there were a couple of young Northampton players in it, and they took it very well. They were having a good.
Who was
time.
the sprinter? Derek Redmond, was it Derek Redmond?
Yeah, it was.
He
yeah.
took it really well because his
Yeah.
last ever score in a game was 4 or something,
And he got 6,
And he got
I think.
6, and we were like, "Yeah, go Derek!"
Talking of sixes,
Talking of sixes, another one has launched.
That was short, and it was launched over Candorna, and that was funny.
This is an absolute massacre.
It is.
Men against boys. Although you'd back at Adil Rashid normally, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, I think even he gives up and goes, "I want to go home." At some point.
And what Lewis needs another one of those, and he's got 200s in succession in one-day internationals in different
13 from 77
different parts of the world.
Can he do it in 3 balls?
Well, one could be no ball. That'd be nice. No, there's an appeal for LBW, but it's pitched outside leg
It's
stump.
pitched a mile outside leg.
Yeah. It was a top spinner, but it has pitched outside leg stump. It's not going to be out.
2 6s and a 1 will do it, won't it? Oh, hello. They're going to have a look at it.
For fuck's sake, they're going to review it.
That's going to make such a difference to this game. It's just going to add 2 more minutes while we wait for a new batsman, were it to be out, and of course it isn't. The required run rate is now 1.01 per over. It could have pitched in line with leg. It'll be typical. I hope it's not out because I've enjoyed this innings. It's been a really good knock from.
Umpire's call maybe on leg.
It's the kind of slide. It's the slider, isn't it? It's
It
the
is
slider.
a slider. If it's in line, well, some parts called it's not out, but if it's in line, I see Billy Stevens just arrived at the club.
Just
Thanks to the
arrived at the
coverage.
club. Here we go. Ultra edge. Nothing on it.
Nah, he missed it by a mile. Right, yeah, no, there's no bat on it. That's cool.
He's just arrived at the club.
Well, yeah. I don't know if he's taking the piss out of us. and he's
Right,
actually
it could well
he's,
be.
Probably.
Well, actually, Billy, we're all going onto the club
Yeah.
in a minute.
Sat up in
Pitched
bed with a mug
outside
of
leg.
cocoa.
Pitched outside leg.
We're going to the Derby and Joan Club. No, that'll be lost on anyone of Billy's age.
It's nearly lost on me. Down the track comes. He's going to be out this time.
Oh, no!
He's giving it away, Lewis. 94.
The collapse is on.
He slapped it down long off throat. Got a fat outside Q end. Never really was there. He kind of lost his head a bit there. And we have to say goodbye. But what the hell? Who cares? What am I going to play? What's this one? There we go.
Now you're gone.
Good catch. Good catch by Bethel.
It was a good catch.
On the run.
We had to do it on the run.
8 sixes in that innings. 5 fours and 8 sixes. What's that? 20 and 48. 68 of those runs in boundaries.
Good stuff. He's a powerful lad.
He's amazing.
like
This is what I mean. I can't understand. Where's he been?
I don't know. I'm sure he had a row with the board or something.
That seems to happen so often in West Indies cricket, doesn't it? It's really irritating.
I think it was quite hubristic on his part, if I seem to remember rightly. Maybe someone can clear it up on YouTube or Twitter.
If they've still got if they're still awake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so. Actually, who was Derby and who was Joan? Anyone know?
That's a very good question. I know it was just a club where old people would go during the day, wasn't it?
Like the Women's Guild or something, or the...
I think that was something quite different.
Well,
they were into arts and crafts and all that kind of stuff, weren't they? But Derby and Joan was
the
just
arts and crafts movement.
place to hang out.
That's probably going to get us fucking dinged on YouTube. God damn it.
No. And we'd have made so much money from tonight. How much have we made on Super Chats?
Today, $29.25. Thank you very much, people.
Felt like more than that, but there you go.
Well, you know, it's defended out into the offside and there's no one. You can't make money every day. But
what about the GPL?
Oh, that's a good point. How many runs did England get?
209.
209. There's no entries. Oh no, hold on.
I thought Messi Jez did before he went to bed.
They're still going, you know.
I know. That's pulled out to deep mid wicket. It'll be a single. So we got 207.
No, we got 209.
209, and they will get a maximum of what? They needed 157. So they could get to 156.
366, I think, isn't it? 366
would be the highest score possible. The lowest score possible is the lowest score on the GPL is 387.
I have your answer on Derby and Jones. It's more interesting than whether the West Indies will get this run.
Played a hand to the offside, into the covers, and that'll be.
You were right, actually, Ando. I was saying part of what you said. It's a day centre, as we remember, social that provides social activities, entertainment, support for older people. It was set up by the Women's Voluntary Service after World War II, and the name comes from a 1735 poem by Henry Woodfall about a happily married couple called Fred and Vera. No, called Derby and Joan.
Yeah. Derby's a funny name, isn't it? I mean, Joan, but I don't know too many blokes called Derby.
Terence Trent.
Yeah, but surname, innit?
Spelt differently.
In it, surname.
Livingston. It's cut to the fielder. The thing was, Evan Lewis was going to get his game done quick, wasn't he? I mean, there is only 11 runs, so it can't be too long, but an extra 2 overs. It's painful. No run. At least we didn't lose by 10 wickets, we only lost by 8.
That's true.
So far, we can get another 2 here. That is punched out to point, where it's filled by Jamie Overton. Gets his 3rd throw of the afternoon. And the score now required is 10. From 11 and a bit overs.
I hope they don't string it out for 1 and over.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine?
That would be tedious. Shy Hope goes back. And I think it's about working the leg side, but it's not there and there's no run.
Livingston is he bowls world-beating deliveries
and some shite.
And he bowls absolute shite. Yes.
Well, that's why he's
that's
a part-time
leg break
bowler.
bowlers generally, though, isn't it?
I mean, that's why he's a part-time bowler as well. But it kind of works in an ODI and a T20. That's a full delivery. Oh, it's been dropped.
Has it?
Yeah. Been dropped at cover. I don't think it was a bump ball. I think he.
No. I thought it dropped short of him.
No.
Really? Let's have another look.
Straight in and out.
Oh. Oh God!
Terrible.
Adil.
Adil Rashid has dropped the
That's
sitter.
awful.
Drop the World Cup, lad. Let's play back to the bowler and there ain't no run.
It's not been a good night for England.
No.
Oh dear. We need to get Adil's protege in, don't we? A young leg spinner.
Oh God, yeah, that's true. I'd like to see that. That's cut. Can he bat though? He's only 17, isn't he?
No, he's older than that. He's 20-ish.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
As a single anyway. I'd like to see him though.
Yeah, I would. 9 required off 66 balls.
Problem is the side can't bat anyway. And if you can't bat, that's bad. Have we got any more batters in this? Who else in the squad? Pepper, is he a batsman?
Yeah, he's a batsman keeper, I think.
Oh God, another one.
Yeah, another one. Reece Topley's in the
yeah, I'm not looking at bowlers.
Oh, okay.
I want batsmen.
Other batsmen.
I want genuine batsmen. Who's out there?
Trying to think who's missing.
I found the poem.
Which poem?
Oh, a bit of Derby and Joan.
Bit of Derby and Joan.
Old Derby with Joan by his side, you've often regarded with wonder. He's dropsical, she's sore-eyed, yet they're never happy asunder.
Oh, very nice. Cut out to the man in the deep. It'll be a single. Is that it? Oh my God, no! I've just seen how many fucking verses there are.
No, we don't need any more. Yeah,
Good.
Right. Even I know when to stop.
Discourage him. Discourage him immediately. At least there'll be no traffic on the way home.
Oh, well, that's a good point. How many bowlers? I don't know how many overs each bowler can bowl. This must be Adil Rashid's last. 5 people can bowl 7. One presumes that's 35 overs. That was an attempted slog sweep. Didn't get anything on it. There went no run.
Oh, is there anyone on YouTube anymore, or is it all gone now?
Yeah,
I'll have a
still
look.
there.
Oh God, how many?
Lots of them.
Oh God.
Not a googly. It's a leg break. No run. Oh look, we got some super chats.
Ah!
I've been remiss. I shall read them.
You've been too busy researching Derby and Joan.
Well, yes.
They deserve jingles, those ones.
I'm not taking a piss, Billy says. Standing in a queue, not sure what that reference was.
The Derby and Joan one.
It's an old people's club.
He
don't
is
worry.
queuing to get into Thursday night's the new Friday.
Now I want to know what club you're going to on a Thursday. It is Thursday night, it's true.
Thursday night.
It's in
That's
Newcastle.
decadent, isn't it? Going out on a Thursday
No,
night.
that's Studentville, isn't it?
Yeah, but how many years has he been there?
Super chat.
Don't know. First year?
From a
Second year?
huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
Bash down the ground, that's a bit more like it.
There you go.
Carty gets 4 runs.
Let's do it in a hurry.
Only 4 needed.
Do you want me to read the super chats? You
Yes,
just jingled.
no, yes.
Quickly.
Mr. Handjob, who's got 20 Aussie dollars. For your trouble,
Wow.
buy yourself something pretty.
Oh, thanks.
Jay Grover, serious proper shift. Derby short? Question mark. And then I know the poem, says Jay Grover. Tranquilise Tony.
Well, rather you didn't, because you got to drive me home.
Played out at mid-wicket and there's no run. That ends the 25th over. 4 runs required, 60 balls to do it in.
There's a certain kind of gallows hilarity
Yes.
that comes upon one at this time of the morning.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Watching
Messrs.
England get stuffed. Messrs is awake. He's up.
Morning all. Have you three been there all night? What
Yeah.
a shit show.
What do
eh?
you think? What do you think, Messi? You didn't tell us about the rain.
Yeah. Exactly.
Where were you?
Where were you? We needed some fucking
Mr.
Medicaid advice.
Mr. Handjob of Melbourne has some well-chosen words to actually remind me that there are some super chats there to be read.
Well-chosen words?
Very well-chosen
Well, very
words.
well
Very,
chosen.
very well-chosen words.
I like the words of use. That one is played out through the covers to the man sweeping on the boundary. It's Bethel out there now. Dave Overton has had his 3 throws and he can't be allowed to touch the ball anymore. So Bethel's gone out to deep cover.
Oh, here you go. The club is called Tup Tup and it's a Halloween party.
Of course. Cheap booze. That one is attempted cut and misses the ball and there's no run.
Philip Shaw saying, night night gorillas, good morning messers.
Yeah, well. This is all over the world. That one is
There's a kind of hush.
cut. And there is a single out to the deep once more to point. Just 2 runs required now. Please get it over. Who's what?
There's a kind of hush all over the world.
Karen Carpenter. Wasn't it the Carpenters?
There's a kind
All
of hush
over
all over the world tonight.
Oh.
All over the world you can hear the sound of lovers in love.
Good ball.
Yeah, it was a good ball. Turned sharply and Hope sort of jabbed at it. Got a bit of outside.
If anyone
half
wants
of
to
that.
send us £50 on Super Chat, we'll stop singing.
Yeah. Was it Karen Carpenter?
I think it probably was the
It was the
Carpenters.
Carpenters.
Yes,
Yeah,
it was her
Carpenters,
singing it. Obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, is that it? Is that it?
There's one.
It might be two.
Yeah,
Oh, it's going to be
definitely
two.
It's gotta be
It's
two.
all over.
Two. It's all over.
Glory be.
Yes, thank God for that.
8 wickets.
England got hammered. It could have been 10, but it was 8.
The sad thing, gents, is I genuinely think when we looked at that lineup, we said, I think that this is where we saw this coming.
Oh yeah, definitely. I just think it's a
First.
I just think it's just not a very good lineup. It's not your first team for a start. There's 3 or 4 changes you want to. I mean, looking at bowling, I mean, you've got Woody to come back. Who else is there possible? I mean, there's got to be a whole load of people before some of these guys in this team.
Well, Bryden Castle will come in.
Yeah.
Wokes might get a go.
Yeah, No, I think Wokes is out of it
Potts.
now.
Yeah, Potts.
Possibly. Woody.
No, Potts bowled really well against Australia.
Yeah, exactly.
Is Wood here? I don't think he is.
No, Wood's out to the end.
Oh,
of the
you're
year.
talking about.
Yeah,
I was going to say.
people
Generally,
who
who should
inside.
come back
Yeah,
in.
yeah,
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
We're not talking about Luke Wood.
Well, Butler.
Yeah, Butler.
And Brooke.
Butler and Brooke.
And
Yeah.
possibly Duckett.
Yeah.
That's 3 out, and that's top 6 even if you keep. So let's have a look at this side. So if they kept Salt, which I'm not sure they should, Will Jack stays there, right? So then you've got so out of Jordan Cox, Jacob Bethel could be batting at 7, and then you could have Sam Curran at 8, and he's going to have Adil Rashid and Joffre, and then you've only got 1 more spot anyway. No, 2 more spots.
We shouldn't probably delay too long. We should probably bugger off. Jay Graver, good night. Now go to bed.
Thank you.
What a fun evening for you all, says Mr. Handjob of Melbourne.
Yeah.
We love you, and we will. When are we back? You're back on Saturday.
Am I back on Saturday?
Yeah,
you
you
actually
are.
put me on Saturday, you bastard.
Yeah. I thought Sunday was your day off.
Fucking hell. I'll just get loads of grief. I might have to take my sister-in-law to the airport, actually.
Oh, right. Cheers. Thanks.
Right, anyway, we're out of here.
Good night.
Better play a theme tune.
Good morning.
See you later. Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will
would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin.